Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globalizá tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Buenas, buenas, ¿cómo se encuentran? Qué gusto estar acá hoy en la Bit Conf, qué placer tenerlos acá. Muchas gracias por vernos en el streaming del día de hoy. Nos acompaña Paola. Paola, un gusto que estés acá con nosotros, una salvadoreña muy influyente acá en todos los medios de comunicación del Salvador. Quiero contarles el por qué estamos acá y qué es lo que está sucediendo hoy en la Bit Conf, Latin American Bitcoin Conference.
Así es, Camilo, muy buenos días, gracias por prestarme aquí un poquito de tu escenario, gracias a todos los que nos están viendo a través de las diferentes plataformas. Les queremos contar que que es el tercer día de la Bit Conf en El Salvador, hoy nos encontramos en el Teatro Presidente y este día todo lo que querramos saber, aprender o aquellos que tienen esa espinita, como decimos acá, de querer invertir en Bitcoin, pero que todavía tienen un poquito de temor, este es el día para que usted no se pierda ninguna de las ponencias, porque hoy vamos a aprender todo acerca del Bitcoin. Hoy todas las ponencias, Camilo, son en español también.
Así es, algo muy importante que hay que mencionar acá es que no solamente estamos en la BitConf, estamos en este momento en el Bitcoin Week en El Salvador.
Sí,
¿Cuál es la razón de esto, Pau?
Fíjate que, como tú lo mencionaste, nosotros la estamos llamando la Semana del Bitcoin en El Salvador. Y es que hay muchos que nos están viendo, yo sé, en diferentes partes del mundo, pero acá en El Salvador yo creo que nos podemos adjudicar que somos el primer país, el que ha servido de punta de lanza en adoptar el Bitcoin como un recurso legal. Desde el 7 de septiembre ya se hizo la adopción acá en el país y la verdad es que hemos visto cómo ha impactado en la economía, cómo hay muchos emprendedores, cómo muchos negocios le están aportando a creer en el Bitcoin y a tomarla esta como una plataforma para poder hacer crecer sus negocios, para crecer económicamente. Y yo creo que por eso también esta semana ha sido tan importante. Sabemos que la BitConf se está desarrollando por 9ª edición, pero que nos hayan tomado en cuenta, creo que simplemente se debe a que somos el primer país en adoptar el Bitcoin como un recurso legal.
Totalmente, y no es cualquier cosa menor, es muy importante entender que la adopción que está teniendo Bitcoin a nivel mundial continúa creciendo. Uno de los objetivos que tiene la BitConf es justamente fomentar esa adopción. Hoy, en el primer día, vamos a tener una introducción desde cero sobre qué es Bitcoin, cómo funciona. Vamos a tener un escenario abierto para preguntas donde se van a estar resolviendo todo tipo de consultas. Hablaremos al respecto sobre cuáles son las consultas más importantes que hay en Bitcoin, por qué te da esta independencia soberana y cuál es el poder que tiene el usuario para poder controlar su propio dinero. Claramente El Salvador es uno de los pioneros en este tema y es uno de los detalles que queremos tomar acá. Se está hablando mucho también del uso de billeteras como por ejemplo la Chivo Wallet. Vamos a tener acá también un escenario de artesanos donde se van a estar vendiendo y comprando artículos con Bitcoin únicamente. Así que es un nuevo cambio de paradigma. Espero que sean parte, que nos sigan durante todo este streaming. También tenemos un museo de NFTs donde se van a estar mostrando diferentes obras de arte. Este streaming que están viendo también va a ser mostrado dentro del metaverso de Talent Network. Se pueden conectar por medio de la red de CryptoVoxels. Bien, así que muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias también a la gente de Bitcoin Magazine, quien también nos está streameando el día de hoy.
Así es, como ya les comentaba, este día, por cierto, la entrada es gratuita. Todos los que hicieron su previa inscripción van a poder tener acceso a cada una de estas ponencias que son de verdad de mucho conocimiento, de mucho enriquecimiento para todo el que venga, pero usted no se lo puede perder desde su celular, desde su tablet, desde donde quiera. Nos puede ver a través de 3 plataformas que son las que les voy a brindar en este momento. Nos puede ver, como ya lo mencionaba Camilo, por Bitcoin Magazine, también nos puede ver en Talent Republic o nos puede ver por iPro. Así que la invitación es para que usted también le diga a sus amigos, a sus familiares, todos queremos aprender de Bitcoin. Camilo lo comentaba hace un rato, acá en el parqueo del Teatro Presidente y cerquita del Museo Marte hay muchos artesanos que están poniendo a disponibilidad del que venga todos sus productos y usted puede pagar con Bitcoin. ¿Sabes, Camilo, que algo que te voy a contar es que si bien hablamos de que desde el 7 de septiembre acá el Bitcoin es recurso legal, no desde el 7 de septiembre se utiliza Bitcoin. Desde muchísimo antes ya habían varios negocios que sí aceptaban el Bitcoin. Y por cierto, aquí tenemos a alguien que podemos, un lugar que nosotros podemos llamar la capital del Bitcoin. Es si nos vamos a El Tunco, a la playa, no sé si ya te hice un paseo por ahí.
La zona del Zonte, por supuesto,
Bueno,
una comunidad
hay muchas
hermosa.
personas que pertenecen a esa comunidad, que con la visita de muchos turistas, porque aquí de verdad que tenemos playas lindas, entonces ellos aprovechaban la visita de tanto extranjero y quisieron ser parte de todo esto que es moderno, que es evolución, y ellos ya te aceptaban el Bitcoin. Ya había cajero Bitcoin. Luego, con la implementación de la ley, que entra en vigor a partir del 7 de septiembre, nosotros contamos con más de 200 cajeros chivos que están distribuidos en todo el territorio nacional. Y también te quiero contar que hay 51 puntos chivos, que esto es aparte de los cajeros chivos, hay personas que te están asesorando con el uso del Bitcoin. Sabemos que hay muchos que todavía tenemos temor, como a todo lo nuevo, ¿verdad? Pero gracias a Dios y a la buena gobernabilidad, también se está dando la asesoría para que no desconfiemos y para que sepamos utilizar el Bitcoin, y también la Archivo Wallet que tú mencionabas, que es esa billetera digital, que hay muchísimas, pero por ejemplo el Archivo Wallet es 100% salvadoreña.
Totalmente, yo creo que una cosa es decirlo y otra cosa es estar acá. Yo tuve el placer de estar en el Zonte con la comunidad de Bitcoin Beach, en la zona del Tunco. Es algo espectacular ver el movimiento y el placer, la energía de poder pagar con Bitcoin a otras personas, hacer este tipo de transferencias, es algo completamente, te genera una adrenalina muy muy grande. Los cajeros automáticos te vuelan un poco la cabeza porque son completamente bidireccionales, es decir que puedes pasar de dinero fiat, de dinero papel estatal hacia Bitcoin, o viceversa. Tienes Bitcoins y quieres hacerte de un par de dólares, pues también lo puedes hacer. Acá en la Bit Conf, uno de los sponsors es Athena Bitcoin, y tenemos dos cajeros bidireccionales para ingresar cripto o sacar dinero papel o viceversa en la zona de los stands. Para que se hagan una idea de algunos de las personas que van a estar están disertando acá en el evento, va a estar también Diego Gutiérrez Saldívar, que es uno de los cofundadores de RSK, uno de los sistemas de contratos inteligentes que corre sobre la blockchain de Bitcoin. Vamos a tener la gente de Athena hablando sobre cómo funcionan las pasarelas de pago, de qué manera los salvadoreños y cualquier persona que se encuentre en América Latina, porque Athena es latinoamericano, puede hacerse de efectivo o de Bitcoin de forma rápida e eficiente. Va a ser bastante disruptivo. Tenemos mucho de qué hablar acá. Así que espero que se sumen, que se queden acá con nosotros. Y recuerden que en redes sociales pueden utilizar el hashtag Bitcoin Week, bien, para poder promocionar todo el evento, ¿ok? Así que por favor quédense con nosotros. Gracias a todos nuestros sponsors. Vamos ahora con la sesión de preguntas con Rodolfo Andrades en el escenario.
Fíjate que detrás de nosotros, justamente como tú lo estamos mencionando, hay un micrófono abierto. Todas las personas que han tenido la oportunidad de estar acá en el Teatro Presidente pueden tener la oportunidad de hacer la pregunta que desean con respecto a esta criptodivisa, y se les está respondiendo en el instante. Si usted también quiere ser parte de estas preguntas, o usted tiene una duda, quiere que alguien se la solvente y no tiene la oportunidad de acercarse, pues también le quiero contar que puede descargar la aplicación de Eventy. Esta está disponible para todos los dispositivos iPhone, para Android. Simplemente haces tu registro y ahí te da la opción de que tú puedes estar completamente en vivo, trasladar tus preguntas, y aquí las van a evacuar sin ningún problema.
Perfecto, Paola. Bueno, vamos al escenario. Estamos con Rodolfo, así que muchísimas gracias. Un abrazo, bye bye.
Mire, atrás de nosotros está todo lo que está pasando dentro del Teatro Presidente. Están ponencias, está el micrófono abierto para que pueda participar cada uno de los asistentes. Yo creo que ese día es como un antes y un después para muchos salvadoreños, porque pese a que estamos viviendo la semana del Bitcoin, pese a que sabemos la importancia que tiene a nivel internacional, este es un día en que no ha tenido ningún costo. Todo el conocimiento es gratuito para quien lo quiera adquirir, y ahora que para nosotros se ha convertido en un recurso legal, es de verdad muy importante que nos arriesguemos a conocer, a invertir. Sabemos que hay muchos negocios que necesitan aprender del Bitcoin para poder acercar a muchísimos más clientes, pero también hay muchísimas personas que, como tú, porque después voy a entrevistar de hecho a Camilo acá, que como tú quieren invertir en Bitcoin porque saben que significa oportunidad de crecimiento.
Por supuesto.
Bueno, hoy sí nos vamos a quedar con toda la información de esta semana Bitcoin, que es el día 3, y nosotros regresamos más adelante contándoles las ponencias que se van a desarrollar a lo largo del día.
Ingresa al mundo mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, bPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with bPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl hodl. a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
Buenas, buenas. Bueno, estamos una vez más acá en el espacio de la Bit Conf. Recuerden que hoy estamos en la Bitcoin Week. No estamos solamente hablando de este evento cripto, sino que también están sucediendo muchas actividades acá alrededor sobre el área de Bitcoin en El Salvador.
Así es. Como bien lo decías, Camilo, este día ya lo dijimos también al inicio de este live, porque todos nos pueden ver a través de las diferentes plataformas. Este día, todo lo que usted quiera saber sobre el Bitcoin, es el día donde usted de verdad no se lo debe de perder. Todas las ponencias se van a desarrollar en español, es gratuito el ingreso y como tú mencionabas, alrededor de acá también se están desarrollando diferentes actividades siempre relacionadas al Bitcoin. Por ejemplo, esta clínica Legales, que es una clínica legal y contable donde, por ejemplo, si usted quiere invertir en Bitcoin, tiene alguna duda, no sé, con su negocio, cómo adoptarlo, todo esto aquí se lo van a resolver personas que son expertos, así como Camilo.
Así es, recuerden que una de las mayores dudas cuando uno está creando un emprendimiento es, ¿puedo declarar los bitcoins ante el Estado? ¿Cómo pago impuestos frente a ello? ¿De qué forma me puedo proteger legalmente? Bueno, esta clínica de Legales es un marco regulatorio para emprendedores en El Salvador y América Latina que quieren comenzar su primer paso con el pie derecho aceptando Bitcoin como medio de pago.
Y es que la verdad yo creo que hay muchas personas que tal vez por desconocimiento o por tener ese temor que es, no sé, es como normal, es común, lo tenemos pero para absolutamente todo, tal vez por eso no queremos incursionar, pero si nos ponemos a pensar cómo estábamos 20 años antes, 40 años antes, aquel tiempo en que quizás nuestros abuelitos nos contaron que se hacía intercambio de cacao, de ganado, no sé, tantas cosas. El mundo va evolucionando y el Bitcoin es parte de ello, es parte de que nosotros tengamos la voluntad de querer aprender, de que hoy podemos hacerlo con toda nuestra familia, porque la verdad, yo lo escuchaba ahora temprano en una entrevista que alguien participó. En Bitcoin, de verdad que hasta los más pequeños, si se ponen las pilas, si tienen las ganas de adquirir conocimiento, pueden utilizarlo, porque hay muchas billeteras digitales para las que tampoco se requiere una mayoría de edad. Sin embargo, lo importante es que usted de verdad se asesore. Si usted es, como Camilo lo comentaba, un emprendedor, usted tiene su negocio, usted tal vez en aquel momento escuchó esa voz que decía, es que con Bitcoin no podemos seguir nosotros las transacciones de verdad, de cómo se ha movilizado mi dinero. Eso es mentira. Si hay un marco legal que lo puede respaldar, así que usted se puede acercar este día a Clínica Legales, va a estar hasta la 1:30 de la tarde.
Los invitamos a que sean parte. Recuerden que tienen un marco muy importante para quienes están comenzando a aceptar Bitcoin como medio de pago. Una de las frases más conocidas en el ecosistema es que primero nace la tecnología y después nacen las leyes. Bueno, con esta clínica van a tener ese marco para poder adaptarse y estar un paso adelante frente a todo el marco regulatorio e impositivo que va a haber para el mundo de las criptomonedas.
Así es, también puede ingresar al Museo Marte, hay diferentes exposiciones. En el parqueo también del Museo Marte están unos artesanos con un sinfín de productos, todos están a disponibilidad de quien quiera verlos, quien quiera adquirirlos y puede pagar con Bitcoin.
Dentro de este campus presencial también va a haber una muestra de NFTs, un museo de arte hecho por artistas del ecosistema cripto, no solamente obras digitales, sino obras físicas. También algo que se hace en la mayoría de las Bit Conf, hoy en la 9ª edición, va a haber un NFT conmemorativo. Este es un NFT único e irreemplazable que va a identificar a las personas, va de todo el evento, es básicamente el símbolo que representa la Bit Conf. Veremos cómo lo están haciendo en vivo y seguramente podamos participar y ver la subasta cuando cierre el evento.
Recuerde que hoy vamos hasta las 6 de la tarde con muchas ponencias, todas desarrolladas en español. Usted puede verlas a través de esta plataforma. Y le quiero contar que ahora, para todos los que han ingresado al Teatro Presidente, van a dar inicio las ponencias. Ya pasó también un espacio de preguntas, donde todo lo que quisiéramos saber sobre el Bitcoin era el momento de aclararnos. ¿Qué te parece si comenzamos a ver ya todo lo que se está desarrollando en esta semana del Bitcoin, el día 3?
Perfecto. Vamos a ello. Gracias por vernos.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Estamos de regreso con más de la Bit Conf.
Así es, Pau. Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos por seguirnos acá en el streaming online. Primero que nada, agradecerles, contarles un poco de todas las cosas que están sucediendo acá en El Salvador. Justo estábamos hablando con Pau de qué se está construyendo actualmente con las ganancias que han sucedido en Bitcoin.
Así es, y es que El Salvador también ya hizo hace varios meses compras de la moneda digital. Y aquí en El Salvador ya nos está creando ganancias. En este momento vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa nosotros porque adentro ya ha comenzado, ya ha dado inicio el día 3 de la Bitcoin.
Damos inicio a la inauguración, vamos al escenario con Rodolfo Andrés.
And what's happening in El Salvador, it's a party, and I hope to live it like that, as a party. I just wanted to welcome you. Thank you for being here. It's an amazing audience, and we are going to welcome Milena Mayorga, Madam Ambassador, who is going to introduce the Salvadoran situation. So welcome, Madam Ambassador.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hi, how are you? Welcome. Welcome to El Salvador. I'm so happy to have you all here. After so many months preparing everything, it's very good to have reached this point. Finally, I want to say that everything happened with a visit of a first delegation, friends. And I want to comment that I'm going to be a year leading the Salvadoran embassy in Washington. President Bukele requested 3 specific things. First, to be close to the diaspora. Second, to provide all the government services. And when I say that they have been benefited the most, is for a very single reason and a very strong reason. Salvadorans abroad needed to pay $400 to $700 million on commissions, but now they are free from that payment. We needed to implement the services, and we are on that ongoing process. But the third request from President Bukele was to go to the investors, to the big companies. And I remember his words: when you create jobs, you invest on social policy. And this is what we've done. Have you seen that traditional meetings start with the national anthem? And it's not about the caring or the love or the respect. I've seen that national anthems are always for war. And ours said, we wrote freedom. Freedom. Freedom from what? What are we talking about on the national anthem? Freedom for what? Freedom for who? So it's not because of that we have the Department of la Libertad that has become an icon. We have had freedom for the corrupt, and they are protecting themselves, and they don't want to see the change on the status quo. By the way, this has been always my flag for this fight. Less than 2 months ago, we celebrated 2 years of independence. 200 years of independence of what? I don't know. But today, we have started a new cycle of freedom, and if we're going to talk about freedom, that freedom that you have never seen, that we have never able to achieve worldwide, economical freedom. Welcome to the land of freedom, the land of the future. Consider El Salvador your own land, because we consider you our brothers and our sisters. Everything started with a delegation of investors. June 16, Rodolfo came to us on that first delegation, and when he saw our essence as Salvadorans, he stayed. He stayed and he organized what we're living this week, the week of Bitcoin. I've seen you in different aspects. I've seen you using the Chivo wallet. By the way, you're not completely sure of the transactions working or not. I've seen you buying things as simple as a drink, pupusas. You went to McDonald's, you went to Starbucks, you went to the pizzas, you have paid your taxes and your cabs, and please continue doing this. Continue paying in Bitcoin. We have here almost 40,000 branches where you can pay in Bitcoin. Where? In El Salvador. So thank you for the consumption. Continue doing it once again because you changed the life of many people. This is what President Nayib Bukele calls freedom, and I do myself. I want to say thank you, Rodolfo. Thank you for this amazing effort, Rodolfo. A business delegation has become a mega conference for the world. And from the starting point of the law, Bitcoin has revolutionized our country. I want to also thank not only Bit Conf, that is amazing to have 4 different scenarios, so many events, keynote speakers, and sponsors as well. But Adopt Bitcoin, this is a joint effort. We are trained on social network as Bitcoin Week in El Salvador. So on behalf of El Salvador and our President Nayib Bukele, thank you. I informed the President about how big the meeting was, and he requested from the whole cabinet, from all the services of the government to be ready for the foreigners, including vaccines. If you have not have the vaccine, we can have it here. We can bring the vaccines here. I hope that you can feel at home. This economical freedom in El Salvador started September 7th, and the country is a model for the implementation of crypto. While the economy worldwide is facing a new crisis, the Salvadoran model has anticipated to a sustainable model. All of this thanks to the vision and leadership of our President Nayib Bukele. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone that is connected worldwide. Welcome to the capital of Bitcoin. Enjoy the conference. Welcome to El Salvador. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. How do you receive, were you received at the airport? A round of applause for this. You will call Bitcoiner and you will get the police, but nowadays you are warmly received. They have been doing amazing things for us, and the safety that we have towards the event, towards Bitcoin Week, and to all the activities, thank you. A round of applause for them. So we will start the conference. We're going to have Lore Bitcoin. Lore, the floor is yours. One of the influencers en Latin America. Hay 2 micrófonos abiertos. We're going to talk about not only the price, because there are many other important things that we will have and we will learn with Lore. Well, this is the first presentation that I have with so many people. We're going to talk about many things about learning experiences from this panel. We're going to have Diego. A round of applause for Diego. Franco. Daniel. And Gabriel.
contarles un poco a todos sobre qué es esto de Bitcoin, por qué nos da soberanía, por qué nos da libertad.
So what's the importance of Bitcoin? How can we become free with Bitcoin?
¿Ustedes consideran que Bitcoin
Do you consider that Bitcoin is a sovereign money, and why? First, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me. And I completely agree. This is the most amazing description of sovereign money that we have had. It's a revolution. We don't know how this will empower the citizens of the planet, and we're living it, and we are on a very special time on the financial system right now, where this technology will evolve, will become mature. The currency that we have been imposed by the government, extracting vital power from the citizens, is currently collapsing. So this conversation is very current. Arroyo said, when you have technology that has been suggested by a government, you not always trust, but this is something that we have been fighting for so many years, for the citizens to become empowered. We can see how the technology will change the life of Salvadorians in a very positive way, and we're happy and excited. I believe that most of the Bitcoiners, our life has changed. Daniel, I don't know if you can share your experience with us and your vision about Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin is mainly, change. Something that will change the world, and it's currently doing it. People that's understanding step by step, but this is a revolution that is very important, and it's a myth on our history. Our colleague said Bitcoin is so important. Bitcoiners, we have been saying that this is not an invention, it's a discovery. It's one of the most important discoveries of humanity, and this can be compared to discovering fire, discovering electricity. It's something very, very important for humanity, and we all need to pay attention to it. As Einstein discovered the relationship between mass and energy, and this made him develop atomic energy, Satoshi Nakamoto find the relationship between energy and time. And this is the most important tool that makes Bitcoin possible. So it's very important. Nowadays, Bitcoin is a natural force. It's like gravity. So it attracts everything. We need to be aware that the whole value that we have nowadays deposited in something, anything, will converge in Bitcoin. We need to be aware of that, and we need to understand that this is the best way, or the best money source invented, and this will be the case for centuries. Amazing. I believe that this is an amazing opportunity. Gravity, energy, money. And I wanted to ask you, Franco, what do you think about this concept of sovereign money? Do you consider that being able to exchange from peer to peer, its importance on this ecosystem? Well, hi, thank you for having me. My colleagues have been very, philosophical. I think that I will try to land the idea of sovereign money. We do not depend on money, we don't depend on companies. Some companies, of course, are using Bitcoin, and it can be disseminated by a government. The power is on the user of Bitcoin, and I believe that this gives you sovereignty, and this is something that we can land, certainly. And we have many cases that we can think of. And in Bitcoiners, we open the cases We know that we are not going to lose our savings. We do have inflation, of course, but this is for the institutional world, talking about inflation, resistance to inflation on Bitcoin. But also we have another stage that is more for the people, for the individual, not corporate, what Bitcoiners call safe resistance. You have your money, you can send it to whatever place on the world, and these are all benefits, and you can carry your money around the world, and we don't have imaginary lines about how many you can have, how many you can send. These are examples of sovereignty that we have with Bitcoin. This is very true. I believe that we break borders. We're free to move around with Bitcoin. Diego, I would like to have your own opinion. Well, for me, we need to understand what money is. We were doing this, and we were changing things. And this represented a difficulty. If I gave you a pig, you have to give me eggs, and if you didn't have enough eggs, we have it to agree on a midpoint and remember that we had a debt. And money was born as a representation of the human value through time. When we started with precious metals, this was not subjective. We were saying we don't have enough gold in the world. Why don't we come up to what's the amount of gold that you should give for an egg or for a pig, and we can agree on a common end. And to give an objective price to things. So money went to the hands of the states and become even more subjective. Even more subjective when you issue more money, when you control the money policies, it becomes part of ourselves, of you and me, and the perception that we had on price. Even when we're not aware, it's because of these that nations have been fighting on control of the monetary reserve, and it brings a lot of violence to the world. I may say that wars have been because of wanting to control this third subjective way of controlling people. And Bitcoin gave back at a global scale to the humanity to exchange value among peers without intermediaries. So this is the revolution of Bitcoin without violence, transforming, and this is going to bring peace to the world for human beings to generate the value without being captured or manipulated. I love what you said about wars, yes, and this is why we have been all over financing worlds. This was why the central bank was born, the first central bank. So historic data that we need to learn about. A round of applause. So talking about wars, love, peace among people, I would like to know what are the concepts or the philosophy that you have considered that Satoshi was based on to create Bitcoin? Diego, please. I have my own idea. I have my own speculations. We don't want to know who. We don't want to let you know who Satoshi is. One of the values of Bitcoin, because of the anonymity, Bitcoin is neutral. It does not have a political sign. If it becomes a group with a certain philosophy, ideology, it loses the neutral exchange and it can become an attack to Bitcoin, there will always be a way to find failures or errors on Bitcoins. I believe that Satoshi was moved by something that we cannot even tell, but it's a whole cyberpunk philosophy from the 70s with an idea of using technology, using crypto to empower individuals, to generate symmetry between the power groups and the individual, where you can defend yourself with technology, with fewer efforts than the attackers. And this symmetry between the collective power or the powerful and the individual, this is the philosophy, I believe, behind Bitcoin. Franco, what do you think? Well, Satoshi in the forest, he was present, and he was born in 2010. This was born in 2020. He was sending emails, being part of certain debates, but he was neutral. He never supported topics apart from Bitcoin. He was always within that profile. And he was also neutral on his ideology. He was saying maybe this is for this kind of people or that sort of people. He proved that it can be used by everyone. As Diego said, it was at the beginning cyberpunks. This is something that was expected because people was within that world, but then it became more open. I remember 2013 when we started seeing 2011, we were into technology, we're kind of nerds, and we were seeing, oh, a police officer is getting Bitcoin, a lawyer, a doctor is getting Bitcoin, and we have from communist to socialist supporting Bitcoin, so we have everything. I believe that fortunately, and this is a flag that, I mean, apart from being more close to a certain philosophy, certain ideology, it's more powerful if it's the benefit for most of us, as we believe that's the case. As Diego mentioned, Bitcoin is neutral. We don't have a political ideology. Especially, it happened here in El Salvador that many people was confused, thinking that it was associated to a political group. And this is a mistake. We need to investigate, we need to go in forums, on internet to see that for many, many years, Bitcoin was even actually born in 2009, and it does not have a political ideology. It was invented by Satoshi, we don't know who that is. And as Diego mentioned,
to speak about personal sovereignty, we are used to hear about national sovereignty or the sovereignty of states. Bitcoin changes that to something that right now was impossible, which is the security of each person. Once you have your Bitcoins, they are yours and it will never be someone else's. Anyway, I would like to clarify that Satoshi had, I don't know if political, but an anti-establishment way of thinking, because in the first block of blockchain, and he left a message. I don't know if you agree with that, but for me, Satoshi waited for a day where there was a headline on the news, on the newspaper, that had the message that he was trying to propose. For those of you that are here that do not know about that message, on January 3rd in 2009, in the Times, there was a headline saying, on the brink of the second fall of the banks, and Satoshi included this, and there is a text, and anybody can read it in any blockchain browser. If you add block 0, Satoshi was very clear about what he was doing. They were trying to bring to the world something that would free them from something that could be called a crime in a way, because all of us are financing through the state, banks, companies that did bad business, they lost money. And why do we have to finance that person or an institution that is doing bad business? That shouldn't be that way. Now we have Bitcoin that takes away that problem, and we are all sovereign. So that for me is very important. I think that is also interesting to include Bitcoin as part of the context when it was created and what we're going through right now. It's a very specific moment in time for humanity. The white paper was presented by Satoshi in 2008. It was a very specific year for the financial world when we were talking about bailouts of the banks so that we could be able to help people. They could help people. This showed all the conflicts of interest among politicians and their sources of financing, where the main economy of the world decided to do bailout or to save and rescue banks in order to rescue people as well. I believe that this is linked with what Satoshi understood that was wrong with the system and what Bitcoiners understand that it's wrong about the system. It's important to empower individuals, as we cannot trust that the groups of powers that have us here will propose something that will change the situation and benefit people, all the public in general. And in 2021 is when we celebrate 50 years when President Nixon cut the ability to convert dollars with dollars, which was fixed during World War II. So it's 50 years now. Our state shouldn't have any responsibility on how people spend money, and they do not need to increase taxes. They should ask for the public's decision to be able to fight a war or bail out the banks, and they have a small part, which is an inflation tax, which is making more money, printing colorful papers, and reduce the value of what we have, not only us as individuals, but as communities, our countries. This is something that's never happened in the history of humanity, that all countries in the world choose a private currency as a value reserve, and that's very interesting. That made El Salvador special because in the last 18 months, the United States has printed 40% of the reserves, and this also affected the reserves of our central bank and all economies that were using dollar as a legal currency. It's important to understand, apart from ideology, it's important that Bitcoin remains neutral, but historical events that after so many years of this way of thought, Satoshi could consolidate this in a software, and that we are celebrating today after 50 years of this great lie of the global fiduciary system. Finally, the best type of currency that has ever existed in humanity to empower individuals. Very good speeches. I'm impressed, and I know many of you are impressed too. You mentioned different things, talking about political institutions, financial institutions. What do you think that will happen later on if the freedom and sovereignty of individuals is achieved through Bitcoin? What will happen with these political and financial institutions? Will we find new political models, new financial models? What will happen? I'm going back to Gabriel. I would like to say something. they have accused me of being naive or to being optimistic, because Bitcoiners, we are so happy with what's happening that sometimes we portray a very optimistic scenario, and we believe that we're moving away from a scenario such as Black Mirror. I believe that this could be a mistake. Most likely, the great groups of power in the world will try to stop this revolution. It's not good for them to have Latin America that is sovereign in countries that will defend their values. This depends on us, all of us, free thinkers, Latin American entrepreneurs, Salvadorans, and from the rest of the world. We should get involved, and we should use this technology to build a better world. And we will move towards that inevitably, even if we don't engage it. Bitcoin is a tool, but Bitcoin will not change the world. When we see what happens in Bitcoin Beach, it's not like you offer Bitcoin and suddenly you will change somebody's life. A group of people devoted their life to help others, to give an opportunity to poor people so they do not have to leave El Salvador and have a decent life here. We need to understand that Bitcoin is a tool, but we shouldn't lose a sense of responsibility of getting involved to use this tool and build a better future for all. During this transition period that we are going through, we will always see winners and losers, and this happens in all crises and all revolutions. We went through this with the digital revolution when the world started to digitalize, and we had this group that were on board immediately and made progress, and others that didn't, and they disappeared. We can recall Blockbuster was a multinational company that rented a video in a physical format. They didn't adapt to digital streaming, and now we have another company that dominates the world. Kodak is no longer around, but they dominated the images around the world, and this was in a few years. They are accelerating, and in a few years they were out of the game. So financial institutions that are looking at this from the outside, what we would always recommend is that you should engage and dive into it and try to interact with Bitcoin. Otherwise, they will cease to exist, like the examples that we mentioned before. It's a strong statement, but it's a reality, and the same message goes to the nations, the states, the one that we know right now. They have so much power. If they do not adapt to this new paradigm, they will face serious issues. So I congratulate El Salvador for being one of the first ones. You are leaders in the world in this revolution that will change everything. I think that if we use examples of the banks, well, part of it can be adapted to all of this, and part cannot be adapted, and part will become a DAO that does a lot of things similar to what the banks do, or a smart contract that performs many of those tasks, but this will change. The revolution is happening. 20 years ago, having money in the bank provides some additional interest, but today that's not true, and people leaves the traditional banking system and starts working with the new platforms to have profitability on their savings. Step by step, this is happening. Some people will be pioneers and others will take 20 years. Diego. The most extreme view says that it will destroy the system, we will live in anarchy. Yes, for some that continued to be a dream, but now that you speak about that, a revolution, every revolution was unthinkable. We would never think the kings and queens would no longer exist in a monarchy, but it's a leap of faith in the end. It's a rational faith, so to speak. There's something new, there is innovation, something that will allow us to have a better life, a fair society with more opportunities for all. And behind these faith, we also take action and we start to build the future that we want. And to the extent that that future continues to become a reality, we gain trust, our actions are multiplied. And El Salvador is an additional step in building faith and reliability on this utopia that has existed for 10 years now. I believe that all models, well, the world is diverse. We've never had one system that regulates everything. I see a transitional model where institutions will not disappear. They would have to transform and change. The institutions that exist today, governments, banks, have accumulated trust, and currently they are betraying that trust. They have the opportunity of transforming and be of service to society. This is what this technology brings. It breaks the monopoly, the power, and makes these institutions to either transform or disappear. And that option is great. It's not about destroying what we already have. You no longer have the monopoly of money or the political power. You must serve people. You must go back to basics. Why do you exist? Which is to serve people in society. If you are not willing to do that, you will disappear. A round of applause, please. We have less than 2 minutes left. Can we close by sending a message? Some thoughts. Many of us here are Latin Americans. We want to see something similar in our countries. Final thoughts, please? And also tell us which country you believe that could be next in adopting the model that's being adopted in El Salvador. I have two messages, one for Salvadorans that are here with us. You must invest in education. As you may see, this is bigger, more than what you've seen with your first interactions with Bitcoin. You now have the opportunity of developing technology from El Salvador to all of Latin America and the world. There are 200 million Nigerians that today have the greatest volume, the largest volumes of peer-to-peer Bitcoin that require technology. Maybe here in El Salvador you will be able to offer an answer. So for all Salvadorians, see that this is bigger. This is the birth of the new financial system. And El Salvador in 10 years could be a very different country, a completely different country, offering opportunities for Salvadorians that they do not have right now. And for the rest of us from Latin America, we need to bring this example from El Salvador to our countries. I don't know what the second country will be, but I hope that the Bit Conf of next year will be hosted in that country. 10 seconds, guys. Which country you think will be the next one? I wanted to say that I think that it's very significant to say that the first country to adopt the Bitcoin is El Salvador, which means the savior. Congratulations. That was an excellent final word. And the radio, they usually do this. We're closing. A round of applause. This is a great panel. These are Bitcoin Power. This is one of those presentations and lectures that
vernos en el live stream de este momento, una charla espectacular, realmente súper agradecido con las palabras de la embajadora. Tuvimos conceptos como el país de la libertad, la capital del Bitcoin, palabras muy fuertes que nos dejan una huella acá en la BitConf, una entrada increíble de Rodolfo Andratnes disfrazado de astronauta y también una ponencia increíble sobre la independencia de Bitcoin, la necesidad de que este país se enfoque en la educación cripto. Ahora, Paula, ¿cuál es nuestra siguiente charla el día de hoy?
Bueno, con lo único que voy a abonar es con que sería de verdad muy mal que no hubiesen tomado en cuenta a El Salvador para esta 9ª edición. Definitivamente es porque aquí el Bitcoin es el recurso legal y es esa moneda que nos lleva hacia el futuro. Bueno, les quiero contar, para los que recién se conectan, todas las ponencias de este día, recuerden que se desarrollan en español y vamos a hablar en estos momentos de estrategias de inversión. Vamos a hablar de los distintos tipos de criptomoneda y qué tipo de criptomonedas hay en el espacio del cripto, los pros y los contras de cada uno. Yo sé que muchos acá nos estamos enfocando únicamente en esta divisa digital que ha demostrado a lo largo de los años de que es la más estable, de que es la líder. Entonces, tal vez por eso estamos como solo con el Bitcoin, pero también las personas quieren conocer más.
Totalmente. Vamos a la sesión con Roselo López de Brasil.
Lo mejor que yo puedo, porque en Brasil nosotros...
In my life in blockchain, I have two important things. I have a person that I don't know, Satoshi Nakamoto. He is my hero. And now the president of El Salvador. Of all people that I would like to thank around the world, Mr. Bukele is one of them. And I like what he's doing. This is a little bit of what we do. I will speak right now not only about Bitcoins. There are other cryptocurrency. I worked with cryptocurrencies since 2013 when I attended the first Bitcoin conference in Buenos Aires, and I learned what Satoshi Nakamoto was saying, and they told me that he wasn't there. But I started by saying that, well, I have always attended to all that Bitcoin, and being here is great. I heard, what is the next country? I believe that Paraguay or Zimbabwe. But El Salvador is making the difference for all of other countries. So we'll speak a little bit about the type of cryptocurrency that we have. We have some cryptocurrency that some people are hearing about. We have Bitcoin. We also have altcoin, game coins, Infinity Mana. There's a project in Brazil called the Super Bowl, which is for games as well. This type of currency, due to the blockchain technology, is doing a lot. All companies where I am advisor of many companies, many of them that are working with cryptocurrency. And for all of these companies, I'm saying, I'm going to El Salvador because it's easier there. So there will be many companies coming here, and we have another one that is called Blue, which is a type of cryptocurrency that we created in 2018 that is a pool of cryptocurrency for people that are starting to invest on cryptocurrency. Maybe that would be the best. We have Bitcoin and many others, and we have another one that is not there that we call the sheep coin. Somebody knows what that is? These are the colorful like the dollars, pounds, reales, euros. These are, and we do not include stable coins. That is parity. So when we see Tether, USDC, this it has a parity with another one. So right now, those that are stable coins are the ones in the market. Those altcoins are all the other ones that we have in the market. And it is very important to understand that all cryptocurrency may have their own blockchain or can use someone else's blockchain. Tether USDT, which is one that has parity with dollar. Look at the change. We're moving from a shitcoin to the alternative currency. They can have more than 8 blockchains, and they have the transaction in the entire blockchain, so they don't necessarily need cryptocurrency. It can be used. Another example is Trama. It started in Ethereum, created its own blockchain, and now they have their own blockchain. Tether is USDC. Now it's also the transaction is faster, better, and it's an evolution. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a cryptocurrency that has parity with dollar, and it can be a faster blockchain, something that is easier. I don't need to have with me this colorful paper. We are saying that all we need is a phone. I didn't have the time to research about TiVo, but these wallets are the most used by the users. Anybody can have their cryptocurrency. Trust wallet is very easy, very simple, but it has something that is very important for people. They have a phrase that we use, we Bitcoiners: not your keys, not your coins. But not everybody's prepared for that. It's very difficult. When you download a wallet, you have to. My mother, who is 84, they do not know what that is. It's very difficult. So when the other person was talking about education, that's something that we need so that people are able to find all the necessary information in order to use a wallet like this one, because it's not easy. There's a lot of information. What happens if I lose my phone? If you do not have your keys, it's gone. In the company that I work for, we have clear examples of people She was from Colombia. She had 1,200 Bitcoins. And the last Bit Conf that we had in Colombia, I helped her to move all Bitcoins to this wallet. And he was flying the private plane and died. And that the 1,200 coins are locked because his wife didn't have the keys. 1,200 Bitcoins are gone. A couple of $1 million. That is something very important. When are you going to use a wallet? I want to have Tether. I want to have a Blue or X or Infinity. You need to understand how this is managed, how a wallet is correctly managed. If you do not know how to use it, then how will this work? And the other difficult part is who will use Bitcoin. I will tell my lawyer that I have cryptocurrency. But what if your lawyer leaves with your wife and your Bitcoins? The wife, it's okay. I will say, well, I can talk to my mom that I trust, but she doesn't know how to use it. So and I tell everybody here, never give your private key to your mother-in-law. They had to have a code. Is this for your mother-in-law? Then no. It's very difficult, it would say, then for your son, your child. What happens if this person leaves? For your daughter, what if she has a boyfriend that takes away all your Bitcoins and leaves with your daughter and your Bitcoins? And then you have to kill him. Then Bitcoins will not be for anybody, so you need to learn how to do it. An example of what I did was that my private key is divided in 4 parts. A part is my former wife. Another part is someone I trust, and the 4th one, a lawyer. If the 4 of them do not agree, nobody will be able to use the Bitcoin. So it's the first time in the history of humanity where a former wife and a wife have to be friends.
So these are examples that we need to think of. We need to see what we can do because we have many solutions, but you always have to think that it's not like in the movies, Marvel movies, that you're gonna live forever. Something may happen and you may die. And what will happen to your family? How are you gonna be solving this? So when you have Chivo or any other app, someone from your family knows how to use it because this is very important. And I've seen many people, many customers, many clients with situations such as this one. And the best part is when you know how to use it, how to manage it. It's important. In countries such as Brazil, when you're born, you have a partner. The partner is the government. And they are as a mother-in-law. They cannot have a copy of your key, your private key, never. And when you have your crypto, if you're not happy in Brazil, you can go and move to El Salvador. This is very easy. And I only need my phone. And you can move from a country to another one. So it's very easy, and we know how to use it. We need to know how to use it. We're living on a technology where you're not going to have the banks because you know how to use your crypto wallet with different cryptocurrency. I'm going to buy Blue because Blue is very good. Why you need something, especially here in El Salvador? Honestly, I don't know what you can use. You're trying now with ETF. ETF is a way on how the bank can be in the middle and can regulate. They are trying to look ways on how to manage and how to be in the middle. I think that the banks need to be far away from technology. In my company, we had a t-shirt that was saying F the banks. But now this is not something that we tend to see anymore. But fuck the banks. And they have money, and they always have had money, and now we have technology, and we can own our own money. So what's the most important part of everything? To know how to use your app. Remember, your mother-in-law is not part of your family, so you need to know how to use it. This is very, very important. So this is the data of the main currency that we have. Blue, it's crypto that is out there. It has 3 million. It's very young. And this market is, we're talking about trillions, so it's quite big. We have 6 more minutes. I don't know if we have any question, if we have space for Q&A. I think that we always have space for questions. This is something that I have mentioned many times. We think that we have a silly question. It's best to ask. It doesn't matter how silly you think the question is. We have many people here this morning that are very they are very knowledgeable on crypto. We have Rodolfo. He's very a good friend with Nakoshi Nakamoto. So we have many people that can help. And this is a very important time for all of us. So again, thank you. Thank you to the president of this country. Thank you to everyone that has made this possible, this amazing event, to Rodolfo, that is improving and making the most of every moment. And I hope that the next country that we can visit, the next Bitcoin conference to participate, is going to be one of the Latin American countries. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Roselo. Thank you for your warm remarks. It's not true that I'm...
Bueno, fue una excelente sesión la que tuvimos hace poco con el querido Roselo López, un influencer, una de las personas que siempre está luchando por la democracia de Bitcoin, la adopción masiva desde hace muchísimo tiempo que está en el ecosistema. Así que, primero que nada, recuerden que pueden compartirnos en redes sociales con el hashtag Bitcoin Week y con el hashtag la Bit Conf. Bien, ahora venimos para hablar con la siguiente sesión. ¿Qué nos espera?
Recordemos, hoy el ingreso de todos ha sido gratuito, hay más conferencias, vamos hasta la tarde con un montón de conocimiento para todos los que quieran aprender más y más sobre Bitcoin. En estos momentos vamos a dar inicio a la conferencia Estrategias de Inversión para poder reducir la especulación, y esto trata un poco del sube y baja que puede tener esta criptodivisa y puede promover la especulación. En esta charla se van a hablar de estrategias para el cuidado y el respeto de la economía personal.
Esta charla es algo muy importante, Pau, porque vamos a estar hablando con dos speakers, uno que es Gael Sánchez, analista técnico de mercados financieros en criptomonedas y papá Bitcoin, un influencer del ecosistema de Colombia y también muy conocido en América Latina, muy especializado en el tema de on-chain, de análisis de datos para entender las fluctuaciones del precio. Hablaremos de qué forma se puede promediar y evitar la volatilidad que tiene Bitcoin para hacer una inversión contenida y segura a lo largo del tiempo. Vamos ahora al escenario a ver esta sesión tan increíble que nos espera con estos dos operadores de mercado. Recuerden también siempre que en la BitConf, también quienes se encuentran presencialmente, hay otros tipos de áreas para visitar. Tienen el área de NFTs, también se encuentra una zona de artesanos donde van a poder comprar y vender contra Bitcoin, y por supuesto hay delegaciones también del Salvador que se encuentran acá con nosotros. Recuerden que pueden visitar todos los stands que se encuentran acá, y si necesitan efectivo y tienen Bitcoins, tienen un cajero ATM donde van a poder hacer intercambios, pasar dinero papel a criptomonedas, o si ya tienen Bitcoins, entregar sus Bitcoins y hacerse de papel, de cash.
Recuerden que el día 3 de la BitConf se está desarrollando en el Teatro Presidente, pero como lo mencionaba Camilo, alrededor hay un montón de actividades en las que ustedes pueden participar. Está la clínica legal, están los artesanos, donde usted puede comprar lo que desee pagando con Bitcoin. Hoy es el día para que todos los salvadoreños aprendamos más de esta, que ahora es un recurso legal que nosotros tenemos, y yo creo que son de suma importancia cada una de las charlas, sobre todo porque hay muchos emprendedores, hay muchos salvadoreños que le están apostando a la economía, al crecimiento movimiento que nos puede provocar generar el Bitcoin, y estas charlas definitivamente van a ser de mucho apoyo.
Totalmente, una de las cosas más importantes cuando uno está en el mundo de las criptomonedas y está empezando con Bitcoin es de qué forma puedo proteger medianamente mi cartera para evitar la volatilidad. Algo que me emociona mucho de la charla que está por comenzar es que está enfocada en mercados financieros, una de las cosas a las cuales me dedico constantemente desde hace ya aproximadamente 4 años. Creo que va a ser muy interesante porque Papá Bitcoin tiene una visión muy orientada a lo que es el mercado, la tecnología financiera que tiene Bitcoin por detrás. Mucha gente dice, no, pero yo no puedo ver cómo sucede una transacción de Bitcoin, pero toda la información es pública. Vamos a estar hablando de cómo el precio fluctúa a través de que hay muchas o pocas transacciones en la red. Vamos a utilizar herramientas como la mempool. Una de las cosas que la gente dice es, si mucha gente está usando la red de Bitcoin, pues claramente va a haber un gran tráfico de transacciones. Entonces, algo muy importante es qué pasa cuando nadie está usando la red, cuando hay pocas transacciones y el precio está demasiado alto. ¿Es ese un precio justo para el mercado? Creo que seguramente sea algo que va a abordar también Papá Bitcoin con todo el término del dollar cost average, como invertir de forma promediada a lo largo del tiempo, y después seguramente también tengamos una visión del análisis técnico con respecto a todo lo que son las tendencias del mercado. Más adelante les vamos a dar también un dato, va a estar Carlos Maslatón. Carlos Maslatón es uno de los exponentes también más conocidos en América Latina y también uno de los jefes de tesoro de Sapo en su momento. Vamos a tener un excelente espacio con él. Él es una persona que hace análisis técnico basado en ondas de Elliott, Fibonacci, cosas muy largoplacistas. Así que muy seguramente después de esta sesión de debate sobre técnico y análisis on-chain, tengamos a un operador de mercados, a alguien con mucha experiencia sobre cuáles pueden ser potencialmente o no los precios más probables a los que pueda llegar Bitcoin.
Seguramente estas de verdad son charlas que generan mucho interés para cada uno de los salvadoreños. Recuerden que nosotros recientemente hemos adquirido al Bitcoin como un recurso legal y todavía existe el temor de cómo puedo obtener yo un respaldo, un marco legal a través del Bitcoin en mi negocio. ¿Cómo puedo yo invertir en el Bitcoin? Porque me dicen de que el valor incrementa, el valor sube. Aquí me da miedo porque lo veo que baja. Todas esas dudas de verdad acá se están despejando. Y en lo que vamos a dar inicio a esta nueva conferencia, yo te quiero platicar, Camilo, un poco de lo que ha traído esta adopción del Bitcoin a El Salvador, primer país en adoptarla como recurso legal. ¿Te parece?
Por supuesto, claro que sí.
Bueno, te quiero contar, El Salvador desde hace varios meses hizo una compra de Bitcoins que ya ha generado bastantes recursos económicos acá en nuestro país, y es por eso que en el país ya se ha comenzado la construcción del primer hospital para animales, y esto es totalmente financiado con Bitcoin. Nos han dado ya el inicio de la conferencia, ya nos indicaron que va a comenzar, así que los dejamos a ustedes para que presten muchísima atención. ¿Te parece?
Perfecto, Paula, vamos al escenario con la sesión que tenemos ahora y este debate entre el análisis técnico y análisis on-chain de dos speakers, el del mercado financiero.
Thank you everyone for being here. It's an honor to be part of the Bit Conf. We were talking about strategies and this important topic. We're not going to tell you where to sell, where to buy, but we're going to give important conclusions at the very end. I believe that the best strategy for everyone that is new to Bitcoin is to understand what we're doing, to know what's the use of Bitcoin and what Bitcoin is. So Gael, maybe we can see it as a whole on the wider scenario. For me, Bitcoin is digital money. According to your needs, it can be a value storage because of your currency, national currency, so this is how you perceive it. Maybe you need to move money and it's an exchange. Maybe you're speculating and it's an investment. And the more technical will see it as money on schedule. There are many ways to define it, but I like to use the definition or to say that Bitcoin is useful because it's digital money. It does not have physical appearance as national currency, but if we see most of the money that we're moving is at a digital level. So what can we do with this digital money? We can move it. We can transfer it. This has many benefits. If the movement is something that you will do locally without borders to any other country, and you can also save it, and this is also important. This is digital money that you can save, but it's also interesting if you do this on your own custody instead of using it or saving it. Don't spend many time examining, but we need to protect our value. But moving, protecting, we need to add that this is something that we can do globally without an intermediary, without the central bank, without the commercial bank. And of course, this is under your own will. You will determine how you want it. If it's a private key, and these are the three things that we were mentioning. If it's globally, without intermediary, on the same conditions for everyone. This is very important, because if you were born in a certain part of the world, maybe the central bank, the Federal Reserve has made the currency more stable, but perhaps in some other countries this is not the case. And having money that offers the same conditions for everyone, it's very important. And I believe that this is the case in the three conditions that we may implement with Bitcoin. Gael, I don't know if you want to give a perspective for the more specific. Yes, precisely. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Everyone has been very kind, and I'm going to talk about the more economical point of view. If there's something that is not clear, we can ask questions, and I would like to give you here on the Bit Conf an idea of something that I believe that is very interesting. And we need to make a difference between the wider, the macro, how we call it, and the details. And on the wider scenario, we can talk about the implementation as money. Currently, we can see on X the time, the price, and we, as you can see, we are not creating expectations because we cannot set a price, but we believe that with time, the price can change. This is what has been happening. This is what we think that may happen because of the utility and the value that Juan was talking about. So differences between the three stages. First, acting as collectible. Then it's more SUV. And the last stage is where we anticipate that this is going to be money as such, meaning that business owners and businessmen and businesswomen will use the Bitcoin denomination. So from this starting point, I would like to talk about wealth worldwide. And we heard this on the first panel. Gabriel was mentioning that we are in a very particular time where we have 40% of the dollars created last year. And not only this, but we have a debt level that is huge regarding the GDP is in this level on the US, but also in some other countries of the world. And here we talk about the debt of the companies, of individuals on the markets. And I believe that this is very relevant when we think about the value of Bitcoin and how can we invest responsibly. So going back to the slide, what we see is the analysis of the wealth. We call it pie. We call it a pie. And the representation is first in green, real estate, lands, that is the heft. I will say a 56%. I don't know if you use billions, trillions, this is a mess, but we're talking in dollars, 250 billion. So we think that this is the main aspect on wealth. Money represented by a 35%, assets including gold that has 12 and Bitcoin that has 1. So this is for us to have an idea, to have the macro perspective of how insignificant, how small Bitcoin actually is regarding the rest of assets. And because of this, because of the fiat money, we can use this to determine if it's expensive or not. We don't know how many dollars will be created if someone in the central bank decides to increase the monetary mass. This can happen. We think that historically we cannot rely on the banking system. So instead of measuring Bitcoin and the economy on papers of colors that are not relevant, we can perhaps measure on percentages of this pie, as we have it here on the screen. So on the next slide, what I have is the value of Bitcoin as the percentage of this pie. And if we measure not in gens, not in euros, not in dollars, but in a whole percentage, we are on a 0.1%. So an exercise will be to think what's the whole percentage or what's the fair percentage for Bitcoin in this pie. Not measure by the central bank, but in the whole wealth around the world. So the exercise, and I love to talk about this, is that we can go back in time to think the value of gold. We have the last 20 years, and we see the fluctuation, 1%. This is compared with the world wealth. On 2013 was a 4%, more or less a 4%. Maybe we can use these references to think of an objective price of Bitcoin. You know, it doesn't have to be gold. Bitcoin has many advantages. We have we're not able to have anything more optimal than Bitcoin. This is not the case in gold because you cannot follow the same expectations. The expectation with Bitcoin is very clear. No one can alter it, no politician, no corporation, no bank, it doesn't matter how popular the bank is, they cannot produce more Bitcoin. And for me, this is the main characteristic of Bitcoin, and this is why I am devoted to it. So maybe as a reflection, we can leave this here on screen and seeing it as a whole, we can start thinking about Bitcoin, not in dollars, not in euros, but in the whole wealth at a worldwide level. So Juan, do you have anything further? This conclusion, Gael, I believe that is extremely important. We measure it with a local currency. This is what we do. But in this wide picture, in this forest of information that Gael just explained, I believe that this is the slide. It's the 0.1% of the worldwide wealth and gold is at 3% globally. So we have the perception that it's the same case, not for the whole scenario. We have completed 3 years and we have different properties and characteristics for it. People that are giving certain value to gold may think how difficult it would be for me to deposit this in gold, how easy it's going to be for me to deposit this wealth on gold. And we are improving. And the numbers are proving that it's going to be promising for Bitcoin at a global level. Talking about the forest, I'm not an economist, as Gael. I'm going to speculate. We need to see the data, historic data. This is the performance of Bitcoin for each of the years, the opening price, the highest, the lowest, the closing price. This is what this slide represents. And we can speculate. And it's very clear that we have an appreciation rhythm that is important. If we see the percentage on growth, it was quite high. Now we have percentages that for some other assets would be important, but for Bitcoin are good enough. This year the appreciation is of 119%. I think that we're doing very good. We have that in 7 days. We have been from $69,000, we are around the 60,000. So we want to highlight that situation. It's not only an appreciation. Along the way, if we have been in Bitcoin, we are used to how rapidly it changes. And this we can see in numbers. And we can tell someone, okay, buy, and we can for sure tell them that this is going to be bought at the best price. But Gael provided certain data, the one that we have right now in front of us, that can not only show the appreciation, but maybe in 2014 and 2018, we see 2 levels of correction that are important. And I think that is here where some people will think, well, what's going on? A value reservoir that is going to be at 73%, 75%. If we see it from this perspective, yes, Bitcoin has still a long way to become a value reservoir. It's always improving. It's being fostered. It's being adopted. From the 8,000 million inhabitants around the world, 2% or 3% are using Bitcoin. And we can see this on an Explorer because of the addresses that has certain icons. If we go to the last reports of the main exchanges, we can have a perception. But this is a very young stage, early stage. 60,000 perhaps is a price where you can say, what's the best way to solve this? But we are on a great time right now. I will not say that all the millions of inhabitants in El Salvador in the world are going to be using Bitcoin in 10 years or in 20 years. Many perhaps will not even understand why it can improve the money that you're currently using. And this is why these kinds of events are extremely important to tell people Bitcoin is improving and this and that, and Bitcoin can be more useful than the money that you have been using. Now this is just to illustrate and to set an evidence and to determine that certainly we have some corrective scenarios that can take years and that can be years long. We have cycles of Bitcoin directed by Halo or some other reasons that are affecting the demand of Bitcoin. But the corrections on the price, we're always going to have them. And here in this image, we can see the detail of these corrections that have overcome the 30% historically for Bitcoin. No one will like to buy Bitcoin today, and to measure it in fiat, we can go back on a 93%, on a 94%, or like 2021, went back on a 55%. This is why it's very important to think that at a long term, of course, we have amazing characteristics to appreciate Bitcoin. It has many benefits, but at the short term, we can always say that we have a lot of speculation on this asset. The correction of this year defined as a cycle of an increase. Someone on a traditional sector will say, but what's the cycle if you had a correction of 55% this year? So from my perspective, this is a correction. It's going up, but definitely to have a correction of a 55% make us remember that Bitcoin, since this is an early stage for it, it's rapidly changing. And this is why we need to be very responsible when we talk about this topic, strategies to reduce speculation on our investments. And this is why this is our task, it's our homework to be more knowledgeable and to be educated about Bitcoin. We had great qualities at a long term, but at a short term, this is a scenario that we may expect. 7 days ago, it was corrected on an approximately 50% for the last 15 days. If we go to the traditional sector, they will say that this is a huge correction, but we're used to it with Bitcoin. And for me, this is an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity. So we're ready. We saw that at a long term, it can have a greater appreciation, but it can rapidly change. At a short term, can have corrections on a very important way, very important scale. So what's the possible solution, you may ask, or a conclusion that we may reach for our benefit after these changes that we experienced? And we have this table. Maybe you follow me on Twitter and you have seen this. This is not something that I invested. Is the dollar cost average or a plan to buy Bitcoin. And this is what we do in this case with Bitcoin. I believe that this is the best strategy. We started with this topic, the strategy. I believe that the best strategy for anyone is this one that we have here. To understand what Bitcoin is useful for, why you want to use it, what are the qualities that it has, where are you at regarding actions. But the second is perhaps to determine a buying plan, recurrent plan, according to your personal finances, of course. You can see here on the table the date, the value, and most of the time I buy $50. You can buy $20. Maybe a month you can buy 100 or 20. But it depends on the personal finance. You can save without having to pay big amounts of money. It's just to be organized and to have a plan and to have discipline. And I believe that many of you can execute this plan and can say, okay, when? Maybe I speculate. I have additional buy-ins in July, for instance, $29,000 in July. I said, well, for me, this is an opportunity to place a bit more of money. And this is what I did. The saving plan It's something that I see for the next 5 years. Maybe you think, no, I need it at a short term. You can organize it as you need it. But precisely to have this saving plan, it's to benefit from the changes, rapid changes. In the last table, we have the current price of Satoshis that I bought with $50 in a certain date. 62,000, around 62,000. And the last operation was October 31st. Maybe it's devaluated in fiat because we are on 60,000. But if you see the rest, if you want to compare it in front of fiat, the price is not bad. If the price is 40,000, many of these purchases will be devaluated at a certain time. But it's a saving plan. It's $50. If something happens tomorrow with the price, this is not gonna have a huge influence on my personal finance. But the best conclusion is perhaps to say, save, purchase as you think that you should according to your personal finances. The value of Bitcoin, as we saw, it's on a 60%, 50%, will not damage your personal finances. I believe that this is the best conclusion on this regard, according to the strategy. I believe that anyone that is new to Bitcoin can use this kind of plan to buy Bitcoin. Of course, knowing what is it that you're buying and saving it, hopefully, in your wallet with your private key. Gael, I don't know if we can add something.
First of all, I would like to say that the price of Bitcoin, at some point, it will become boring. Right now, it's thrilling. It's like a roller coaster because the market is trying to find a balance. And depending on many factors, such as institutional and other types, there will be a time in which it becomes more volatile. Right now, it is volatile, and this brings risk and opportunities, so we need to be very responsible. And I think that these types of strategies are very good. And final thoughts, thinking about the long term, I think that human beings, we invent conventions, something to measure phenomena. For example, we have degrees for temperature, we have years, seconds, minutes for time, and we also have bars for atmospheric pressure. Bitcoin is to measure the value of things, and I believe this is where the world is going. It's the only one that cannot be manipulated by anyone. And it's a matter of time until we all migrate towards this value. And those of you that start thinking about it before will be better prepared for the future. So this is the message that I had. Are there any comments or questions? Can we check the sound on his microphone? We do have a question. Thank you. My question is, now this roller coaster, as you have described it, what is the opinion that you have? What do you think that will happen in 2022 with corrections? But the volatility that everybody is awaiting towards the end of the month and the year, and sky's the limit for 2022. The corrections that it can increase $500,000. We don't know what the cap will be. Do you think that it will be very volatile and go back to 75,000? As I was saying at the beginning,
bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos por seguir viendo esta charla. Les recordamos que pueden comentar en redes sociales con el hashtag Bitcoin Week o el hashtag la BitConf. Bien, ahora ya que tuvimos esta charla tan increíble de Papá Bitcoin con esta fusión de análisis técnico y todo lo que está sucediendo también con el tema del dólar cost average, cómo promediar una inversión, presento también a Anthony Chávez de Huobi Global, quien va a ser el siguiente maestro de ceremonias en esta sesión. Ahora, en la siguiente charla, vamos a tener también a Carlos Maslatón con Bitcoin, pasado, presente y futuro. Veremos un poco del análisis técnico. ¿Qué piensas, Anthony, de toda esta movida del tema del análisis técnico con Bitcoin?
Bueno, vamos a ver un poquito lo que está detrás, ¿no? O sea, lo que ha hecho que esto sea más sólido, y aunque parezca que es a veces muy volátil, tiene una solidez, ¿no? Y vamos a ver cómo toda la estructura que constituye esta solidez dentro del precio de Bitcoin. Totalmente. Carlos Maslatón va a estar hablando desde los comienzos de Bitcoin. Tiene un estilo bastante interesante de cómo comentar. Él se especializa mucho en ondas Elliott. Si no saben del tema, simplemente escuchen los números que él va a estar diciendo. Como siempre, recuerden que todo lo que él vaya a decir no es un consejo financiero y tómenlo con mucho recaudo. Para quienes se encuentran acá en el evento, les recordamos que hay diferentes tipos de actividades, como por ejemplo la clínica. Sí, hay varias actividades. O si ustedes no sabían, por ejemplo, hay abogados de El Salvador ayudando a la gente para saber cómo empezar a aprender con proyectos específicamente cripto. Algo súper fascinante. Algo increíble. Claramente que esto esté sucediendo acá, que abogados salvadoreños estén educando a la gente y a los emprendedores que quieran negocios, que quieran ponerse acá, armar sucursales o expandirse y aceptar Bitcoin como medio de pago, es algo increíble. Nos muestra la adopción que está sucediendo en este momento. También les contamos que hay un museo de NFTs y que este streaming está sucediendo en el metaverso, ¿ok? Si les interesa saber más, síganos en redes sociales, síganos en Twitter con twitter.com/labitconf para que sigan todas las redes sociales y todos los lugares donde está haciendo streaming de esta emisión. Bien, así que nos queda también hablar de un par de temitas también interesantes. Acá tenemos diferentes tipos de sponsors, tenemos también unos cajeros de Bitcoin para poder hacer intercambios. Es completamente una locura y de hecho vamos a ver un poco después de esta plática en qué plataformas comprar, más allá del archivo wallet. Quédense para ver en qué otras opciones hay de las principales plataformas, cómo empezar a comprar y adquirir criptomonedas más allá del archivo wallet. Sigan a los demás sponsors que se encuentran en la BitConf. Algunos también tienen sus propias billeteras personales para que si no quieren utilizar el archivo wallet también se puedan descargar cualquier otro tipo de billetera. Hubo bastantes preguntas con la gente que estuvo rondando acá en los stands sobre qué tipo de billeteras se deberían de descargar. En lo personal, busquen una con la que se sientan cómodos para hacer transacciones. Una billetera simplemente tiene el saldo, enviar y recibir, no mucho más. Si les interesa utilizar sus bitcoins, si ya tienen bitcoins, si están acá en los escenarios de la BitConf, en la tienda, en la zona de artesanos, pueden comprar muchos bienes culturales acá de la zona con bitcoin. Pero bueno, ustedes que están en la parte online, no olvídense de estar en redes sociales tuiteando para que puedan interactuar. Aquí se vive una emoción, una vibra bastante emocionante, algo muy padre que estamos viviendo en América Latina, pero también lo pueden ustedes vivir en redes sociales a través del hashtag Bitcoin Week. Totalmente. Creo que la adrenalina de las charlas que hemos tenido con la embajadora de El Salvador en Estados Unidos, que vino acá diciendo Bitcoin, la capital de Bitcoin, hablando del país de la libertad, ¿no? De la soberanía contra la inflación, ¿no? Viene un poco toda esa temática de la soberanía que te genera Bitcoin, esa resistencia a la censura que mencionaba también el panel de Franco Amati. Todo eso lo estamos viendo acá, hay una sensación de dos bandos muy interesantes. Vemos muchos salvadoreños acá muy curiosos por informarse del ecosistema y por otro lado también vemos a todos los bitcoiners que están como muy emocionados. Total, de estar acá. Vibra, una fascinante. También hay una serie de experiencias que vamos a tener en todo el evento. Que van a empezar a integrar a la comunidad, porque recordemos que Bitcoin es también comunidad, o sea, la tecnología es algo muy emocionante. Buenas a todos, ¿cómo están? Bueno, vamos. Empezó Carlos Maslatón, le damos el paso a su stage.
Happy with the market. I am very happy, truly, to be in San Salvador, El Salvador. I would like to say something that maybe locals do not know. I was here in January 1981. And you could ask me, what did an Argentinian young man was doing here in San Salvador in 1981? Well, I came to see how the war was going. Farabundo Martí against the government of Napoleon Duarte. and some groups that were trying, well, you know the story. Very tough story, a sad one. But then the country was able to reach peace. I do not belong to the left-wing party. This is not a political section, but I think that El Salvador overcame all the contradictions in their history, and President Bukele is an example of this. Also, I'm very happy to be in a country that has resolved to do things regarding Bitcoin. I think this is great, and it's important to compare what El Salvador was 40 years ago in its worst moment. Youth have no idea of how many times we have been able to overcome. So I congratulate all of you, all Salvadorians, for this that you are going through. That definitely predicts many successful years and progress. We don't have to tell you what you have to do. You know what you have to do. You need to let things flow, that there is trade, that there is business, and that things happen spontaneously. The story of El Salvador and really Central America at the beginning of the 80s marks the different periods. You know that these processes that are upward or downward, and we're in a bull market. And when we analyze the price of Bitcoin, we sometimes hear that people say, well, but to become a currency, it has to be volatile. Where are you getting this from? Capitalism is basically the instability of price, not the stability of them. What we've seen about Bitcoin from day one of transactions, when the two pieces were exchanged for 1,000 Bitcoins. Let's leave that behind and let's talk about Mt. Gox or Bitstamp when it was $2, when the price was $2 up to now. This story of prices marked the success of this product as a currency. Well, it's going up and down all the time. That's a way of seeing it. I could say that the rest of the currencies also devaluate. What happens between Bitcoin and the American dollar and all countries that follow the same behavior of this currency? To understand this historical process, I would like to go back to the years in the 30s, 35, 36, after the Great Depression. Roosevelt administration did something that has been criticized, and we cannot go back. They seized people's gold, because the gold that was in the Federal Reserve and at Fort Knox belonged to the holders, those that had the U.S. dollar bills that were moving in the system. The government seized it and moved to the bills. This means that the government, through the central bank, creates all payment means without limit, and then they maneuvers when they believe that there is an excess of liquidity, or when they believe that there is a lack. They take advantage of that money for the public expenditure without any limit. When there was a world consolidation with a fixed exchange rate based on dollars, that was in 1949, the Bretton Woods Treaty. The United States won the war, and the prize for winning this war, this is never said. The left wing are talking about in the businesses, but the great power was the ability to impose the dollar in paper. It has value because I say so, not because it's valued by all. It was imposed. It was a mandatory issue, and we all accepted this. And then between the 40s and 1971, system of fixed exchange was created, there was a surplus and sometimes a deficit. The International Monetary Fund had a different role. They went to the countries and informed about the deficit. I can offer a loan, a standby loan, so that you can recover. Because this system was a mess, really. In 1971, the country's part of FM, the International Monetary Fund, was not working. The freedom of price in the currencies and that enormous market, the forex, that was dominating before Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, the consequence of the failure of the model that we had before, the fixed exchange. This is why the IMF changes, and instead of solving the previous problem, goes about solving fiscal problems. I come from Argentina, which is a country that is always worse after a loan, a credit from the IMF. It's good that El Salvador is not able to print their own money. Congratulations that you have worked with dollar and now Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a great in technology and innovation, but is a financial instrument. Years ago, it was discussed if it was a currency or not. It's a model. It's a currency, and all these cycles that we have seen are part of the behavior of a currency. The main asset is the lack of it. That it was defined from the first time that we will only have 21 million units, and we're going to be issued 50 every 10 minutes, and then 4 years later, 25 every 10 minutes, and then 12.5 every 10 minutes, and now 6.25. That schedule is the strength of Bitcoin. Of course, limit offer wasn't successful on its own. I may have something that is limited, but nobody wants it. The success is that everybody wants it. If I speak about the decreases in 2014, 2018, even at that time, the volume was increasing. Even during the downfall, more and more people wanted it and used it. And these two falls, 2014 and 2018, were the test. Sometimes, we see that there are journalists and people that doubt about this. My answer, when in doubt, is this is provided by the price in the market. The success of something is the price in the market. $60,000. We went from 69,000 to 60,000. Now we will understand why these movements take place. Why? Are not necessarily the consequence of new statements, regulation threats, halving. I don't think that this is important. I'm a technical analyst, and we see a graph with prices in time, and we are able to predict the possible behavior of the financial product that we're analyzing. It doesn't matter if this is private or a state, a commodity, a currency, the behavior is always the same, because the behaviors in the market are inherent to the human psychology and the behavior of men in the market, the group of operators in the market, those that demand and operate with the real funds, and those that need the leverage of a credit in order to achieve deeper results. This could be long or short. All of these combination of forces are the ones that give us the history. And the history of something allows us to predict what is my interpretation of everything that has happened. Where do we stand right now? The first wave of Bitcoin is going from its foundation or in 2011 would enter the formal market until the November 2013. That wave is corrected. The market's always correct. There is no possibility, not even with the best product in the world, that something increases and is not corrected. This is why we had, since November 2013 until January 2015, that strong fall of 1,163. And this increase and that decrease is what will allow the product to move towards 19,666 in December 2017. And that increase is what we're living through, because this boost is based on the previous one. What happened between January 2015 and December 2017, which is an increase of 119 times, in my interpretation, for the school that I follow, the technical school that I follow, is what allows me to predict that from December 2018 we have an increase that hasn't concluded yet. It's not done yet. Also, there is an advantage. Speaking about the behavior of Bitcoin in the previous years, when we see the increase until June 2019, there's a decrease in the general fall in February, March last year until 3,850. This means that the market, technically speaking, cleans itself from leveraging and weak hands. Skeptical people are leaving, and this is good in operations because this allows us to go through this increase that starts $3,850 March 12, 2020, and it's ongoing right now. What we've seen, 69,000 a few days ago, is not the end of the increase. It's part of an increase that came originally from 3,850 that will allow us to have a midterm development, 2 or 3 years, starting now until a level that will be higher than what we expected. I wouldn't want the applause, and I will explain why. The market is opposing the general feeling in any time or place, and things have a price. The development of prices will be going against the general expectations. This is something that economists cannot understand. Economists is what they mentioned in the profile, but I am a technical analyst, really, and I'm a trained lawyer. Those that study psychology or are more towards the social sciences, economists believe that things have a value due to its essence, that there's a foundation that determines the price, and we say that it's on the contrary. The price determines the foundation. The price is the human behavior. The behavior of people is what, with the ups and downs that I just started, allows us to have $60,000 now. Some time ago, Rodolfo, great organizer of this conference, called me and invited me to a general Zoom to see if the Bitcoin could reach 1 million. It will, is what I said, but not immediately. That before we had an increase of 399,000, and then we will have a decrease of $150,000 downward. Because I think then $399,000, all this process will be closed, the process that started in 2020. Or, if you'd like, in the month of November in 2018, we are going to live through a correction phase, and then we will see the increase until $1 million. This will not happen before 2026. when we present our opinion to analysts of different disciplines, economists or historians, philosophers, well, why will this happen? Really, I don't think why this will happen. I can try to guess. Did you have in mind that there could be a global pandemic, or that we could see a disease that started in Wuhan, China, that would become a catastrophe? Well, I didn't really know, but I knew based on the graphs that something was going to happen, as a matter of fact. And there was a decrease in February, March, and not only on Bitcoin, but everything. March 27th, I said, the decrease is over. This is the end of the crisis, and we will increase in everything. In the emerging markets, in European markets, in the stock market, in Bitcoin. This is because I see a graph, but what is the foundation to be bullies in 2020 in the middle of everything that was closed? Nobody was traveling, people at home, everybody afraid, and communist China sending videos of people falling down on the streets. They send those videos that this was not verified in other types of the world. These are things that we must take into consideration when we analyze the market. What do we want to do? And why does Bitcoin has a long way of development towards an increase? I see this in the graph. My technical analysis of the market and the movements of long, mid-term, short, and very short term, how the product moves upwards and downwards, gives me these levels of 399,000 within some years. It could be before, really. And if not, it will be 34 months starting December 2018. At some point, we will reach the level that I'm talking about many times. I am a technician, but I also follow politics and the behavioral economics. I've been living the history of the world in a very intense way. This is why I was here in El Salvador 40 years ago. I recall that when I was a small child, I remember we moved to fluctuating exchange, and I study the behavior of central banks, not because I like them, but because they are here and they have power. Many times, in the origin of Bitcoin, I discussed it with some saying that this will replace currency. This will not replace the currencies of other states. First, it wouldn't be convenient for this would happen. I want to compete against the bad currency. Governments can do whatever they want. They can forge currency and they can rescue whenever they feel like. They can do whatever they want, but that will not happen additionally because, for sure, in the coming years, we'll go through a difference in equity from those that are in the private system that decide that this is an investment path to create equity that allows them to live better, and those that unfortunately have decided to live in the public sector with salaries from the state that will not be increased because inflation will increase as well. And this is that in my opinion. In the year 2000 to 2002, we had a financial crash, usually related with internet companies.
The ones that were called .com, you remember that, right? A fall of an 85% from 5,000 points to 100,000 points. And this is a very important number, and this happened in months, and this is important for the markets. Alan Green was the president old school from the monetary market, and he expanded to save the banks, and this was done without declaring it publicly, without the apology of what they were doing, creating this additional money in the U.S. manifested by more treasury debt, the same that the central bank that is the same that issuing more money. It was embarrassing for the state, so this was confidential, solving the problems apart from the money that they get from the taxes that are increasing around the world. It's embarrassing. Apart from the debt and from the taxes that you're collecting, you need to issue more money. And in 2007, we had, I believe, one of the worst crises compared to the crash of 2932. And we had Bernanke. He was not moderated. He was managing everything very well. The fall of the U.S., but it became more publicly that the state was doing this, that for liberals is an atrocity, morally and financially, of course. After 2002, 2009 in the U.S., the economists and the economical establishment, financial establishment, determined that they can issue money and nothing happened. Nothing really severe happened. It was not hyperinflation. People, among other things, accepted because it was something that they needed to do. But this situation in 2020, 2021, we saw a whole different behavior. We didn't have a financial crisis with this characteristic that I just explained, or the one that we experienced in 2009. We didn't have bankruptcy on the banks, but we have the state of North America saying, since everything is closed, I need to give money to the people. And they was imitated around the world. And this created more debt. We send checks to the people so they had money to spend. And this is something that is talked about in Congress. Stimulation package. How about the hypocrisy? Imagining that you are issuing money and you're sending it. This is something that you're giving to the people, to your people. But the market is so intelligent, the collective unconsciousness, as you want to see it. It is so intelligent on the daily decisions that people are taking. Finally, this is what converge on the price on the market, that in March 2020, the prices increased, such as NASDAQ, Lausanne Industrial, not the European markets, but China. China casually was the only country, along with Argentina and some that are doing things very wrong, that the prices increased amazingly. And also the prices of Bitcoin, Ethereum. We can remember that on March 2020, $3,500 Bitcoin, 69, as we were mentioning a few months ago. Now we're on 60,000, $88 Ethereum. I know that we're talking about Bitcoin, but I'm not close to many other things. For me, I'm a Bitcoiner, of course, but these are only financial resources. I don't know if we have prejudices, but I consider this financial resources as well. 88, 4,800, 4,200. I haven't checked in a few minutes, but I'm checking this constantly. Every once in a while, because I operate in the market and I need to take decisions, and I like to be aware of it. But why this increased? This exponential increase is not going to work from the fundamental saying that this is a scam, that this is speculation. This is not on trend anymore. We need to see the reality. The money that was issued by the governments, it's excess. People does not want this money. They buy anything. They bought crypto, real estate, properties, and this is the highest inflation that we have seen in the last years. I expect that my country, for instance, has suffered from hyperinflation, but thinking about England, Germany, the US, countries of the North Hemisphere, first world countries, are currently living inflation, the highest that they have seen globally. I just included federal Germany, that you know that we have the case of 1993 and 1989, but separating from the idea of this specific events makes the government that because of the inflation and the velocity or the speed on circulation, the governments are behind the prices. Commonly, they are issuing and the prices go up. But at a certain point, we have such an hyperinflation that they need to issue because of the prices went up. And this is the discontrol of inflation. And although this does not have the magnitude that we have suffered on 2020, or the case of Venezuela in 2013, 2018, I know that we have people from Venezuela here, and you know that this is a real case. That up to this day, of course, Venezuela going out from this scenario, not for political situations, but because of what we lived and we are currently living. Since we have money, since Roosevelt confiscated gold on the central bank saying, this is mine, this is not yours anymore, no one knows why. This is not being used, there is no use on gold, but he said, we're going to use bills and this is what we're going to do. And if we're saying, if you have traveled to the US in 2 years, 3 years, something that was $40 now is $80 or $100. This is not registry on the index, but it's something that we see on reality. Inflation is an inflation of assets, and this generates more wealth and demand on goods and services and many other assets. And this is something I believe that is a snowball that we cannot stop. The data is providing more increases around the world, and this is a way on the 21st century of saying this is inflation. In 20th century had to do with the main need of services, but this is the fundamental explanation that I provide to the Bitcoin. What I'm saying, a million, I'm seeing that I consider that this 69, 59 are just steps. I'm gonna say that at the short term, this movement is gonna reach 78,000, 116,000 in a few months. As part of the process, of course, objectives, I just explained them, but always making clear that this is not an invitation to buy, to sell. I do not advise. This is what I think, and I can be completely wrong, of course. Again, it's a pleasure for me to be in El Salvador. Have a very success morning. If this is not Bitcoin power, I don't know what it is. Well, in 1,000, he said that we will go to 20,000, and we went down in forecast that we were up to a 66%. So most of the time he's correct, and he's very lucky. No, he's not lucky. He's very knowledgeable, of course. And
bueno, ya vimos, nos pidieron que procediéramos y procedimos. El mismísimo y el más crack, Carlos Malatón, nos contó un poco acerca de toda la economía de Bitcoin, pero había un cuestionamiento acerca del ecosistema de las plataformas de acceso a criptomonedas en El Salvador, si era posible o no era posible comprar criptomonedas cuando se empezó esta ley. Y bueno, hoy en día, aquí en este espacio, cada persona que va rondando sobre esta sala trae diferentes stickers y diferentes logos de muchas plataformas y de muchos espacios donde es posible. Es decir, se está empezando a construir un ecosistema de compra-venta de criptomonedas. Vamos al panel donde vamos a tener a los principales ponentes de estas plataformas de intercambio de criptomonedas para empezar a ver cómo empezar a acceder a este tipo de activos desde El Salvador, más allá del archivo wallet. Todo esto a cargo de Dayana Gómez Venegas, quien se ha cargado de llevar a cabo todo esto con la mano derecha de Rodo. Bueno, todo esto lo vamos a empezar a ver para empezar a tener un panorama mucho más amplio del ecosistema de criptomonedas a muy pocas semanas de la aprobación de la ley Bitcoin y empezar a imaginarnos cómo se va a empezar a construir este ecosistema desde este tipo de eventos hacia el futuro.
To do with exploring our alternatives to buy Bitcoin. Welcome, gentlemen who will illustrate many different cases, different scenarios to buy Bitcoin or to make the most of your crypto according to your need, the needs that you have and the speed or the time of the kind of operation that you need to complete. Introduce yourself if you will be so kind. My name is Pepe Guillen. I'm a CEO of COICAES. It's a Central American exchange. We are currently in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Costa Rica. And I believe that from the exchange in Central America, we are the oldest one. We're here to help, of course. My name is Will Hernandez, and welcome to the Bitcoin country. I'm the manager for Central America of Paxful. Paxful is a company that has been on the market for 6 years. We have 7 million users, 150,000 opportunities to buy Bitcoin, and we're here to learn and to teach you what we know. I'm Matthias Dutch. I lead Ripio. We are a leading platform since 2013. We have 2.5 million users in our wallet. We have an exchange and a solution for individuals and companies. I'm Maximiliano Pins from MindMax. I'm the director for Latin America, one of the directors for Latin America. And basically what we do, we sell crypto and we educate as well, of course. My name is Pablo Magro. I'm the commercial manager of Kitcoin. Kitcoin is one of the exchanges originated on China, now operated and regulated in the US, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. So it's an exchange with Overbook, and we also offer the DeFi and all this happening. I'm Renan. I represent Deribit. Deribit is a company that is exclusively for derivatives of crypto, as its name says it. And we have options, future market, perpetual market, and we are in the market since 2016. So we have platforms that are more for the mass audience and some that are more for the crossover, right, of crypto, fiat money, and Bitcoin, or Bitcoin and other crypto. So what would have been, we have companies that are as old as 2013 and more young companies, so to speak. But what are the challenges for fostering or adopting Bitcoin in Latin America? I believe that in the case of Central America, one of the most important challenges was the legislation. We didn't have a clear framework. Thankfully, this has been solved here in El Salvador, and we have a clear law for our performance. Since we are a global company here in the region, one of the things that we have seen is that, well, basically, we were here already. We were in El Salvador prior, because I've been using since 2017 Paxful. And we have users around the world. So we were able to have these transactions to provide the tools to our customers so they can do this peer-to-peer. So once we're here, we understand what is it that they need. If they want to adopt Bitcoin, if they want to receive payments in Bitcoins, we only generate the solutions. So these expectations can be complied with. So we didn't have many resistance. And this has been one of the platforms that has been used by many universities, institutions, just for training purposes. They want to learn. So when you said that you have been using since 2016, who are the users? What's the objective? What's the target audience? We can have corporate accounts, we can have individual users, people that will accept through Lightning, or people that wants to buy and sell for entrepreneurs. OTCs as well, because if they want to be part of the Paxful platform, they can access bigger markets and liquidity. Okay, what is it? What's OTC? Over the counter. People from Ripio, Argentina. After the Bitcoin and legal tender, when we have concrete restrictions in Argentina, when accessing this exchange market, what's your experience that you can share? We have been building the infrastructure with Ripio, and it has to do more with the regulator and the financial industry that is not as friendly. We try to make it as friendly as possible in Argentina, but Diana, as you said, we had devaluation, control, inflation. So what's happening currently in Argentina is that they're looking for other type of sets, and we are with one of the countries that has higher penetration on crypto, on Bitcoin, and this is a solution. It's an alternative to get rid of fiat, of the traditional system. Maxi, one of the bigger companies in the region, and now in El Salvador. Tell us about the proposal that you are developing. Well, on one hand, because we have many proposals, we believe that mostly what's important is education. You cannot invest, you cannot buy what you don't know. So we stress how important it is to educate. We have different alternatives for people so they can clarify everything that they want. They can ask the questions when they know where to buy or what to buy. We educate about transactions on our platform. We sell to users around the world. They can buy with a credit card, and we know that this is not the case for many countries because of restrictions of the banks. So we have the peer-to-peer platform. This is a platform where you can buy, you can sell with different cryptos, but this is, again, peer-to-peer. And we guarantee the operation because we don't have intermediaries. You can buy from someone, and we can create a ticket, and we can get the crypto for you. If they don't want to pay you, for instance, there's no way that they can get your funds. So we have different tools that we can provide to the community in these countries of Latin America so they can access on a safe way to the first crypto investments. So reputation, for each of the operations, we have a system of reputation, and we have verified users. They have undergone a selection. We have guarantees for our users, similar to the one that Marketplace uses. And then we have common. This means everyone that wants to sell crypto common users, as I was saying, the ones to sell crypto, and they publish. You can get a commission. Commission just if you sell. If you want to buy crypto, you don't pay any kind of commission. Bad timing. But all of the users have been verified, of course. If you're part of our platform, we have a safe environment, and we understand that this is a safe way to operate, generating trust among the users. When we talk about KYCs, I don't know the audience, but for us it's super normal KYC, but can you sort of explain what we're saying? This is an accreditation, right, for your identity, and you will be required for the compliance process, just to determine who, when, and they comply with the AML to make sure that this is a legal operation, destination, and verify your address, a photo. We need to understand that all of these platforms are making the user go through these filters, right? And this is why we offer a safe product, because we are not operating crypto, we are operating crypto to fiat, and this is a commercial operation. This is normal money converted to crypto, and we need to do the whole compliance for the user. As our customers were saying, what we try to solve for our customers is the deposit on the exchange. Institutional clients or retail or individuals. And this is what we emphasized. And for us, this is extremely important. The whole regulation, we know that the customer needs to rely on the exchange, knowing that we have audits and we monitor the exchange just to make it safer and trustworthy, and something that you can use if we have the account banks, and you can determine the amount that you need. In Latin America, we are currently using with local currency. We have a presence in Brazil. So Bitcoin to other crypto to dollar, yes, of course. And what's currently happening, and it's surprisingly, positively surprising, what's happening here in El Salvador is that many companies are connecting with us because we do have Lightning. We are promoting Lightning Network. We know that this is an amazing technology for transferences of Bitcoin at a very cost-effective price, so it's very, it's being used quite a lot. And remittances, since we have presence in the US, and of course we have our bank account, we have the more simple operations. You can buy your Bitcoin, you send it through Lightning to any wallet, Chivo wallet or any other that is compatible with Lightning. So this is, I'm very happy to see this happening. It's not only saying, oh, this is happening, we're seeing it from within. So more people are adopting Lightning, and Lightning is being used for small transactions, many transactions, so it's very good to see that it's working appropriately. We said that the companies have been operating for many years for crypto, of course, but we're calling Lightning, we're talking about Lightning back to the Satoshi of the macro payment. How does this reflect on the products that you're offering? Yeah, remember that as a company you need to adapt, you need to adjust to the currency that you have available for your clients. but also for infrastructure because your clients will request this for you. I just gave the example of Lightning, but also Tether is very used by our clients. The price of stable coins goes to $20, $10. So as an infrastructure, you need to provide solutions, and the solutions are, as many of my colleagues from the exchanges, having other blockchains for the operation, Algorand, Polygon, Tron. The profile of the Ripio user, since the pandemic, we have 4,000 customers. We have customers that are very young, and this is not only the case of Argentina. We have people of 70 years old that have become users, and this is the case of Mexico, this is the case of Spain, and I believe that this is a combination of the pandemic and the exponential growth of having more options, having more stable coins flow, and sometimes we have restrictions in some countries, many countries of Latin America, but we're working with a profile of 18 up to 30 years, but now it has extended, as I said, 70-year-old customers. We have been seeing the change, of course. Our customers were young people, used to be young people, but now we're seeing our generation of our parents with their first transactions. Something very important, we accept payment directly to bank accounts here in Central America. This has facilitated this generation, my parents' generation, for instance, to do a KYC and to send money through a bank account, and this is very reliable. This is a very short time, 2.5 million users, right? You're doing something within the industry that is not very known, but people want to participate. We were listening yesterday, I will invest on the stock market. How can I invest in crypto? Yes, these are different ways to improve the price without necessarily having the good or the asset. It starts as a coverage product to protect yourself from the future price, but of course you can speculate with this. You need to be an expert to do this kind of businesses. But our database, we have 80% of the institutions, 20% of the normal investors, and we have a platform for options, the biggest around the world. I believe this is a representation of 90% of the market share.
As an investor, you have experience in the traditional market, and probably they will research the options, and whoever is not experienced in the traditional market, investing in the traditional market, they simply heard about Wall Street and now they hear about Bitcoin, and how would they start? We have different education channels in our platform, but the majority of them are in English, so we are working on more content in Spanish and Chinese. We have a university in China. So the idea is to bring these options to people. And the DeFi protocols, how is this being open to the community? Is there interest from the community? What cryptocurrency are we talking about? We have Ethereum and Bitcoin. Soon we will have stable coins as well, and also some altcoins. We cannot mention which ones, but it's on the roadmap. You were all talking about education. Was a natural decision for you to work on education, or is it like many companies, they went out to the market and realized that there was a need to educate? Can you share with us what the adventure was like? At Paxful, what we've done is hear what our users say. The platform was created and they found their own creative ways on how to solve the issues that they have in the transactions. We have seen cases in which the number of entrepreneurs have increased, those that come and buy gift cards from Amazon or Walmart, different gift cards, in order to import things to their countries. We have seen this growing in Latin America, Africa, and different regions. And one of the important things is we should listen and also teach them. Here in El Salvador, since we started, we've had 7 campus tours at different universities. We have signed MOUs with a university so that they come here and implement as part of their studies Bitcoin. But also institutions are included. We need to teach them this is a reality in the country. And if it's a reality in the country, it will become a reality in all of the regions. We teach people how to buy Bitcoin in Colombia and then sell it in Argentina, where it can be more expensive. In our case, because we are over the counter, that we accept bank transaction, we abide by the GAFI regulation after a letter from a bank asking what we were doing. So then we have to know your client and know your transaction procedures. We have now more information from the banks, and we use the chain analysis. So regulations such as the ones from FATF come, and it's been complex because we are not regulated yet, but we behave like if we are. In the case of Argentina, those that are self-regulated that end up meeting a standard for the user that is higher than the legislation. Is there resistance to that? How do you work with the lack of, the trend is that this will be regulated. We are working so that there is a crypto-friendly relationship with central banks, I believe that in the specific case of Argentina in November 2019, regulation entered into force that any digital wallet, if they had transaction, they have to be reported. At the beginning, there were some difficulties, and what we said before is valid. We have to work towards security. If the company has the KYC procedures, or know your partner, the anti-laundering money, all of these favor transparency in order to operate and be able to have traceability of bank transfers. Now we're going to cooperate and talk with authorities. We were recognized by the World Economic Forum as a pioneer company in technology. We're working in order to make a crypto-friendly regulation in all countries. I think that we're walking towards that every day, that we are part of the ecosystem. We want to bring consensus about this regulation. And we go back to speak about regulation and education, because the reality is that many times the fear that companies have in El Salvador If I buy cryptocurrency, will I have any legal issues? Will I be able to operate? So I think that the reputation of all the companies here and the ability of being here and learn allows us to earn trust. Additionally, to acquire cryptocurrency for your everyday life, even if you want to work in other countries, in this process, I think that the efforts that you're all doing are valuable. Even though I'm not a fan of regulation. For Paxil, we are regulated in the U.S. and we're registered in the Department in the Treasury. So we need to follow all the KYC and MAO. So your customers can be confident that they will be able to pay from anywhere. Correct. We follow the regulation. You pay in the destination when they give you cryptocurrency, and we've never been hacked. Binance is a specific case because you have a community Binance, right? Can you share with us the exchanges within the platform? And the Binance Smart Chain is a product that we developed together with the community to solve the problem of the high cost of gas and provide an alternative. It's not about finding a competitor, but finding a way to contribute. This, of course, entails new projects that are based in Binance when they are not. So it is important to speak about education. We want users to educate themselves. If a project is using our technology, that does not mean that it's backed up by us. We help other projects to grow that with a high cost of gas, they wouldn't have been able to develop. Pablo, tell us about transferring the Asian culture to the needs and the users here. Well, the user demands it in the end. When you move towards the US and they demand a different look and feel, if you look at OKCoin, it has a very simple and easy to use. We were always an exchange, I would say a second layer for more advanced traders because it's not easy to use an order book. As you know, there are different types of orders, so education is mandatory in the exchange. But lately, with this change of going global, we try to make everything easier. We added a broker type product. We only have a price to sell and a price and one to buy, and you don't have to look at the order book all the time. You are born as a product, as a service for those that want to trade, to analyze or move, quote unquote, move to other places, and you are in a process. Exactly, yes. We have the two options for the professional trader that will continue to use that, and now we are also moving to someone that's just starting and needs to use a credit card as well in order to buy. And they can do this through the broker product that we have. And I was asking then do you have more people interested in trading and interested in using these tools? Yes. This is why we added an option As we know, all the decentralized finance part became more relevant, more significant, and everybody wants to try it on that. We have a section within the exchange that allows our customers to invest in protocols such as Aave or Compound, an easier way without using gas or wasting. Do you want to share a little bit more about DeFi? When we talk about exchange here, El Salvador continues to be the exception, but the safety or the security of liquidity, do I trust you? I give you my dollars, do you show the balance? It's important to share this with users. How you operate with the stables and the support that you provide. This user is provided through a bank transfer, and how expedited it is. They receive it in their wallet after 30 minutes, so this earns trust. In Arribio, we have a large compliance department. The onboarding process is very important. We are audited by one of the big four, and I think in our case, the possibility of funding a wallet with bank transfer, with easy payment or rapid pago, depending on the country that we're in. But we believe that safety is very important. We always need to read, research, financial education, and stop being afraid of the unknown. And in the last 12 years, when we want to operate, it's the same thing. Any kind of company, there is a black market, an informal market. Read, understand the documents that they ask for. You will have an email, a password. We have been working 8 years. We've never been hacked. You speak about security, but it's important to, before operating, you need to read, study, and find out. And also invest in financial education. We have our own Instagram tutorials, blogs, read, study, train yourself. And my message and recommendation is it's a change in paradigm for all, and the digital economy has been around for some days. You can also use a percentage, and then they go back, they do a small trade, and then depending on that, well, you should test it. This is starting. None of your platform will offer users to be their own boss, right? No, and I think that nobody is working towards that. It's also important that the cryptocurrency try, well, those that are watching online, maybe are new users, and you must treat it like money. This is what they are. It's not a magical way of doing things. We need to be as careful with it as you would be with any of your savings. When we deposit money in a bank, you will not go to a windowless building that you don't trust. You need to find a safe and reliable platform with some experience in the market, because there is no option of going back, of undoing a transaction. Especially in your case, I think they want to participate, they want to belong, and they want to become rich overnight. I think that you said this, You have specialized services and education for people that invest time. Yes, and the danger here is the customer, the individual. A professional trader already knows. They have already been trained. They know which platform. They know where to pay attention in order to operate. But those that are just starting, that is the issue. You have to go to basics. I recommend this to my friends and those who ask me. First, start with a few dollars. Look at how this works. It's not very easy, so you need to test with $1 transactions. The same thing as testing with $1 million. Be careful with the platform that you choose to operate. It must be a solid company. We are focused on institutions. Banks and others. You've had an increase in the investment. Yes, and that's good for us. We have an onboarding of 50 or 70 companies a month, and this reflects on the price. We also have a very strict KWC. We also work on compliance. I think that the main added value that you bring to society, even though we complained about compliance procedures, through all of you, like Maxi was saying, you have to treat this as if this is money. You wouldn't deposit your money in somewhere you don't trust. But we need to understand that we can start with a small amount. As a trader, how much does somebody need? $5 or $10 is all that you need. You can invest in different currencies or use it for remittances or as an investment. Then we're talking about very affordable amounts. In Coffee Guys, it's $30, the minimum. You can receive $1 payments. So you can start receiving your payments and you can save all Bitcoins that you receive. And one of the things that is the case of the use, you can also use the Bitcoin not only to save it and leave it there to grow, you can use it to buy and sell. You start little by little. We offer 350 methods of payment. PayPal, gift cards. They can access through credit cards, bank accounts. One of the important things is that at Paxful, we talk to everybody. We work with people that want to access different platforms. We help them. This is similar to Arripio, the ability of being able to pay for my electric bill. The minimum is $10, 1,400 pesos. So we work with a lot of people that do not have access to the bank account. Like Maxi would say, it's important where you are going to keep your assets, your crypto assets. Those of you that are starting should understand where they're going to keep and store their cryptocurrency. The minimum is $10. but also we have a P2P, and we do not have a minimum. In Argentina, we can see people that are selling 500 pesos, which is $2.5, I believe. So there is no limit. In your case, this is more complex. No, $30. You can start with that. I learned David because I was a trader. This is how I started with $30 because I didn't know about the platform, so I transferred $30, everything fine, and then I started with more and more. But you can start with very little. Thank you all for participating. I think that what we see here is that you can start with a small amount as long as you do it in a responsible manner. And you are not alone in this way towards Bitcoin. There are teams that are making difficult things easy. And we can make Bitcoin stay in our lives. Thank you for supporting La Bit Conf and for being here. Thank you for the invitation. You can visit CoincaX. Thank you again.
Buenísimo. Ya vimos cómo ha crecido el ecosistema en los últimos 13 años. Parecería como si hubiera sido ayer la publicación del white paper de Bitcoin. Hoy en día hay un ecosistema bastante sólido de compra y venta de criptomonedas en el mundo, pero principalmente en América Latina. Pero eso de repente empieza a ser un poquito sombrío cuando empiezan a haber noticias o historias de personas que conocemos, familiares, que han sido estafadas. Entonces, sabemos que uno de los principales impedimentos y uno de los principales problemas son los scammers, es decir, las estafas. En la siguiente plática vamos a ver cómo Lorena en los últimos años ha tenido muchos esfuerzos por intentar ayudar a la comunidad a identificar este tipo de características para que no caigan estas estafas. Lorena Ortiz es una de las principales referentes en México y nos va a tener una plática de cómo identificar estafas en criptoactivos. Y con eso empezar a construir el ecosistema de criptomonedas de una forma más sólida para que estos tipos de esfuerzos como los que estamos viviendo aquí puedan empezar a ver frutos de una manera mucho más sólida, sin tener que tener historias trágicas de familiares o amigos que han sido estafados por la complejidad de las criptomonedas. Y bueno, hace rato me daba una vuelta por aquí, viendo todo el evento. Vamos a ver si podemos hacer algo para que ustedes puedan ver todo lo que está sucediendo. Por el otro lado hay NFTs que están de forma digital, pero también los artistas que lo han creado y también la propia arte que está en este museo. Hay una zona launch bastante cool, con toda esta vibra del surf y toda esta vibra que te trae el Salvador de Bitcoin y el surf, para que la gente pueda interactuar. Vamos a ver si podemos ir a este siguiente escenario y bueno, vamos a buscar esto.
El consumo puede resultar muy dañino a la salud, y no solamente a la salud, sino también a sus conocidos, a sus familiares y a la comunidad en general.
In order to prepare this cocktail, we are going to need some basic ingredients. 100 milliliters of lack of knowledge, which is the best advantage the scammers have. 50 grams of greed. Easy money, it's always very attractive, right? But we always must keep in mind that everything in life has a price. A pinch of resources. Scammers are always looking for more and more. 1 spoonful of FOMO, which means the fear of missing opportunity. 1 drop of laziness. This prevents us from investigating in depth when we see a new business opportunity that is very attractive. The more that we increase these ingredients without the ratio, we will have a negative effect in the community and in ourselves. Now that we have all of these ingredients, we shake them up until this explodes. There are many ways in which we can receive this or drink this cocktail, and I divided them in 4. False businesses, malware, extortion, and identity theft. All of these will be analyzed during this presentation. We are going to start by fake businesses. I divided them in this main one. Pyramid scheme, shitcoins, ICOs, cloud mining, and pumps and dumps. The pyramid scheme, or Ponzi, why is this called Ponzi? In 1920, an Italian immigrant thought about creating a scheme in which they would pay the first investor based on the income for new investors. So there is a pyramid. Well, those that win more are the ones at the top. The problem with this scheme is that if you do not have new victims once in a while, the scheme collapses and nobody receives anything. And usually the bottom layer is the one that receives less. What does this look like in real life? Many companies invite you to invest on Bitcoin through different packages, but always they will ask that you include other people to invest in this business.
So we know now that the profit
Coming from trading with bots or specialists or with an investment in another business is truly money that they're taking away from someone else. Now we're going to speak about shitcoin. These are tokens that are useless. That development of the crypto ecosystem has grown exponentially in the last few years. And the result of this is that some cryptocurrency projects on blockchain or tokens suddenly go out into the market. These tokens that appear suddenly really do not have a project behind them or a specific use for the market. But how can we identify when we are facing a shitcoin or a cryptocurrency that is really worth it? The main thing would be to analyze a white paper, which is nothing more than an essay where there's a description in detail how the cryptocurrency works and the use. So we need to work on 4 specific things. The first one, if this is based on a sustainable project, something that is truly offering a solution to real problems. If it solves a real problem, if it's a copy of another token. If we copy and paste part of this white paper, we can verify if this white paper was written by someone or it was simply copied from another project. And also we need to pay attention to who created it. Not like Satoshi with Bitcoin, because if we know who the developers are, we may trust the project. Now we will start with ICOs, or initial cost offerings. And the ICOs that I believe a good way to decentralize financing in order to finance projects that can be very positive for the community. Can become an illegal way of alluring people, for simply people that want to make money. We must analyze in detail if the project that they're based on is something that can be done or not, because generally when the ICOs face low markets, or a very case the creators of this ICO do something that's called pre-mining. This is a previous distribution before launching it into the market within the creators of ICO, which is translated into them and becoming richer thanks to other people. Cloud mining, specifically Bitcoin, is not something easy these days. It requires an investment from us because we require specialized equipment and also have a specific space to maintain the right temperature and a lot of energy. And if this electricity is not coming from a renewable source that is also autonomous or independent, it is a high cost to have a mining operation. This is why many of us cannot participate in this activity, even if it's attractive. Mining the cloud is basically a company from a faraway country that has the best conditions of energy will rent an equipment so that you can mine. The problem here is that many times you cannot verify in person if this operation truly exists, and sometimes they require you to include other people to boost your profit. This may sound similar to what we talked about before. Many times they use extortion. If you want to get profits that you already have, they ask that you invest more and more Bitcoin and you never see any profit. Now we always think about pumps and dumps. This scheme, it means that a person or a group of people organize a massive purchase of cryptocurrency. Usually they do not have a big capitalization in the market, and people that organize these things in general usually buy a lot of them before starting the scheme to guarantee profit. And sometimes they do not let participants know so that they are able to sell in time. So the last ones to buy may have losses.
Now we're going to go and talk about identity and false profiles and false apps. These are the examples I wanted to describe. Fake profiles. Have you been followed by Elon Musk? Have you received a message from Paris Hilton saying that she will send Bitcoin? I see many hands up. So yeah, creating an account on a social network is really easy. I believe that you may have one. And what we require is to have an email account. In many of these accounts of social network, you can have the same profile, the same name. So it's easy for anyone to create a fake account, to send a message, to have a giveaway, and you can sell them Bitcoin. And these are two examples that I just saw. This is Elon Musk offering a giveaway in German, asking if I want to invest with her. This is a message from Steffi Hubbard. So the name of the user should be the same of the profile. In the case of Elon Musk, it says at Pateuk, Stacy Herbert has podcast Stacy. So these are clear signs of a sign or face or false account. In El Salvador, as we all know, Chivo Wallet is new. We found some people that are apparently technical support of Chivo. So this have the same number than the business or than the company, saying that our account has been suspended or that we need another username. Don't send it. When we have any of these pages, web pages, websites that are fake, or any crypto that we used, normally we will see some ads, and we need to pay close attention to look for the real site. Maybe you will find some mistakes or some typos that are different from the real page. In the case of Chivo Wallet, it can be Chivo Wallet IO or instead of .com. So this is very important to pay attention to. Fake apps. If you have Google Play Store or App Store, this is very easily, and many people are currently doing this. These apps, it's like the ones that we have on PikeXoft. When we find Chivo Wallet, we found on the stores this application, and the Chivo Wallet was not even launched. When we have an app downloaded, should be from the original site, and to check on Twitter if something is not circulating apart from any other application. Many people on the ecosystem, as myself, we review and we disseminate this information. Extortion. Imagine what will happen if you receive an email that has hacked your computer, and from these they have got intimate videos or private videos or pictures. If you don't pay on the next 72 hours on Bitcoin, this will be disseminated to all of your contacts. It sounds terrible, right? But in reality, there is a phishing technique. This was sent to many people, hoping that someone will believe and that someone will pay the rescue. So changing your address, being able to see what you have on your screen or your computer, on your cell phone, this is something that can be done through a malware. We need to be very careful on clicking or downloading anything that we received on our email or on social network. Now, what can we do against fraud? First, as Bitcoiners said, do your own research. We need to investigate when we see a business that it sounds amazing. We need common sense. If it's too good to be true, probably it's fake. We need to follow our intuition, and we need to avoid being pressed to follow on these schemes. When you need to take decisions, and decisions that has to do with money, and you're under pressure to take a decision, we must be careful. We need to be patient. Bitcoiners that have been patient enough and have kept the Bitcoin instead of business or schemes of certain type have seen a better performance on everything that they have accumulated. This is not an advice, it's something that I've seen through the years. Certainty and responsibility. Have you seen Spider-Man, the movie? Remember, something that Theo Ben said is that you need to be very responsible because Bitcoin provides freedom. And this is something that you need to be responsible with. So you need to become an expert on the ecosystem. Last thing, we have some tips that you should consider. The first one is never to share your password or your key on any password or any exchange. Never use the private key on any device to create your wallet. Verify that the pages that you're visiting are without typos. Don't access any link that you receive on social network. If you don't know what a wallet under custody is, you need to find this information out because this is very important. If you're contacted by technical service, ignore it and try to contact the company or the service that you have hired. Remember that Bitcoin changes a lot. So it's very easy to get an income, but the markets cannot guarantee this, and they tend to disappear. So we need to investigate quite well whenever we are going to invest. If you receive many promises about the new Bitcoin or the new token that is going to move, you need to investigate. This is irreversible. So we have experts on our community that can help you out. And this is what I have. Thank you, and I hope that this is useful.
Más que anotados esas recomendaciones, la verdad es toda una investigación, bueno, más que una investigación, toda la experiencia de la comunidad que ha aportado en México y en muchas otras partes de América Latina, con la voz de la experiencia principalmente. Y bueno, en la siguiente plática vamos a tener a la banda de Fosters. ¿A qué me refiero? Pues ya pasamos un poco el recorrido de la ideología de Bitcoin. Nos fuimos un poquito a la economía, incluso llegamos a ver algunos aspectos del precio de Bitcoin. Ahora, y empezamos a ver algunas de las características para no caer en scams en torno al ecosistema de criptomonedas y Bitcoin. Ahora vamos a empezar a hablar acerca de las principales críticas. ¿Y con quién mejor que hacerlo con las personas que llevan más de 10 años en el ecosistema? ¿A quién me refiero? Refiero a Rodo, a Franco y a un par de personas como por ejemplo Cristóbal, que estará en el panel moderando, y Bonnie. Y con esto vamos a empezar a desmentir cuáles son las principales críticas de la tecnología de Bitcoin, de la ideología y todo lo que hemos estado viendo hasta ahorita, para empezar a crear los fundamentales de una forma mucho más sólida. Y bueno, como les platicaba, por acá había una zona de NFTs donde hay artistas específicamente haciendo arte que ya han creado y lo están representando de forma digital y también esta representación de forma física. También por acá está una zona de artesanos que todas esas personas que están aquí en El Salvador están aceptando Bitcoin y no únicamente están aceptando Bitcoin como método de pago, sino también están promoviendo la adopción y de muchas otras formas están ayudando a que la gente compre sus tipos de productos artesanales a través de las criptomonedas, específicamente sobre Bitcoin. Y bueno, en otra parte del escenario también hay una parte donde la gente puede empezar a convivir y puede empezar a tener esta conexión. Vamos a intentar llevarlos allá en la siguiente transmisión después de todo lo que vamos a ver ahorita para que puedan empezar a ver. Y bueno, poco a poco vamos a ir avanzando desde los fundamentales de la tecnología de Bitcoin, la economía, el precio, las estafas y un poco la parte ideológica a algunos aspectos ya más innovadores. Vamos a empezar a ir hacia el futuro. ¿Qué es lo que depara de la tecnología de Bitcoin? ¿Qué es lo que más nos emociona? ¿Cuáles son las principales propuestas? Y poco a poco el evento nos va a ir llevando hacia el futuro para que podamos empezar a construir el ecosistema como se ha hecho en los últimos años. Y bueno, las personas que van a estar en este panel llevan más de 10 años en la experiencia en el ecosistema y seguramente tendrán muchas experiencias.
Having us, thank you for having me as part of this panel. We're gonna try to have a conversation. Maybe we can explain and clarify many questions that people have about Bitcoin. And for this, we have Franco, we have Rodo, we have Nubes, and I would like to start this conversation with something that Lori mentioned. Bitcoin is freedom, and is very good for individuals and for everyone, even for criminals, for delinquents. They can have access to Bitcoin if you think about that. So it's also freedom for them. Franco, what do you think about this? I believe that it's better to talk about that, including the delinquents, unfortunately. We're talking about things that are kind of scary, and to use this, it's not good because we don't want to fear Bitcoin. In my opinion, in that regard, it's not as private. We're going to talk about certain important cases where Bitcoin was used. If this is going to be good money, and if this is successful, it can be used, of course, by delinquents, even if we don't like it. And the same happened with the governments. People sometimes are saying that it's going to be used if it's successful by anyone. And what's concerning is the case of each of these individuals, people that uses Bitcoin, to consider that this can be used. You will believe that people that are using Bitcoin are gonna be using this tool. So if you use a knife to kill someone, this means that you cannot use a knife. This is not the case, right? Criminals are not liked by everyone, but you're not gonna punish the tool, of course. We have many filters for our users, as we were saying, but not to use the tool if it's for something positive. Because of this vision, it's a mistake, I think. So, for me, Nubi, this is not the most private scenario of the world. There's traceability. There have been some people that have been arrested because of doing some things with Bitcoin. That is the opposite of what we're seeing. We cannot have a lot of control because this can become abused. So I believe that the problem is this is a good tool on its nature, and even if it's used on a negative way, we should not fear the tool, of course. We're talking about technology that's accessible for everyone. So the use that you give to it, so everyone pays, as we see in chess, the good and the bad. I have a minute. Food and Fitness Certainty Bow that they are trying to create a misinformation, to misinform. You can keep this on blockchain, and this is shared around the world, and this is something that you will see around the blockchain. We have the data there. If it's illegal, you can keep it there. So at a certain point, you save, let's say, images or links of sexual exploitation on the Bitcoin blockchain, and it's there still. In all of the countries, by definition, it should be illegal to have this blockchain, because this is illegal and it's not natural, and this is the attack. If it's not censored, if this is not illegal, we are gonna make it illegal in every country. And this is something that we're gonna talk in a few minutes. And if you want to know about that, we have a whole speak on that regard. Yes, remember that privacy is something that is embedded in Bitcoin because it's anonymous or pseudo anonymous. The ones that attack Bitcoin are saying that you cannot trace it, you cannot track it. What do you think? What's the case up to today? Repeat the question. What's the process on Bitcoin talking about anonymity? The concept behind anonymity, well, I will say that you are always protected. But there is something that is about the abuse. Some people that has more power that criminalizes the protection, individual protection of your effort, of your work, and wanting to do this in a way or another, Bitcoin, even if it's something that will not allow you to hide, will allow you to choose what you share. The information because you're operating with Bitcoin and you can check the whole relationship that you have with that wallet. So Bitcoin needs to protect you as an individual, to avoid abuses, but also the scenario of being bound to a third party. This is more or less the pathway of this, of privacy. In the relationship with the company, well, they want to know how they operated, they want to analyze me, but they will not expose my whole capital, my financial situation. So this is the sensitive pathway. Franco, as a Bitcoiner, you have been living many years trying to be away from it. What's your concept towards privacy? Well, if you want, if you have the knowledge, you can preserve it quite well. Taking care. Remember, privacy is your neighbor will never know what you get. Another thing is the FBI looking for you because you kill someone. I mean, this is not the same risk and how private your information will be. Of course, your personal life is going to be easy because no one is looking for me, so I don't need to be extremely careful. But it's very simple. PLP, if it's downloaded to a bank, this is not traceable, of course, but apart from that, it was P2P. You will send the Bitcoin, someone will give you the money, and it started becoming more formal. And seeing these layers, and the risk, of course. It's the size. As in Argentina. But you are transmitting location, broadcasting information, packages. And this is the case, and this is the situation. This is a good way to pay, both for the criminals and for ourselves. Persecuting the criminals that thought that this was not traceable because they were using Bitcoin. And of course, we have the people that will say that this is ideal for drugs, sexual exploitation, sexual prostitution. If they are looking for any kind of technology, the idea is to try to protect us from that, but not to punish the technology or to punish the tools. It's the same for nuclear technology, right? Nuclear energy, you have whole potential, but you can also create a bomb, but you can use it for positive ends, for development. However, we punish people because we fear the bomb and we fear the nuclear bomb. But I mean, the idea is to see how we can make the most of the technology, how we can benefit from the technology. And now, going back to a different topic that I think that it's been more open. This is what happened to me when I started with the technology. The dollar, the money is backed up by institutions. Some believe that it is backed up by gold or real estate, but this is not the case. Some will say that there's no backup for Bitcoin, and I will say that they are right. This is subjective. The dollar is not backup either, so this is something that we can say, and actually it's necessary not to have this backup. It's important for Bitcoin to be successful because of it's not censored and so many other things that we mentioned already. This is not tangible and it's not going to zero because you lose the backup. It is as it is, and we can work with it as we do because it does not have a backup. Not all the people understood that money is information. When we're talking about a backup, we're talking about the integrity of the data, the representation of the currency to keep this or the units that you're transferring. You're gonna have the backup of a block of gold to know that this is for each of the documents. People is using dollars and this is not backup by anything. It's the same at Bitcoin, but integrity of the data and the database that was invented, it's Bitcoin and it has its own integrity. The level of integrity and the certitude and how reliable the information is the real backup of Bitcoin. Where you need to understand that this is the more physical within the digital world. Why? Because a number can be modified in the bank and you can disappear it. Of course, this is digital information, but since I have this amount of dollars and you go to the ATM in my money, this is similar to physical. But the integrity is up to not the banker or the cashier or the government. So physical, it's not quite well represented. But if you have $100 bill the bank cannot disappear. This is only done by a magician. But how physical the Bitcoin is a lack of possibility of owning that more than you at the same time that you own it. Or that can it disappear at a digital level. So if I give you $100 bill, you cannot disappear it. It's the same in Bitcoin.
It's the most physical if we speak about digital when we say, well, the world is moving towards digital. No, because the digital money may be manipulated and we have to issue more money. Banks multiply the money. The state issues money that is physical and then they send it to the bank and multiplies it times 9, M1, M2. Bitcoin in that scenario does not exist. And this concept of being physical of Bitcoin is part of why you trusted. You trusted because of the qualities it had. Is unique and it's this one and Bitcoin in blockchain, a token, a tangible token that is an asset. It's like having it in your hand. It's impossible for it to be in two different places. So there's a degree of trust. I trust that in the bank they will not close my account. I trust that when I step on the floor it will be hard. I act based on trust, and because I do, then that thing exists in Bitcoin or in any currency. The same thing happens. If I trust that gold will keep the same, will be maintained. And also you trust things because you investigated or researched. You believe in the value of gold because you believe that in time it will continue to have the same value. You know that it will be gold in time. It will not turn into silver. You trust that tomorrow it will have a value, and this is why you give it a value. Value is not the gold itself or the dollar. It's the belief that it will continue to have value. And the same thing with Bitcoin is the perception that it will continue to have money. And why will it have value? Because of all the characteristics that it has. We have talked about privacy, anonymity, backup. The idea is that each person will draw their own conclusions. We know that there will be more questions, and hopefully through this day, throughout the day, those questions will be answered. And another topic that comes from a long way is the use of Bitcoin energy. Some are saying that otherwise we will not show that we are not using renewable energy. Bitcoin uses energy worldwide. Is it true that it's too much? And what do we understand by how much? It's not a problem that it uses up electricity, and the important thing is where is this coming from, the source of it. If we go more technical, we will use more renewable energies because the transportation and the cost, it's too high otherwise. This classic FUD comes from no coiner firms, people that do not use Bitcoin. Yes, it uses up a lot of energy. When someone can watch a movie in Netflix, it can use up a lot of energy. And is this useful? Well, it's not really. It was useful for those that watched the movie, so it's subjective. And trying to understand if something is useful or not, that is not about electricity. How useful something is based on the cost and not what it solves. You must have a lot of suppliers for that service because you do not have the same integrity of data, or many suppliers of data integrity, because we speak about other currencies that will use up less energy, but when we focus on what database cannot be changed because this happens to miners. It happens to miners. They would need more work to undo whatever they did or to erase something they wrote. Energy. Those that are corrupt shouldn't be corrupt, and this is why we would save energy. How do we provide energy? Shouldn't depend on the use that it will have. We must be able to use the energy that we need for the purposes that we need without destroying the environment. What is the use of energy of humanity for the interest that they have? Yet Bitcoin is protected in thermodynamics, the existence of Bitcoin. We will have a presentation about this tomorrow, about the role of mining as a social promoter of development, but I will offer 2 points of view. The first one is in the world we have all the energy that we need, and it can be solar, wind, it can be geothermal energy. What we need is the ability to turn it into useful energy. Only when you have a high need of energy, then you will worry about developing technologies that could be more efficient. Just when you have an industry that a great part of what they need is energy, you will make that industry work to find the source, because it is a free market, the one that defines that 93% of my cost is energy. You can go to a place where it is cheaper, or this can allow them to develop projects. Mining moves where it's needed. It doesn't have to be in the city. It can be in a country far away where there is a small town that has no electricity, and I can create an energy structure for me and for the small town and be efficient, because it comes from the main source. I can help this small town that has no energy grid, and I could create a mining infrastructure with a plan that the miners should have a plan towards 5 or 10 years. They can make an investment to obtain profitability or profits in 5 or 10 years. It has a social role. The use of energy is not bad in itself. It is used either to watch Netflix or for other uses, but if we leave behind this discussion and we go back to the video game industry, it's not important, but this industry is huge. This video game industry promoted less nanometers for these chips to use less energy, and they are more efficient and they calculate more per second. But why this industry? Because it's the one that needed it most. We need more energy efficiency, they said. So we shouldn't be afraid of demanding industry. We need to encourage them and support them in this process for solutions that are more efficient. To close, conclusion, Bitcoin is open, its technology is available to all, even to criminals. It depends on the use of it. We need to promote a good use of it, of course, a use that affects the society in a positive way. We spoke about privacy, anonymity, and then we talked about backup. If it has a backup or not. Well, no, yes. These are doubts that we answered today. And finally, the concept of the use of energy. Is it too much? Compared to what? And it is compared in different countries. Then compared to the financial industry and gold industry. I like a phrase from Guillermo Torrealba. He said, Bitcoin is transforming energy in security or safety. And this is a good way of saying this. This energy that is used brings security to the network. And this is the most powerful thing in the world. When we talked about the other cryptocurrency and why Bitcoin is the first one, we talk about the other ones. The majority of them are not protected by thermodynamic like Bitcoin. In use in the calculations that are done. So any attack to the system, if I do a proof of stake without using energy, I do a similar circuit that represents the same scenario that outside, and I can do this at home. And then upload the blockchain to the rest of the network. In Bitcoin, you need the energy to show or to prove that you were trying to make the effort. The other blockchains, when we analyze other cryptocurrency, we need to analyzing them from the standpoint of what protects them. This is not about the use of energy. That's one of the qualities that makes it reliable. Now when Facebook and Google cryptocurrency comes out, then we will be in trouble. A round of applause. Can somebody tell me at what time are we going to be back? We need an hour and a half. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock now. 3:30. Are we back? We are behind schedule, correct? So at 3 p.m. we will be back. Those that want to stay, we will answer some questions. The idea is to help people. People come up to me when I am walking outside. Any questions? Yes, sir.
sobre Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl Hodl, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At Hodl Hodl, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. Hodl Hodl, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globalizá tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globalizá tu dinero. En decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
En las últimas Bitcoin y bueno, cuéntanos un poco acerca de todo este proyecto, transmítenos la emoción.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Es como dijiste, es un ícono de la comunidad Bitcoiner, ya es la cuarta Bit Conf, la Bit Conf que participamos y es un placer siempre participar en la Bit Conf porque es un poco el cierre de todo lo que se hizo en el año con la Bitcoineta. Como que nosotros hacemos todo un año de giras, recorridas, actividades con gente, contactos y desde la pandemia también muchas actividades online. Sí. Y venir a la BitConf es venir a presentar lo que hicimos, poder contarle a la comunidad, bueno, esto es lo que estamos haciendo en representación de la misma comunidad.
Total, o sea, no es solamente un día que de repente venga en un avión y llega aquí, sino es el esfuerzo de muchas veces que se materializa en este evento. Pero es todo un proyecto que ha ido poco a poco.
Es el proyecto de muchas personas, de mucho esfuerzo, con el apoyo por supuesto de Bitcoin Iberoamérica, pero muchísimos voluntarios que van viajando, que van haciendo las redes, que van haciendo contenido. Y este caso estamos con la segunda, la Bitcoineta, porque hermosa. Nosotros tenemos nuestra Sprinter allá en Sudamérica, que nos fue imposible llegar por cuestiones de fronteras y el tiempo que ya nos daba, y surgió la idea de, bueno, armar una para que sea la primera, la Bitcoineta de Centroamérica.
Claro, pero cuéntanos, llegan a una localidad y ¿qué hacen?
Bueno, la idea, como vos decías al principio, la Bitcoineta es comunicación persona a persona. Okay. La Bitcoineta puede participar de grandes eventos, a veces en un colegio, a veces en una institución o en una organización, pero muchas veces las charlas son para una persona, para esa persona que nos encontramos en la ruta, claro, que nos dio una mano para arreglar un neumático, o que de repente se estaba interesado, o eran unas personas que estaban haciendo dedo y de repente vieron el logo Bitcoin y nos preguntan. Entonces es un proyecto que va cambiando y toma muchas veces la forma del momento. O sea, cuando organizamos una charla, por ahí el contenido es un contenido un poco más fijo, en que explicamos de qué se trata Bitcoin, cómo creemos que puede servirle a cada una de las personas que están en esa charla, pero muchas veces es responder dudas y otras veces también es aprender, es ver qué es lo que está pasando en una comunidad, en un pueblo y por qué en un futuro Bitcoin va a ser quizás una manera de cambiar la realidad de ese lugar.
Y es un buen contraste porque a veces y últimamente hablamos más del metaverso, este espacio digital, y yo creo que la Bitcoineta es aterrizarnos a las comunidades. ¿Qué es lo mejor que has visto? Cuéntanos, cuando llegas a una localidad, ¿qué te llama la atención de la adopción? Por ejemplo, en El Salvador yo creo que es un caso muy interesante.
Lo del Salvador es un caso muy interesante y de excepción también. Esto que venimos viviendo estos días de poder pagar cada cosa que hacemos con Bitcoin y que las personas con las que fuimos charlando, el que no lo entiende, sí entiende el por qué es bueno para ellos. O sea, no hemos encontrado casi comentarios negativos de parte de Bitcoin. Estamos hablando desde un chofer de Uber a un mecánico, a alguien que cocina. Es muy llamativo y es muy emocionante porque cuando comenzamos la Bitcoineta hablamos esto de llevar Bitcoin para millones, no solo para millonarios. Y sin embargo, esto que pasó en El Salvador es la confirmación de que nuestro camino quizás era uno de los caminos que había que recorrer y ahora ya es un país el que lo toma, llevar Bitcoin a las personas.
Total. Y bueno, esperamos que otros países después la Bitcoineta vaya a otros países donde tengan la misma parte legal. Pero cuéntanos, ¿va a tener fin el proyecto? ¿Cuál es el futuro de la Bitcoineta?
Bueno, el futuro de la Bitcoineta siempre es incierto porque es un proyecto que hacemos con mucho esfuerzo de la comunidad, o sea, Bitcoin Iberoamérica, que nos apoya generalmente económicamente, a veces muchos donantes y sobre todo muchísimos voluntarios que destinan su tiempo. Entonces lleva mucho de organización, pero cada vez tiene más esfuerzo, cada vez tiene más fuerza, cada vez tiene más empuje. Entonces ahora nació una nueva Bitcoineta en El Salvador y los próximos planes están ligados a ver cuál va a ser el destino de la Bitcoineta, porque ya son dos. Pero si por lo menos me permito soñar, me gustaría que nazcan nuevas Bitcoinetas en nuevos países, me encantaría continuar la gira por Sudamérica como venimos haciendo con la primera que tenemos, así que los planes se van desarrollando, pero cada vez somos más los que estamos apoyando este proyecto.
¿Hay forma de que la gente que nos está viendo en el streaming pueda aportar, o sea, mandar Bitcoin, Lightning?
Sí, la verdad es que tenemos un QR en nuestro Twitter para poder hacer donaciones on-chain en Bitcoin. Seguramente estemos habilitando algo en Lightning estos días para que también se puedan hacer microdonaciones. Y también la forma de participar de la Bitcoineta, por supuesto que es donando, por supuesto que puede ser con un aporte económico, pero también hay voluntarios y también a veces es divulgar. Creo que la forma de aportar este ecosistema también es que si uno puede entender, y sobre todo cuando uno está en un pueblo un poco aislado y es el único bitcoiner del pueblo, bueno, esperar a tener el segundo para conversar y después invitar a que se una un tercero. Y me preguntabas qué es lo más lindo que vimos, creo que el nacimiento de las comunidades. Cómo saber que por lugares donde pasamos, que por ahí había 2 o 3 bitcoiners que no se conocían, hoy ya tienen un grupo mediano de otros amigos que se juntan y que recuerdan el paso de la Bitcoineta con mucha alegría y como también parte de la fundación quizás de su pequeña comunidad.
Bueno, ya está, y ya saben, en Twitter, en redes sociales, la Bitcoineta, pueden mandar Bitcoin, manden todo lo que puedan, es muy buena vibra y bueno, aquí seguirá este icono tan semblante de la Bitcoin. Muchas gracias,
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Pero una de las características que distingue a todo lo que está sucediendo a El Salvador es la cercanía con el pueblo. ¿A qué nos referimos? Que hay personas que están empezando a aceptar Bitcoin como un método de pago para sus artesanías, es decir, desde los pueblos del Salvador, que pueden recibir criptomonedas de cualquier parte del mundo. Y bueno, aquí para eso hay un espacio dedicado específicamente a este mercado de artesanías, donde, bueno, vamos a platicar con alguno de ellos. Y bueno, hay diferentes personas teniendo diferentes productos artesanales que han estado impulsando no solamente la compra-venta de criptomonedas con Bitcoin, sino también la adopción. De cierta forma también están ayudando a que la gente entienda de mejor forma un poco. Vamos a preguntar un poco acerca de este proyecto. Hola, hola. Hola. Bueno, ¿cuál es su nombre, perdón?
Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos, platícanos un poco de qué es lo que están haciendo aquí y por qué adoptar Bitcoin.
Bueno, primeramente porque en este momento la economía necesitamos que se desarrolle y se ve que con el Bitcoin nuestras ventas van a aumentar. Ya lo experimentamos una vez cuando lanzaron la moneda hace 2 meses y medio, y luego ahora estamos trabajando nuevamente porque confiamos mucho en el Bitcoin.
¿Y qué les da esa confianza a la criptomoneda? Porque hay más propuestas diferentes, pero ¿por qué Bitcoin?
Porque tiene un alcance global, ¿verdad? Y eso pues es bueno para nuestros pequeños negocios que están en vías de desarrollo, como el nuestro. Nosotros trabajamos la artesanía maya y queremos que se conozca en todo el mundo, y esta es la oportunidad para nosotros para lanzar como la propaganda, ¿no? en una plataforma global.
Claro, yo soy mexicano y la cultura maya es algo muy significativo para México.
Así es.
Y bueno, para toda Centroamérica. Pero cuéntanos, ¿qué problemas han tenido? ¿Cómo les ha ido con Bitcoin? O sea, como método de pago ya las personas sí les han pagado. ¿Cuáles son cuéntanos un poco ya la experiencia.
Sí, al inicio estábamos un poco dudosos de poder tomarle confianza, pero con el tiempo hemos ido viendo de que no hay ninguna dificultad. Solo era cuestión de adaptarse a la nueva tecnología, ¿no? Y para nosotros eso es muy importante.
¿Y qué wallet utilizan o cómo lo utilizan?
Tenemos la Free Wallet y usamos la Chivo Wallet, ¿verdad? Que es local. Y queremos ver si tenemos la posibilidad de poder tener otra wallet para poder comercializar el producto en otros lados.
¿Y les ha interesado un poco el tema del... Yo vine recién, se aprobó la ley y había con mucha inquietud en el tema de la volatilidad. O sea, ¿ustedes cómo lo perciben?
Sí, nosotros hemos ido, pudiera decir que con precaución, ¿no?
Claro.
Porque algo nuevo, algo que no lo conocíamos, sí sabíamos de que existía, pero ahora que lo estamos experimentando, la volatilidad pues sí hay que considerarlo, ¿no?
Claro.
Pero hemos ido en un proceso poco a poco aprendiendo de todo este manejo del Bitcoin. Y para nosotros, pues por el momento no tenemos ninguna desconfianza, la verdad. Confiamos mucho en que se va a desarrollar más y que le va a traer muchos beneficios a nuestro país.
Que así sea, y que bueno, aquí es un caso práctico y específico de cómo la gente está adoptando la tecnología de Bitcoin y un poco pues cómo perciben, ¿no?, la tecnología. Muchas gracias y bueno.
Gracias a ustedes.
Ya saben, por acá nos vemos.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought debt, and debt became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy, or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Y bueno, ya estamos dando la vuelta por el espacio de la Bit Conf, y para las personas que nos están viendo, y bueno, uno de los sponsors es el Mexo, vamos a estar dando unas vueltas con uno de los principales sponsors para que conozcan las plataformas y a primera mano puedan conocer más acerca. Y para eso está aquí Marcos de Mexo. Y bueno, Marcos, platícanos un poco, ¿qué es Mexo?
Bueno, Mexo es una plataforma que nació en México y está abierta para toda Latinoamérica y todo el mundo. En Mexo tratamos de tener un ecosistema amplio en cuanto a productos para los usuarios. Tenemos desde spot, tenemos mercados perpetuos y buscamos la inclusión, que es principalmente lo que buscamos en este evento, ¿no?
Y bueno, ¿por qué el enfoque en América Latina y específicamente en México?
Bueno, como sabemos, los productos de criptomonedas, la mayoría de estos están creados para las necesidades que justamente esta región del mundo pasa. Entonces, la mayoría de nuestros productos son de acuerdo a esto y así que todas las personas de Latinoamérica se vean beneficiadas.
Ok, y bueno, hemos escuchado en el ecosistema que han sacado algunas funcionalidades muy específicas para la región. Y bueno, ahorita vamos a hablar un poco acerca del lanzamiento de esta stablecoin, pero ¿por qué empezar a tener productos muy específicos para México y específicamente con las necesidades que representa México en la región?
Bueno, muchos de estos productos están creados de productos financieros que ya existían, pero están regionalizados a esta zona del mundo. Y parte de ellos son compra y venta de criptomonedas, algunos productos que vamos a sacar en el futuro próximo, que son savings. Entonces, todos estos productos nos sirven para que todas las personas de Latinoamérica puedan obtener y beneficiarse de todo lo que nos da las criptomonedas, pero con productos que ya ellos conocen, ¿no? Ya ellos están familiarizados con ellos.
¿Y cómo has visto el ecosistema de criptomonedas en los últimos meses en la región? Porque El Salvador, aquí donde estamos en la Bit Conf, fue ese antes y después, y creo que está empezando a cambiar. O sea, ¿cuáles son las perspectivas a futuro? Ahí mencionabas algo de los savings. ¿Por qué savings en América Latina? ¿Qué sentido tiene?
Bueno, Latinoamérica ha sufrido muchas cosas en cuanto a la inclusión financiera, también a la confianza que ellos tienen en estas instituciones. Entonces, las criptomonedas han abierto una parte muy importante, que es nosotros conocer en dónde están nuestros activos, dónde se está creando nuestra riqueza, y así parte de esto nosotros podemos aprovecharnos en cuanto a todo lo que se crea, ¿no? La parte de savings es porque lo vimos aquí, nosotros nos tocó el gusto de estar antes de que esta ley fuera implementada, y vimos en muchas zonas de El Salvador que la gente, por medio de las pequeñas cantidades de Bitcoin que ellos guardaban, ellos al final del año o al final de estos ciclos que nosotros vemos en las criptomonedas, ellos ven un rendimiento que para su familia es muy beneficioso y ellos pueden aprovechar al máximo.
Y bueno, ¿va a haber P2P de Mexo en El Salvador?
Bueno, nuestro mercado peer-to-peer está abierto a toda parte del mundo, como también mencionaba nuestra plataforma. Estamos enfocando en mejorarlo en cada uno de los países de Latinoamérica, digamos México, Argentina, Brasil y también El Salvador, claro.
La Bit Conf, por último, ¿qué les ha parecido el evento?
Bueno, el hecho de que las puertas estén abiertas para todos los salvadoreños y todas las personas lleguen a cada uno de los booths, cada uno de los proyectos que están aquí y sepan contestar y sepan hacer las preguntas que ellos necesitan y vean una respuesta rápida y puedan entender más cómo se está haciendo también todas las pláticas que estamos dando antes, justamente antes teníamos una de las estafas. Son temas muy importantes que la mayoría de las personas que viven aquí en El Salvador le tienen miedo y ellos quieren saber sobre estos temas.
Perfecto, Marcos, muchas gracias por compartirnos. Bueno, a la audiencia, algunas dudas y preguntas vayan poniendo aquí. Vamos a irla contestando en el desarrollo del streaming. Y bueno, vamos a ir cambiando. Va a haber otros hosts, pero vamos a ver otras entrevistas y seguimos acá en el streaming. Gracias.
Gracias a todos.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl Hodl, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At Hodl Hodl, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. Hodl Hodl, your keys, your coins.
In 2019.
Bueno, seguimos con uno de los sponsors y conociendo acerca de nuestros proyectos. ¿Y cuál es su visión? Lo que más nos interesa es cuál es la visión de por qué están aquí. Hi, how are you?
Hello. I'm going to do this in English.
Yeah.
Well, we are here because, we're a derivatives platform. We're a trading platform. So, of course, we're in the crypto world. We have Bitcoin and Ethereum at the moment. We believe that not only El Salvador, but all the Latin America is coming towards crypto, and it's a great opportunity for us. We're already located in everywhere in the world, and why not come to Latin America as well?
Yeah, and the platform is very specific for the niche, the market, the derivatives. And what do you think these use types of platforms in Latin America?
Well, it is indeed. It's all derivatives, so options, futures, contract, and perpetual. Of course, it's a niched kind of platform. Of course, we're talking about institutional players and also savvy traders that are already in the market, who comes to the traditional market, to the crypto world, will be more comfortable using our platform. But we also have a course that new users can learn and try to grasp a little bit of the crypto world when it comes to trading.
And in your opinion, is before and after with El Salvador in the ecosystem is the most important event in the region?
Yeah, no, definitely. El Salvador, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, is becoming a trend. They could be starting a trend. It is the first country to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. And in my opinion, there are going to be a few other countries. And I hope Brazil also come in and start follow the El Salvador right after it.
Yeah. And well, what is your opinion about the Bit Conf?
It's an amazing event. Honestly, you guys, I had to thank Rodolfo and all the guys that are organizing the event. This is an amazing event, especially I'm from Brazil, right?
Yeah.
And we don't have events like this in Latin America. Not in Latin America, no, not this big. So this is the first event that I see with this quality of speakers and this quality of organization. So thank you to you all.
Okay, and yeah, the vibe is very special. And do you have the plans, the platform, and launch and product specific for El Salvador?
Well, we don't have anything specific, but since we are institutional targets, if there are any family offices or banks or hedge funds in El Salvador or anywhere in Central America that are in the crypto world, you are free to contact us and we can make business together.
Yeah, and how the people find in social media and share? Yeah.
Well, we have Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. You can find us in all the social media platforms.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl. a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
Más que una conferencia, es toda una experiencia integrada de muchos aspectos, y en este caso vamos a ver un aspecto muy importante, que es el aspecto de los NFTs. Y bueno, hay aquí una exhibición específicamente sobre los NFTs. Los NFTs son los non-fungible tokens que llevan mucho tiempo, bueno, algunos años, recordemos a los CryptoKitties, con este aspecto fundamental del non-fungible token, es decir, que no es replicable, pero que en el último año ha tomado una relevancia bastante importante. Y bueno, aquí, en este espacio, hay específicamente NFTs que están representados de forma digital, pero que también de forma física están siendo representadas. Y más allá de eso, vamos ahorita a conocer uno de los artistas que está aquí en la gala para explicarnos un poco de cómo ha sido su experiencia de NFTs y la experiencia en la Bit Conf.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought debt, and debt became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy. Or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat. And fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles. And bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
Espacio dedicado a los artistas que están empezando a representar todo esto de una forma digital y que además están utilizando las criptomonedas. Y no solamente están las representaciones, están los mismos artistas. Platícanos un poco cómo ha sido esta experiencia integral. Cuéntanos quién eres y cómo es tu exposición y un poco de tu arte, por favor.
Mi nombre es Javier Cruz, yo vivo en Medellín, Colombia, y traje unas obras que son realizadas en un computador Atari 130XE en la época, en 1984, cuando yo estaba en la universidad estudiando muy joven, conseguí este equipo y empecé a trabajar con él, haciendo lo que en ese momento era como pintura digital. Lo que yo quería hacer era eso, por eso la muestra se llama Del pincel al bit, claro. Porque era como dejar el pincel y pintar sobre un lienzo negro que era la pantalla de televisor de mi casa. Ese más o menos es lo que yo hacía.
Y cuéntanos un poco cómo ha sido esta experiencia de empezar a interactuar con el ecosistema de criptomonedas. ¿Qué haces con las criptomonedas?
Yo aquí soy recién llegado. ¿Cierto? Yo apenas estoy empezando, unos chicos me invitaron, descubrieron y encontraron que yo había hecho arte digital en otra época y me dijeron venga, y apenas estoy aprendiendo, estoy empezando y voy a arrancar con todo, a conocer este mundo.
Ese es el espíritu.
Yo soy nuevo pero viejo, entonces me gusta conocer cosas nuevas. En esta época yo me atreví a hacer cosas nuevas y ahora...
Pues sigue muy vigente. Veo que este tipo de arte, hay unos NFTs que están rondando por ahí, por el internet, pixeleados, y que han tomado mucha relevancia. O sea, creo que sigue bastante vigente.
Pero en esta época no se consideraban que eran pixelados. Esta era la resolución de la época.
Era la resolución.
Esta era la HD de la época.
Claro.
Era 720 por 480, que era el estándar de los televisores antiguos. Claro. Ya después vinieron los otros, pero estos eran televisores de rayos catódicos. O sea, el monitor que yo utilizaba era un televisor de rayos catódicos casero. No tenía monitor, claro. No había monitor todavía.
¿Cuánto tiempo va a estar aquí en El Salvador, en San Salvador?
Nos quedamos yo me quedo hasta el sábado.
Hasta el sábado, ok, perfecto. Bueno, ¿tienes redes sociales, algo con donde te puedan
encontrar? Sí, tengo Instagram y ahí me pueden encontrar, me escriben y...
Javier
Cruz Góngora.
Venga, aquí lo veo. Góngora.
Javier Cruz Góngora.
Gracias, Javier.
Listo.
Un éxito.
Bueno, jóvenes. ¿Y ustedes de qué canal son?
Creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ok, ya hablamos con algunas plataformas. Esa es una parte importante, pero también se distingue Salvador por las comunidades que ha habido aquí. Queremos platicar un poco acerca de las comunidades. Tenemos aquí Key to Crypto. Platícanos un poco qué es.
Key to Crypto, hola a todos, les habla Loro Masna desde Colombia, digamos. Key to Crypto es una actividad que se inició en Colombia para abrir billeteras y abrir artistas, creativos. Fue una acción independiente y ahora se ha convertido como un poco en un colectivo de artistas y una colección en OpenSea de NFTs que se venden en Ethereum, que es otra criptomoneda. Y estamos acá mostrando lo que hacemos, estamos acá haciendo una instalación en el museo y trayendo un poco de arte, de creatividad para compartir.
¿Nace en Medellín?
Sí, nació en Medellín. Digamos que íbamos a hacer un viaje y en vez de solamente ir a Medellín a fiestar, nos decidimos hacer como una convocatoria, pintadas en el metaverso, mostrar o hablar un poco lo que es NFTs. Esto fue hace 3 meses.
Yo tuve la fortuna de estar por Medellín y algo que me acuerdo muy bien es esta vibra del empuje hacia las generaciones pasadas, en la comuna. Entonces, como que siento que es algo parecido, ¿no? O sea, el hecho de apoyar a la gente, ¿cómo la gente se involucra en la creación de los NFTs?
Pues es fácil, o sea, yo empecé hace un año y me ha cambiado la vida y es una manera como artista de uno protegerse, ¿no? Entonces lo primero pues es crear tu billetera, tener un poco de cripto y te cobran, digamos, en OpenSea, que es la plataforma en la que trabajo yo, te cobran la primera venta y de ahí en adelante no te cobran, el que compra es el que cobra. Entonces tú puedes empezar a crear muchas como tus propias criptomonedas que son los NFTs. Cada persona creativa puede hacer sus monedas, que es el NFT es un token no divisible. Entonces es hacer una moneda de nuestras obras creativas, de nuestras publicaciones.
Y ustedes les ayudan a gestionar, ya sabes, no es tan fácil cripto para mucha gente, las billeteras, el depósito, las transferencias, el posicionamiento, el set price, todo lo demás.
Todo eso, y por ejemplo en Colombia se hicieron 3.8 Ether, que son $12.000, y esa plata se distribuyó entre los artistas y pues es una manera nueva de trabajar como galería, porque una galería normalmente tiene un costo, se lleva una mitad de lo del artista. En esto el artista mintea su pieza, crea su pieza y con ese dinero él ya tiene dinero para crear toda su... O sea, igual en Colombia $200 son 800.000 pesos, es casi... Sí, en la mente de alguien son $800. Y para eso, para uno jugar, a ver si puede entrar al cripto y hacer una criptoartista. Pero la realidad es que hay como una cosa que pasa como con todas estas monedas y es que catapulta, ¿no? Como que van dando y lo más valioso es entrar y estar ahí constante. Entonces con los NFTs, al tú entrar, hay muchos rangos de arte. Hay arte muy primitivo, hay arte que son unos 3Ds increíbles, hay arte de todos los tipos. Pero lo importante es crearlo y meterle amor y entender que es más allá, lo más importante es como una nueva internet. Es como entender que llegó esta nueva internet, que podemos hablar, o sea, es un nuevo diálogo con la internet.
Así me siento, como si tuviéramos internet en los 90. Y bueno, y por último, ¿qué les ha parecido El Salvador? Bueno, la Bit Conf.
Sí, no, pues ha sido increíble, se siente histórico, se siente un momento muy especial porque hasta los artistas que han venido de todo el mundo a mi actividad, estar en la calle y lo que dices tú es tan difícil de entender que las transacciones, la criptomoneda, todo esto, pero que una persona que está vendiendo pulseras en la calle ya la tiene clara, pues una persona dice, es como tener un teléfono. Hace 5 años nadie en un lugar rural o hace 10 años tener un teléfono inteligente era imposible, ¿no? O ni siquiera se pensaba. Hoy en día todo el mundo en cualquier esquina tiene su celular, su WhatsApp. Entonces, como para cerrar, una cosa que es un concepto muy importante de todo esto es los diferentes niveles de la web. Y es que la web 3, ¿qué es esto? Es una manera que El Salvador, que Colombia, ahorita estamos en El Salvador, veo yo que una cosa muy valiosa de que el Bitcoin sea legal acá, es que es un empuje a esta nueva internet que está creando el gobierno o quien sea, que es importante porque es una nueva manera de ver la internet y el mundo las multinacionales, Facebook o algo así, controlan la internet. Y acá va a ser más y más que la persona que haga sus NFTs, que cree sus propios mercados, pues van a controlar la internet de otra manera de no consumir, sino de crear y sacar provecho.
Bueno, ¿en qué redes sociales los pueden seguir?
Yo estoy Loro Masna, si buscan masna.eth en Twitter, en Instagram, me pueden encontrar. Y Moneylinks, también Moneylinks es como los que traemos toda esta organización. Key2Crypto es el hashtag.
Moneylinks.
La llave es entregar la llave, ese es el concepto de nuestra actividad, es entregar la llave y decirle tienes la llave tú para hacer lo que quieras. Y eso, estamos cambiando vidas con esto, estamos cambiando las vidas de muchos artistas y es una cosa bella. Y
la comuna 3 a mí me cambió definitivamente y siento la misma vibra cuando te escucho. Gracias.
Gracias por
tenernos. En redes sociales.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl Hodl, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At Hodl Hodl, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. Hodl Hodl, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secret secured no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
Bueno, yo me despido, va a estar con ustedes Lorena, mi compatriota mexicana, queridísima, toda una estrella rockstar ya de Bitcoin, la Bitcoin. Y bueno, cuéntanos qué vamos a ver a continuación.
Vamos a ver una charla súper interesante sobre los diferentes tipos, me había perdido por aquí, sobre los diferentes tipos de carteras que existen, además de Chivo Wallet. Vamos a ver también una ponencia súper interesante sobre Lightning Network, también vamos a hablar un poquito sobre el futuro de Bitcoin y bueno, muchísimas cosas más que están aquí para que disfrutemos en la Bitcoin.
¿Qué te ha parecido? Cuéntame, ¿qué te ha parecido la Bitcoin?
Pues excelente, los que estuvieron desde tempranito vieron que estuve en un panel a las 10:30, también después estuve en una ponencia sobre estafas, espero que les haya gustado y una disculpa porque se me fue el avión, Anthony, o sea, de repente me bloqueé así horrible y me quedé callada, no sabía que seguía, pero bueno, espero que no se haya notado mucho y espero que lo hayan disfrutado y les haya servido la información.
No, completamente, o sea, es información que vimos desde los aspectos de la ideología de Bitcoin, un poco los fundamentales de la economía, la parte de los scams, y vamos a empezar a ver ahora como cuál es el futuro, ¿no? O sea, ¿qué sigue de Bitcoin? Porque esto está empezando. Y cuéntame, ¿qué has visto tú como mexicana aquí en El Salvador acerca de Bitcoin, las criptomonedas?
Pues en muchos lugares sí están aceptando pagos con Bitcoin en Lightning Network. Siento que algunas personas todavía tienen algunos problemitas con utilizar el punto de venta de Chivo Wallet. Claro. Porque la mayoría recibieron capacitación para utilizar este tipo de dispositivos solo con Chivo Wallet. Entonces, cuando llega un extranjero, como es el caso de nosotros, y traemos una wallet que es diferente a la Chivo Wallet, pues entonces no saben bien cómo cobrar. Entonces yo creo que la plática que sigue va a ser muy buena para las personas que todavía no han conocido otras carteras, no han experimentado, ¿no? Porque estamos con gente que tiene experiencia en ello.
Completamente. Bueno, Chivo Wallet tiene, ayer nos decían que 3 millones de usuarios y tenía ya muchísimas descargas y un volumen transaccional que supera algunas exchanges en la región, pero bueno, es algo súper interesante. Pero bueno, tú tienes esta experiencia, ¿no? En la parte de recibir pagos en criptomonedas y esa parte pues es un ojo muy específico. Y bueno, también hay una parte de NFTs que tú tienes también experiencia en Bitcoin Embassy Bar, hospedando a artistas de NFTs. Cuéntanos un poco qué has visto y cuál es tu opinión de los NFTs aquí en El Salvador.
Desafortunadamente no he tenido la oportunidad de darme la vuelta, justamente por toda la agenda que traigo tan apretada, pero el día de mañana sin falta me voy a dar una vuelta por la exposición de NFTs. Todos los que me han seguido saben que yo apoyo mucho las expresiones artísticas y como mencionas, Anthony, en el Embassy tenemos exposiciones de forma regular para que pues todos puedan disfrutar también del arte digital.
Y, bueno, aprovechando que mencionaste Bitcoin Embassy Bar, ¿qué es Bitcoin Embassy Bar?
Bueno, para los que no lo conozcan, Bitcoin Embassy Bar es el primer bar en la Ciudad de México con pura temática Bitcoin y cripto. Y es un espacio totalmente pensado para que los Bitcoiners y la gente que está en el ecosistema pueda ir a echarse una chela, ir a tomarse un cóctel, comer algo rico y sobre todo ir a compartir conocimientos entre nosotros.
Perfecto, bueno, ya estamos casi en nada de ir a la siguiente plática y bueno, ya si estaban viendo la transmisión, despéjense y vamos con la siguiente plática. Venga.
Ya.
Florencia. Rodo? Do I have my own fans? Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. We are very excited. I am very happy to be here in the scenario, sharing with you all. Here in El Salvador, I'm extremely happy because I've seen many interesting stands, many interesting booths, people wanting to learn about Bitcoin, about crypto, so I am extremely excited to have you all here so we can all see what's going on and continue building, because we are building our own future. We're going to talk about something very important. We have mentioned this already, but we're going to go deeper in wallets. I have my friend here. We're going to be talking and discussing everything about wallets, and you can come to our booth if you have any questions that you would like to clarify. Non-custodial and custodial. Why is it better to use one or the other? So any questions, you can come. We're going to be here the whole afternoon during the whole conference, and we are more than happy. Again, my name is Fiorella. I am part of Defiant Wallet. It's a self-custodial wallet, and bacano. Welcome. Thank you for being here in El Salvador. This is the first country in which Bitcoin is a legal currency. So how happy are we about this? We are very proud to be here in the house of Bitcoin. This is where history starts. This is a reality. This has become a reality. We can go to Starbucks, we can go to McDonald's, we can get pupusas with Bitcoin. So it's a huge step for humanity and for Bitcoiners. We are part of it. I'm Arley Lozano. You know me as Bacano. I co-founded Panda Exchange, and now I'm part of the family Athena Bitcoin. We came to Bitcoin, and we're gonna talk about something about Bitcoin that is kind of sensitive. Different types of wallets. We have two things that are important, something that I've learned here in El Salvador. El Salvador, where we were eating pupusas and now having a wallet for Bitcoin. Very exciting. Being able to change your Bitcoin and having a wallet nowadays in El Salvador, this is amazing because the number of people that has a wallet, it's even greater than the number of people that owns a bank account. We have 1,200,000,000 of accounts in the traditional bank system, and we have more than 2 million people using the wallet. So this is now, as we have said, legal currency. I'm from Argentina, and we do have adopted Bitcoin, but here we are experiencing something that I've never seen before, something really fast, and you can use it with dollars. So it's amazing what we're seeing here in El Salvador. And the question is for Fiorella, why a wallet? What's the importance of having a wallet? This is an amazing question. Why should you install a wallet? What's the good of it? Why in your computer? Why in your phone? Basically, this is the entrance to crypto. Just the beginning of having crypto and being able to use it, bacano. For me, a wallet is a piece of software, self-custodial. It can be custodial, as we know, and you can give your private keys to an external, and they can manage it for you. They can become an administrator. They have different roles, basically. And some of the things that you can do with the wallet, you can send or receive crypto to any country of the world and without paying huge commissions. This is very different of what happened with other services, more traditional services, and this is great for people who want to send remittances. Sending money everywhere in the world with a minimum commission is a great benefit, great advantage. And we can at the same time exchange the crypto. We know that we have different cryptos. Bitcoin is one of them, but at the same time we have some others, and we can use a wallet to do this kind of exchanges. So many uses that we can give to a wallet. Bacano mentioned that we can go to Starbucks here in El Salvador, we can go to McDonald's here in El Salvador and pay with Bitcoin. So many things that we can do with a wallet. We can have it in our cell phone, in our computer, whatever is more convenient for you. And we were saying, two different kind of wallets. Custodial and self-custodial. For me, custodial wallets are the entrance for crypto, basically. This means that Bitcoin is different to understand, and we are all users, we are all into crypto, but how we can enter this world, for me, is through a custodial wallet. This is a model such as the one that we have on the mail service that is under the custodial of a third party. This is something very useful for the customers. This is a first step for crypto. More than 40 million people using it currently in the US. This kind of wallet. And Bitcoin, well, you don't have the money in your hand, but this is a way to understand how you can send Bitcoin, how you begin using Bitcoin, because I believe that we started around 2013, 2014. And with my wife, we were very excited. We started with Bitcoin, and we were giving away all of our Bitcoin. And some were saying, oh, I don't remember the password. You gave it to me, I don't even remember. And many Bitcoins were given away. But this is just a first step because we need to learn all together. We know that this is not the best way to enter crypto, but is a way in which someone will easily understand the ecosystem and will start learning and will evolve to the self-custodial wallets. Thank you, Bacano. Thank you for this amazing introduction. So, self-custodial means that you own your own assets. I mean, you are your own bank. Different from what happened with the custodial wallets, as Bacano just mentioned. In the custodial wallets, there is a third party or a company that is administrating your crypto. But on a self-custodial, you are your own bank. This is the benefit of the Bitcoin world. And what can you do on a non-custodial? You can connect to the decentralized finance world. I believe that you have read or you have seen Twitter, if you have a Twitter account, of course. This DeFi, it's what stands for decentralized finances. And this is a question because what's the meaning of it? Decentralized, it's a word that you will be seeing a lot in the crypto world. It means eliminating the intermediary. So DeFi are financial services on the blockchain that can be used without an intermediary, without a broker, without a bank. I can buy insurance without any kind of data. I can request a credit or a loan. If you go to a bank, you need to have a whole set of documents, your data, your background. But with the DeFi services, this is not the case. This disappears. It doesn't matter who you are, your race, your age, your financial situation. You can request a credit with a DeFi service, and this is amazing. This opens the doors to be able to grow economically without depending on a third party. Imagine a world where we don't have intermediaries. Maybe we are on a first phase, on an early phase, but we know that this is the future. The future, as stated by Stephen Nakamoto, is peer-to-peer without intermediary, and the non-custodial wallets are just sort of a bridge. So for the Bitcoiners, we always recommend to use a non-custodial. And it's more private. You don't have to provide any personal information. And we're going to define custodial and non-custodial or self-custodial. Again, we have Coinbase. Because of safety reasons, I use using other chains as a wallet. This is not something that we should do. But this is something that is being done because it's cost effective, because it's easier to do an inter-exchange instead of an exchange. So it's one of the most popular trusted wallets. This is self-custodial. Binance, that is outside here represented, and this is a layer of the self-custodial. Coinbase, Trezor. We also have it here, one of the booths. Defiant, that's another very well used. very popular. I don't even remember. There's so much technology. I am so old that I cannot even remember. We have MetaMask, Soled, Phantom, with the Solana network. We have many blockchains for smart contracts, and Fiorella knows better some DeFi wallets that she can recommend. Well, that's an amazing question, Bacano. Normally, I would recommend Defiant. This is a mobile wallet for your cell phone, so it's super practical. Precisely for operations if you don't have your computer or if you are out on the street, on the go. It's very easy to manage everything through your cell phone. So basically this is my recommendation. We have Trust Wallet, of course. It's also a mobile. And if you prefer to use it on your computer, MetaMask is, I believe, the standard and is one of the best that we have in the market. Quality, Solid, we have many options, but in reality, in crypto, we always talk about research on your own. What is it that you need to do, investigate, and define your profile. It's not the same to have a wallet on your computer, a wallet on your phone, or a big cold wallet. Because we mentioned this already, we have cold wallets that are not connected to internet, and these are being used more for the long term, for savings at a long term. So we have different kinds of wallets. There's not a single type, and this is just for a specific use or a specific user. So again, my recommendation is decide what is it that you want to do. If it's for the long term, if it's for DeFi services, but this is an amazing exercise, and this is a whole different world. This is my private password. Macano mentioned this already. This is my key to blockchain. This is how I can directly access my blockchain. Decide what you want to do. We're talking about finances. It's always important to plan what you want to do with your funds, and you can find the best wallet. We have many on the market, and there's one for everyone. There's always an option. The idea is to investigate and not to stay with the first option. Investigate and try to see what's best for you. I've been here in the conference. If you need any more details about a specific wallet, I can happily clarify everything. So for the Salvadorans, 4 million Salvadorans have the Chivo wallet. This is a custodial wallet, but as I said, this is the small door for Salvadorans. This is just a way to start experimenting with the wallet. You can try how it works. You can send to Chivo to a different wallet, to a self-custodial, so Trust, Defiant, and many other options that we have, many wallets. But this is just the first step. Chivo is the first step. We have many information about wallets for Bitcoin, but the Trend wallet, I believe that is one of the best ones. Trinomi, they are up to date with the Ford and with everything that is happening. And the last recommendation that I believe that is very important is not your keys, not your coins. We're talking about custodial wallet. It has many services. It has the exchange, the savings. But surely, at the end, what we want you to understand is that you need to evolve. Don't stay in Chivo. We need to evolve. We need to be decentralized. This is the idea of Bitcoin. Control your own money. No one can create more Bitcoin if we have another pandemic. It's not going to be the case. We're not going to have more Bitcoin. So for Bitcoin to reach its objective, not your keys, not your coins. This is a very famous phrase, very famous statement. Not your keys, not your coins. There should be a t-shirt, I believe, right? All the t-shirts, not your keys, not your coins. So we can all remember this, that is very important. It's very important to keep in mind. If you don't have your private key, and this is not entering your session. If you enter on an exchange, you will need to sign in. But this is an illusion. You don't have the access to your crypto. You can access, but this is not your funding. These are not your coins. They just keep the coins. So what's important, and this is something that you should understand, is that decentralizing is the only way. It's not that one thing is good and the other one is bad. I want to be clear about this. Custodial are not bad, and self-custodial are not the best. As Bacano mentioned, the best way to start, it's a custodial service. Because it can take you step by step. It's the first way on how to enter the crypto world. But the recommendation is, as you evolve, as you learn, as you get familiar with the ecosystem, you can use a non-custodial that are not going to be requesting your data. You can be your own bank, as I explained. If you need to request a credit where you can exchange crypto. So don't stay with the first option. This is key. Investigate. Remember this statement. Not your keys, not your coins. So I will leave this on the table. I'm going to be part of the event. I'm going to be here for the next 3 days. And you can ask me whatever comes up to your mind. So thank you, El Salvador. Thank you, Bit Conf. Thank you, Bacano. It's been an honor to be here and to tell you everything that is happening and to see everything that's happening here in El Salvador. And let's continue buying pupusas with our Bitcoins.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal esta charla? Muy impresionante, ¿no? Los que no han conocido entonces alguna cartera no custodiada, les recomiendo que investiguen más al respecto, porque como mencionó Fiore y también Bacano, es muy importante el mantener la autocustodia de los criptoactivos. Entonces, bueno, dentro del criptoespacio existen diferentes billeteras, como mencionaron, para que ustedes mismos tengan el control de estos pagos. Ahora, a continuación, vamos a tener una charla también muy interesante sobre Lightning Network. Recordemos que El Salvador es el primer país que está adoptando Bitcoin como moneda de curso legal. Y para poder hacerlo y para poder hacer pagos rápidos, están utilizando Lightning Network. Así que eso viene a continuación. Ah, ¿sigue? Ok. Sí, para poder realizar estos pagos, entonces están utilizando Lightning Network, que es como una segunda capa sobre Bitcoin, ya que el funcionamiento original de Bitcoin era necesario verificar las transacciones cada 10 minutos en cada nuevo bloque. Entonces eso era un poquito más tardado, y para la opción de micropagos, como por ejemplo comprar una pupusa o un refresco o una cerveza, pues era un poco más difícil, ya que teníamos que esperar mucho tiempo para que se pudiera confirmar un pago. Entonces Lightning Network ha llegado aquí para poder facilitar un poco más las cosas, y por eso es que El Salvador ha decidido adoptarlo como moneda de curso legal. Espero que también estén disfrutando la transmisión. Estoy viendo por acá sus comentarios y sus posts en Twitter. Recuerden que estamos utilizando el hashtag LaBitConf y Bitcoin Week para que yo pueda también acá leer sus comentarios y sus saludos. ¿Ok? Ahora sí, vamos a la transmisión.
updated between her and Carlos at the same time. It may seem complicated or it may seem like many steps, but that will happen instantly. I like to tell my friends, when they ask me what Lightning is like giving Bitcoin superpowers, because now they can be present everywhere. We can reach the farthest area at El Sonte or Asia. Anybody that has a phone will be able to use Lightning and Bitcoin. It will be easy access for all. Now you know that this is like giving Bitcoin superpowers. Why it's important for us to speak about this in El Salvador? Why is it important that we understand what Lightning is? Latin America has problems that are specific to this region, and everybody knows that, but the fact that El Salvador created the Bitcoin a legal currency is a unique opportunity for Latin America, because for the first time in history we can do a financial revolution. And what does that mean? This means that in a cell phone we will have a bank. But you've heard that already. It's a bank in your hand, but the bank is not yours. But with this, with Lightning, you will have your own bank in your hand. An expense account, in the case of Chivo, can be in Satoshis or dollars, but you can also have a savings account. You can save $1 every week, or you can have an investment account. Latin America is poor, and we have the idea that only millionaires and only rich people can invest. And now we can invest in our future for the first time. Everybody can invest in their future in order to have retirement money or to pay our mortgage. A lot of people, well, they do not have this opportunity in Latin America. They don't even have a bank account. Like a Lightning Network, Bitcoin, you don't have to ask anybody permission to use it. All you have to do is download an app on your phone, and that is all. You can use it immediately. Nobody has to send information to anybody else. You don't have to send your information. You can receive payments just by downloading an app, and nobody can seize that information. Those satoshis that you have, nobody can freeze that balance. In Latin America, we have a great deal of experience. Well, around the world, where organizations or people that have been censored, they cannot receive their payments using some traditional financial services because they are an authoritarian country, or because there are enemies in a country that is more powerful. There are different situations. We do not have control over our own money. I come from Brazil, and we had, in the 90s, not so long ago, we had the savings of everybody in Brazil were frozen. And I am sure that happened in many other countries in Latin America with Lightning Network. That is not possible. Nobody can seize your money, and nobody can prevent you from sending money to whoever you want to. Now, I would like all of us to do an experiment. What do you like the most about Lightning and Bitcoin? If you can you please create a tweet saying, what do you like about Lightning and Bitcoin the most, a characteristic, a property that's important? While you do that, I'm going to share with you what I like the most about Bitcoin and Lightning. What I like the most is that no human being is illegal, and this is important for me. When living in the U.S. and looking at the problems with alien residents, but migrants are not only in the United States. We have Venezuelans in Mexico, and those of us that migrate, we know that we are sometimes treated differently. But Bitcoin is for everybody. There is no racism. Bitcoin can't see the color of your skin if you're male or female. You can open a Bitcoin wallet, and you must never confuse the ones that we mentioned with Tivo wallet. There are different applications, but with Bitcoin, anybody can have access without having a document. This is, for me, is very important because, like Luca was saying, 3.8 billion people live in a regime which is authoritarian or a dictatorship. When you think about drug traffickers and criminal organization, you are not living, you are surviving when you're an immigrant and you don't have your paperwork and you have to send money and you want to, but they can't because they don't have a social security number. It becomes very difficult, so they have to pay very expensive fees. They have to pay to cash their bank checks, and now, as I read, they were going to save $400 million in their remittances, and this is only remittances, and this is like one state in Mexico. What could Latin America do with all of the money? What could families do if we used Lightning Network? And the benefits are not only for remittances. We are seeing that more and more stores and businesses are accepting Bitcoin. If you're going to receive digital payments with a traditional financial system, it would be very expensive. You have to pay many intermediaries, and it's just not easy. But to receive payments in Lightning, you have to download an app. It doesn't matter if you have a store or if you're selling out on the street or if you are at home making your own products and selling them online. Lightning gives you access to payments coming from around the world. It gives you access to receive payments at a globe level. And Equiperos that did Bitcoin Miles to receive donations for dental treatments in the area of El Zonte. He received 0.7 Bitcoins from people around the world. 80% of donations were made through Lightning. Why through Lightning? Because the fees are lower compared to Bitcoin, where you pay for a space in a block and a record book. So the fees are fixed. In Bitcoin, you pay a percentage of the amount that you're paying, so it's much easier for those that want to send small amounts. And also payments that were not possible before because there are micropayment. I like what Elizabeth Stack said. She said that Lightning allows you to make payments that weren't possible before, whether it was because these are payments in areas where people couldn't because they didn't have access, they weren't part of the banking system, or payments in new ways, completely new ways. Every minute of the podcast that I am listening, I continue to pay Santoshis. That is access so that anybody can produce your content. Someone in El Salvador can create a podcast about something in their life, their interest. And someone somewhere in the world can receive the payment. This is podcast 2.0. And there are also many things like stack work in which you can do micro tasks and receive payment for that, or pay for an access to a specific content instead of paying for months, and you have to give a lot of information from yourself. So there are many new forms of payment that are available. This is the summary. paying in places or paying people that it couldn't be for, or pay in completely new and different ways. Not everything is smiles. In Latin America, we have corruption. We have criminal organizations, the drug traffickers. They can kidnap us, and we grow with that idea that money is bad, that will bring us problems, that we can be kidnapped. One of the advantages of Lightning over Bitcoin, with Lightning, there is privacy. Nobody will know how many dollars satoshis you have, and I believe that's important because it makes you even more responsible. And you can have money without being afraid. We shouldn't be afraid. Money has become a tool for oppressing people, but this should be a freedom tool, something that anybody can use. One of the characteristics of Lightning, and it's important that you know about this, is privacy. If you have any questions, it can be technical, or we will gladly answer them. I know that Lightning is a complex topic, but it's the only way in which we can start learning. And the other way to learn is asking questions. Understanding is complex, but using it is very easy for your daily payments. It's our recommendation that you do it in Lightning. Thank you for the opportunity. Recently, I saw on Twitter that everybody was paying through Lightning, and I hadn't heard about that. I recently opened a wallet, and I would like to move my Bitcoins and start to use them through the Lightning network. I don't know if I just send the Bitcoins and that, or so it has to be from a Lightning to a Lightning. It can be done from Lightning to Lightning, and there are people that have orange T-shirt. I can use mine. They are Bitcoin experts, and we can help you with doubts. I will answer that. Luca DCF, and you can look me up on Twitter. How do you think that the implementation of recurrent invoices will be? How close are we? Is this feasible, and when will it happen? Lightning is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Unfortunately, it's good that you asked that question. We need many Lightning developers, and it's important that more people from El Salvador joins. I cannot tell you it will be ready tomorrow or in 3 days. No one really knows. Maybe there is a new developer in the open source community and find something that nobody found before. At least I do not have information at hand to say tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. An important thing is that Bitcoin and Lightning are open source projects, meaning anybody in the world can contribute with the code or for the education of the public. So you can also ask us how to start to develop things in Lightning and learn about it. We need Latino power. We need more developers, more designers, more product managers that are from Latin America. There are different kinds of implementation. For example, Lightning Labs use one async, use Scala and Blockstream. But you don't need to contribute with the protocol to contribute with Lightning, just like any language like JavaScript or any other. You can use this to communicate with the Lightning protocols, and then you can contribute with apps in the language that you want. Thank you guys for answering the question, and thank you all of you for asking the questions. My name is Diana. I'm part of the...
Y de Lucas. Increíble, ¿no? El nivel de conocimiento que ellos dos tienen y el nivel de compromiso que tienen con la comunidad siempre apoya mucho al desarrollo de Lightning Network. Así que, como mencionaron en la transmisión, por favor envíenle sus dudas para que también todos podamos aprender en conjunto. Siempre que mencionan Lightning Network, a mí me viene a la mente la teoría de los 6 grados de separación. No sé por qué toda esta cuestión de los canales entre pares y el que estén todos comunicados alrededor del mundo a través de diferentes personas, a mí totalmente me vuela la cabeza. También mencionaron cosas muy interesantes que son los micropagos que se han podido realizar recientemente en El Salvador. Si ustedes están aquí o en algún momento en alguna otra parte del mundo han realizado pagos con Lightning Network, estaría genial que nos compartan en redes sociales qué pagos han hecho, qué han comprado y si ha sido sencillo para ustedes. Ahora sí, vamos a la siguiente charla.
I'm representing Venezuela. I want to speak a little bit on how this mining works and other cryptocurrency. The original question is what's mining, and we have many urban legends about what this is, but first of all, mining is not making money. It's not connecting a machine and produce bitcoins. Mining is just taking raw material, which is energy, turn it into calculations ability, and this is added into the protocol of the Bitcoin network. This is to strengthen the network and making it more independent. I am a digital fisher in Venezuela, and I have the ability of receiving a benefit. And this is thanks to what was developed by Satoshi Nakamoto. And it sounds very nice, right? It's not as easy as it seems. But in order to solve this, the first thing that we need to do is speak about what the teams are doing, the mining teams. And this is what we need to talk about the work with the teams, what they do is to break a mechanism. But to speak about work test, we need to speak about Cynthia and Moninaur that in 1992 presented that research investigation pricing via processing or combating junk mail with the basic information about the work test. And to summarize work test as simple as possible, is just placing a task, and that task will guarantee or will allow us to obtain a result. All of us carry out these work tests in our daily lives. When we sit in front of our computer and we have to access to a bank, we have to solve a CAPTCHA, a group of letters and numbers. After introducing that, after decoding it, then the network, the software, is able to verify the information very quickly and verify that this is us. This is the main principle of how to combat spam or junk mail. They were the first part of test. This is the most important concept. And this is what's done in any other network that works based on this. The best example is this padlock. Imagine that I send to all of you one of these padlocks. There is just one combination that opens, and I will give a Bitcoin to anybody that opens it. So, gentlemen, to this gentleman. So there are 1,000 combinations. What is the first number that you enter? 001. And you? 142. Jose Parra. Where would you start? 987. In the end, what is the combination? We're going to try and try and try, and in the end, whoever decodes the number is the one that breaks the test work and takes the compensation mechanism. Being able to find a number with that number generate additional interesting things. In order to speak about this, we need to speak about the initial document. Where Bitcoin expresses the concept Nakamoto said in order to implement a server with timestamps, we need to use a system similar to Hashcash or Varanpak. For those of you that don't know about this, is the zero block stream. In the end, how can we summarize this concept? Well, this includes the exploration of a value that when we calculate a hash, The hash is a number of bits in zero. This is the work test and what the Bitcoin mining team do. What is that information? All the transactions that are happening about the mining network, these transactions are put together with the previous information from the previous blockchain. They also bring it together with a timestamp. And another information that we will look at is all of this information in the end is included in a hash mathematical formula. We are not going to speak about the technical part of it, but when we introduce any type of information in a hash function, this is what we will get. And the interesting thing about this is that it has a number of zeros. And just like Nakamoto was mentioning, depending on the number of zeros, this number starts, we will have a target. This target can be larger or smaller. It can increase or decrease the level of difficulty. And once I present the level of difficulty, it's just a matter of the numbers that are added to a hash of a specific level when we're doing the work test. They may sound very complex, these concepts, but everything is summarized and saying that we are always throwing the dice, and that dice has to offer a result that is combined with others, a hash that meets a condition of zeros. This is the general information that we find a version, the previous block, that is the concept of chain. We have Merkle group, that number is the summary of all transactions. These are summarized in this, and the timestamp. All of this is included in the math formula, and it turns into this with a number of zeros. The most important thing is that we also include nonce, which is a number used only once. This number has to, with these imaginary dollars, they have to, this information is the same. The only thing that varies is the nonce. I throw the dice until I get the number. This is the block with the activation of the mechanism of the protocol. And out of this block, 709,000, the nonce, the number calculated by the Fishers, was the one in the text box in red. The person that guessed this was the one that took the proof of work. The difficulty of the network at this time is 22 trillions of hashes. What does this mean? That the Bitcoin network needs to process per second 22 trillion of mathematical formulas with the purpose of obtaining this number. Simple? Not really. And this is how we do these formulas. I also want to talk about another urban legend, because they do not carry out these complex mathematical formulas, just one, and hash it with the information of the block. The only thing is that they do it many times, repeatedly. What they do that with integrated ASIC. And these equipment is only used to hash a code of a specific protocol. For Bitcoin, SHA-256. But we also have other projects that do not have the necessary requirements, and they work with GPUs. We will not speak about them right now. We are going to speak more about mining, which is what I want you to take away. Now, the question is, those of you who think that it's simple, please say it. But for this, we need to know a little bit. I'm going to work beyond the proof of work, and I'm going to give you a cooking recipe that you can take with you today, and with this you can start mining. You have to study a lot, and also having into account that when somebody is offering this mining project, especially those that are in the cloud, run, because that would be a scam.
So this is an activity that is quite complex, and it requires not only investment but knowledge. Hardware, and I introduce you to Don't Get Scared, BitMade. Was launched this week, and it's going to be sold. It has 140 terahash. It's coming next year. It's going to be launched. You can request it. $15–20,000 plus commission. But the idea is, which one are you going to choose? First, you need to determine the algorithm. Child car 6. This, I will not go into detail. There's other crypto, Litecoin or Dogecoin. If you want, you can mine cash, but the algorithm depends on the profitability and the ability of the project. I choose Bitcoin. Additionally, the manufacturer, this is extremely important. You should select the appropriate one. You need to locate the best one. And the recommendation is to select a manufacturer that can guarantee that whenever you get the equipment, if you need anything to be replaced, it can be replaced. This is something that you should always request. We have many manufacturers, and they have their own criteria. And also the technical service, if they don't have a technical service, they should be taken into account. If you're mining and you're starting at home, you need to know that this is extremely important. Technical service. And the most important is the raw material. The capacity is also important. This is in the same proportion, meaning how many watts are you consuming. Additionally to the equipment. For this, I can show you some data, some graphs, where this on the top represents miners that I broke for the case of ETC of the energy that you have consumed. But an equipment that can be $10,000 or $15,000, you can have the lowest curve, C9. It's being used in Venezuela. It's being used a lot. It does not have a lot of capacity, but it's easier to get. So it has to do with mining, efficiency, and financial efficiency, of course, of the initial investment of the equipment. Electricity, we just mentioned it, and we're gonna mine. I do it in Venezuela, fortunately, where it's not as expensive. But if we are on a different location, we can do it in our country of origin, but we can also rent a host. This is very important to consider. Additionally, if you have a farm, you should invest on the electricity, on anything that will be sent to the table. This is something that you should consider for a big miner. But if you're a small miner, it doesn't matter if you're a big miner or a small miner. You need to control the power, you need to control the breakers, the contractors, the intelligent system. You can have a PL6. Something that I must mention are the training equipment for the avoidance of the failures that we may encounter on the equipment. Data connection. This is an urban myth as well. You don't need 100 megabytes in your connection. This is not necessary. As long as it is stable enough, each of the alpha characters, packages that are not heavy, but you need stability. You need to define the concept with the provider and to have the best service to avoid losing some data. It's also important to have at least 2 providers. In Venezuela, this is mandatory. If you don't receive the data, you're going to be able to transmit it. And a router, a firewall to protect your HTTP. It can be through a virtual network, VPN, etc. The ventilation system. Thank you to my Venezuelan team. This is another urban myth. You don't need air conditioning to feed air that is coming from the fresh air, that is water, not cold air. So above from 0 up to 40 degrees, and what's important is that this is the same degrees of air that's coming in and coming out. To be able to do this, we need to control and to monitor. Now, the maintenance methods, it's prevention. You need to clean your car, but additionally, you have to do some prevention on schedule at least once a year with extraction of strange objects that are not letting the air circulate. But not only prevent, but also we need a technical assistance, as I was saying, in the application or in the farm. Your equipment needs to have a statistic of the processes. A date of birth, the first failure, the origin, who repaired it, if it failed again, so you can have a forecast and statistics to determine and to prevent a failure on the equipment. I do it, and this has to do with thermal maps to determine networks or energy flows that can create some damage. Infrastructure. This is a very simple infrastructure. Of course, you need the space. If it's on shelves, people sometimes do it with fire resistance, waterproof, but it has to do also with the connection, how close this is to the data center, and electricity. Now, legislation. In Mexico, they don't talk about mine. In Colombia, they just generated a sandbox, more financial than technological. In the US, we don't have regulation. We do have it in Iran. Panama recently, they passed a law where they have talked about much details. And in Salvador, of course, you're more than welcome if you want to do it. Venezuela, my country, since last year, we have 084/2020 that legally regulates in Venezuela all the mining, and you can see the type of licenses that you can have for this specific purpose. And the know-how, the education, this is very important for crypto. Investment on knowledge, investment on what are you going to select, the data system, the data network. This is the best you can do to start in this universe. I am Aníbal Garrido. You have my social network, and Thank you for your attention.
Impresionante la presentación que acabamos de ver de Aníbal Garrido. Yo creo que se rompieron muchísimos mitos, no sé ustedes, pero yo aprendí demasiado en esta presentación. Incluso tal vez hasta me anime a intentar algo de minería. También esas recomendaciones que hizo sobre los equipos y su mantenimiento son para tomar en cuenta. Ahora les voy a presentar un poquito de lo que estamos viviendo aquí dentro de la Bit Conf, en el área donde se están preparando y se están haciendo algunos NFTs en vivo. Algunos artistas están pintando unas tablas de surf que se van a convertir en NFTs y se van a estar vendiendo durante este evento. Recordemos que los NFTs son algunos tokens que son no fungibles, es decir, cada uno de estos tokens que se pueden registrar sobre la blockchain son tokens que no son iguales unos a otros. Y bueno, en este caso también se está vendiendo a la par la obra en físico y probablemente también se digitalice para poder crear este NFT, hacer un par del archivo digital junto con el token no fungible. Este tema es muy interesante y si les interesa aprender un poquito más, chéquense ciertos canales de los ponentes que están actualmente y también algunas otras cosas dentro de Google. Vamos a la siguiente charla.
It's going to be very dynamic, very active. We hope that in this panel we can determine what do we have on the ecosystem, what are the talent opportunities. We have Cristóbal Pereira, he is director of Blockchain Academy, Damien Javik from Think and That, Jessica Padilla from Colombia, as myself, Technologies of Innovation on Da Vivienda, one of the biggest banks in Colombia that has branches in Central America and a very important presence here in El Salvador. Ernesto Contreras from Venezuela, Growth Director of Itach. So we have a very diverse group, and for the enthusiasts to see where we are at, we will start with Cristóbal from Chile, with Blockchain Academy in Hackathon. Tell us, what programs do we have? What are the academies? Well, it's very interesting because this has been growing not only on the ecosystem of the use of crypto, but also on the labor opportunities. As I mentioned, we have seen giants such as Binance, Hobbit, OKEX, platforms that are global platforms coming to Latin America. And this brings many labor opportunities. And I have heard of people that are helping in the projects. Telegram, community managers, and we also have cases of people that have been working full-time for quite a while. And now we're seeing a very interesting alliance because we not only need developers but community managers that can understand about crypto and blockchain, legal staff, administrative staff. So there's that type of requirement already. And in Latin America, we have different academies that have been supporting the development of the ecosystem. We have blockchain academies, blockchain academy in Chile, in Argentina, in Brazil, in Colombia, in Mexico. Seer Academy in Argentina, and some other projects in Latin America and universities. More formal programs in Chile, Argentina, Peru, Colombia, Mexico. Very interesting. Yeah, and it will be very interesting if you can mention some of the universities so we can sort of give a face to the ecosystem. Well, the University of Chile, Blockchain for Business, the Catholic University, University Rosario in Argentina, and also Rosario in Colombia, Lausanne in Peru, also teaching on blockchain. So we're seeing a mix and a great opportunity, Ernesto. I believe that in Dash you can tell us what are the profiles. If someone wants to be part of the industry, what type of profile do you find? What's the talent that we need? Maybe someone wants to become a full-timer. A question: who wants to be earning money working for a crypto environment? Well, many, right? So from our perspective, I have defined 4 profiles or 4 different ways in which you can participate. The first profile, that is the most common, is the active aspect. This is someone that will get the crypto and they are expecting, the effort is not going to take them to get more Bitcoin. But the second profile is the one who actually uses it. Many of us, we are sending or receiving remittances for the exchange of services, and we use crypto. We were seeing in the Lightning conference, this is something that is not bind to having a certain profile. I mean, you can be a teacher living in a certain country and you don't have all your legal documents and you can be paid in Bitcoin. Now the third profile, it's myself. You become involved in the crypto world and you can look for a job in any of the organizations or companies. We have an example. I believe that here we have more or less 200, 300 people that thankfully have become part of the crypto world. We have DAO technology. Dash has a DAO that is an internet system that pays people for services. Meaning, if someone has a Twitter account, Instagram account with a lot of users, you can tell to DAO, well, I will become an influencer and you can pay me and they pay you in Bitcoin. This is the third profile. And the fourth, that is the one that we want to see the most in El Salvador and Latin America, are the entrepreneurs that are not only working for one of these companies, but they determine the problem and they want to solve it. Most of the technological waves, we have been the last in our countries. I remember Sega or Nintendo. You could buy it if you go to the US. But now we have a payment method for cabs, for taxis, in banks, and this is an open door. These are amazing opportunities, so you can determine which one is your profile. Now's the time. In Latin America, we have a very important hub for the fourth profile, and this hub is Argentina. I lived in Argentina for 7 years, and this is why we have Damian as part of this panel, because he is this fourth profile, this entrepreneur, developer of solutions, transversal solutions. Why don't you tell us about your startup? How many employees do you have? And what's the training that you need? I am Damian Dravi, part of the Think and Dev, and we are on blockchain. And we are changing every day. And now I believe that we have an exponential number of developers. This is the best employment environment that we can have. Thankfully, the pandemic has changed the world. nowadays you can charge international prices. We believe in Latin America that we must charge in Latin American prices, but thanks to the pandemic, you can work in any company and you can charge any price internationally, and you can do it from home. So the programmers, what are the programs that are being used the most? Soleil, the developer, front with Web3, and we have opportunities for accountants to know how to do taxes, a good business model. Drawers. NFT, right now we don't have this kind of profile. We don't have people that can do this nowadays. We have 20 artists from 20 Latin America. We have more than 50 FTs, and this is another way to prove the challenge of our artists that are also part of our ecosystem. The audience may think, well, I will work in blockchain, I will learn Solidity, but what are the projects that your company developed? Well, first, you need to change your mind, because in any bank platform, my first day on DirecTV, for instance, I was working and there were flaws, and nowadays in blockchain, you need to think differently, completely different. We have DeFi platforms, or the financial topic is very important. You must understand the movement, and these are not platforms that are simple. You can go to NFT, it's very nice to see, it's very easy to see. Most of the applications have designers for NFTs, interfaces for users, many things. Very important as well to have the corporate vision, the Vivienda, the financial institution, and the team that you have led, Jessica. We were together in the Bit Conf in 2016, right, Jessica? And I believe that now it's a great opportunity in this Bit Conf to see how the Vivienda has changed up to this day, how they have trained the talent, what staff was integrated. Thank you, Clementina. As a Vivienda, we understood the benefits of this new technology. We decided to have a team available that will understand how it worked, to be able to identify as a bank the opportunities that we had on using this kind of technology. Cristobal, we didn't have many blockchain academies. We understood this internally, how blockchain worked. We had 25 millennials recruited from different cities of Colombia, and along with them, we developed our own definition of blockchain. 22, 23 years old, so they have grown with us, and we combined them with technical part of the institution that was helping, so having the best of both worlds, innovating but with the safety of a bank institution, right? Now these millennials are teaching everyone in the institution this importance about the blockchains. We have a turnover that goes with the basic learning of blockchain, and they are generating decentralized technical in other companies. And I remember that this was not completely regarding the core business. How have this evolved with this team of 21 people? We have more than 14 projects based on blockchain. Many of them are samples of the concept. After the Bitcoin conference, we decided that we will start a pilot to confirm that the technology was working. For P2P payments, we have escalated, and this is not only for 50 officials, but 14,000 officials or employees of the institution. This type of technical platform allows you to think on projects that had to do with the credit concept. We have developed an initiative with the electric sector where we generate financial guarantees on blockchain. And apart from the financial activity with our corporate customers on the health sector, we developed a digital platform of the COVID-19 vaccine that you can have a registry of the blockchain. This was adopted by the government of Colombia, and we have more than 2 million certificates for this solution that works on blockchain again. This last case is why Jessica is just here today, because tomorrow they have an award to the Vivienda. So she has to go, but I think that it's amazing to have the case of the Vivienda, not only because they are here in El Salvador, but it can prove the value of Bitcoin. We have been here as rookies, going to Gaby Kurman, Franco Amati, Dieguito, Gutierrez. At a certain point of our life, we go to another Bit Conf and we are on a different part of the ecosystem, so it evolved. And the ones that are here today for the first time, listening to all of these alternatives, remember our panelists, their names, and I believe that you will have a development at a professional level, at a personal level, that you don't know where you will be in 5 years. Cristobal, what's the profile of the customers that you have in blockchain here? We were an academy based on people to give the training as an instructor throughout Latin America, to be able to transfer this information for the ones who were starting in this process. But we determined that at a corporate level, this was also needed. We needed to share the lessons and how to implement and use blockchain. This is why we have trainings to the Central Bank in Chile, Banco Agrícola here in El Salvador, Bancolombia, MasterCard in Mexico. And this has happened for the last year because clearly this is something that they know that there's no way back. I have congratulated Jessica because in 2016 they understood how important blockchain, and for a bank to start this on 2016, that was a crazy idea, but nowadays they have determined that they need to become part of this sector. And I also wanted to mention, Clement, that in 2016 we didn't have academies, and the catalyzer on this Bit Conf is that we have proved that it makes sense. So employment opportunities, we have 4 pillars in the academy: legal tech, everything that has to do with regulating crypto, programmers, for everything that we're doing in Latin America, business, for consultants, entrepreneurs that want to learn how to use the technology, the new business models, and finally investments. You can trade with crypto and you can have the DeFi finances. that will change the traditional system. So many opportunities. We have free training, and you can start learning. We have trainings of 1 hour, 6 hours. We receive the requests, and we disseminate it throughout Latin America. So you're receiving more enterprises and more companies. We have students for 2 years already. They continue learning. We have WhatsApp, and in the corporate, we have more than 1,000 people in this company that we have in Colombia, Peru, Mexico. Apart from the pandemic, the benefit was that everything became digital. So we have many opportunities, many companies. There's a lot of material that is available. Ernesto, what do you do to develop the ecosystem? What's your advice to the audience so they can become involved? It's a particular thing apart from the technical part. So anyone can access central.org, and you can enter the project, and if it's approved, you will receive the funding. This is why we have dashes in Venezuela, Thailand, the US, and hopefully one in El Salvador very soon. A part of promoting a crypto as such, my advice is to download your wallet, integrate a bit of money to see how it works. Because you will see that you don't need to provide any kind of data to have a bank in your cell phone. And you start thinking about the solution of the problems. An entrepreneur was seeing that he could integrate Dash to a gift card system, and he implemented Dash or an app that is Dash Direct, and now you can pay in 1,600 places in the US. All of this because he wanted to use that specific crypto. And he say, oh, I will integrate it to this method. So he generated this project. So with the environment that's positive for the growth here in El Salvador, you can start seeing all the problems, all the discomfort of going to an institution, having to wait. If you have to pay, you have to go to the cashier, you have to go somewhere else. And if you see how you use your crypto, you will see that this will solve many things. Perhaps go to a certain community that is doing something and just to listen to them to see how they can resolve it, or perhaps an organization that is working with this kind of projects, and you can see that it has a communication deficiency, for instance. I know that there are many things that you want to do in the vivienda, and it's difficult. We have seen in Dash communities that people will start with activities, and they say, oh yes, I work on the promotion, and this is why you have a lot of people. I want to be part of the Dash so we can have more people on the event. So this kind of mentality, this kind of mindset of looking solutions with technology will open the world of crypto, because everything needs to be built from scratch. And we have many entrepreneurs walking the pathway, and I believe that many of you will find the solutions of the tomorrow. Thank you for your attention. This simultaneous interpretation will be back tomorrow at 9. Have a pleasant evening.
Muy buena, ¿no? Yo personalmente conozco algunas personas que han logrado incursionar en el mundo de Bitcoin ya de forma laboral, y aquí conmigo está mi queridísimo José Rodríguez, mexicano también. José, ¿cómo has hecho para incursionar ya de forma laboral en este mundo?
Pues a un principio, cuando digamos comenzaba en este mundo, no era tan grande como actualmente lo es, y pues sí era un poco de una aventura, pero ahorita lo que estamos viendo es que precisamente blockchain y Bitcoin y todas estas industrias son lo que tienen mayor crecimiento, y hay muchas oportunidades laborales, no solo dentro de sus países, sino también, digo, a raíz de todo esto, digitalización y pandemia, también hay muchas oportunidades para que trabajen desde casa. Y lo más curioso es que ya no solo es para sector financiero, sino que se está abriendo oportunidades para diferentes sectores y diferentes industrias.
Excelente, José. Tú que ya tienes experiencia, ok, vamos a la siguiente charla. Regresamos.
A Bitcoin y blockchain. Así que los invito a que cada uno se vaya presentando en orden, contando un poco de qué país vienen, qué están haciendo, y después arrancamos con el panel.
Mi nombre es Ari Figueredo, soy cubano, nací en Cuba y a los 19 años me mudé para Estados Unidos, llevo 15 años en Estados Unidos, pero soy cubano y me encanta ver lo que ha sucedido en mi país con el tema del Bitcoin y cómo el Bitcoin se ha promovido últimamente. Entonces, tengo dos empresas que tienen que ver con el blockchain y también corrí para el consejo de la ciudad de mi ciudad, San Petersburg, en la Florida. Y una de mis plataformas fue convertir mi ciudad en la capital mundial del Bitcoin. Y fue súper ambicioso porque es una ciudad que es más bien de personas retiradas, ya viejitos que no entienden cómo tal la tecnología, pero darles a poder educarlos en el tema y me sorprendió mucho que aunque no haya ganado, llegué al 15% de los votos entre 5 personas, bastante se hizo. Y nada, ese es...
Muy bien, ¿y han habido varios alcaldes que te han copiado?
No, yo creo que estoy copiando uno. Estoy copiando a Suárez de Miami. Me encanta lo que está haciendo en Miami con el tema del Bitcoin y blockchain y cómo está creando cantidad de trabajos. Quedé súper impresionado con el Bitcoin Miami 2021, cómo se movió la economía en Miami grandemente y me encantaría ver eso en mi ciudad.
Perfecto. Pasamos a nuestro siguiente invitado.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandro Machado, soy venezolano. Hace unos años fundé la Open Money Initiative, que es una organización como de investigación sobre cómo la gente usa el dinero y cómo podemos fomentar el uso de tecnologías que permiten que el dinero pueda ser más accesible para más personas, que se pueda usar de forma libre, privada. Y bueno, he estado trabajando con varias startups, una de ellas, Value, es una empresa que se utiliza para enviar dinero de Colombia a Venezuela. Se compra Bitcoin en Colombia, o sea, los clientes dan pesos colombianos, uno compra Bitcoin con eso y luego el Bitcoin se vende en Venezuela. Como Venezuela no está conectado realmente en el sistema bancario con otros países, pues esto es realmente una de las pocas formas que uno tiene para hacer remesas. Y en este momento estoy haciendo investigaciones sobre billeteras de autocustodia. Me parece súper importante, y pues ahorita vamos a hablar un poco más de Salvador, que la gente entienda primero la necesidad de tener más opciones distintas de custodia, que la autocustodia, que uno solamente tenga las llaves, no es la única opción, ¿no? Pero hay más opciones que más allá de tener toda la plata en un exchange o toda la plata en un banco público, como pues aquí parece que la gente pues puede pasar, ¿no? Con toda esta iniciativa de Chivo Wallet. Entonces, pues sí, es algo que estoy interesado y me parece importante. Bueno, todo el mundo habla mucho de educación, ¿no? Que falta educación, falta educación. Quisiera también explorar maneras de escalar esos esfuerzos, ¿no? ¿Cómo hacemos para ir más allá de una persona educando a otra persona? ¿Será que hay que producir más contenido? ¿Será que hay que ser más creativos con la forma de llegar a la gente? ¿Será que hay que ser más, no sé, gracioso en lo que uno hace? No, hay que explorar eso.
Definitivamente la educación es un gran desafío, ¿no? Contanos un poquito, José, ¿cómo están ustedes? ¿Qué es lo que están haciendo, Pablo?
Sí, claro, un gusto a todos y qué gusto estar acá. La verdad, un honor estar en El Salvador. Soy Pablo González, soy cofundador de Bitso. Somos una app que da acceso a criptomonedas, Bitcoin, en México, Argentina y Brasil principalmente. Tenemos más de 3 millones de usuarios. Mucho de nuestro reto desde un inicio es conectar el mundo el mundo físico de las personas y onboardearlos, ¿no? a este sistema financiero alternativo que es Bitcoin. Entonces, siempre ha sido nuestra misión pues darle utilidad, ¿no? al Bitcoin, más allá de un exchange, en donde nuestra tesis no necesariamente es de trading, pero es más sobre dar acceso a las masas a esto. Hemos estado bastante activos nosotros en El Salvador. Desde que pues, empezó esto, la verdad, no nos los esperábamos, pero ha sido impresionante la velocidad que se ha movido. Pero hoy en día pues, trabajamos con el app de Chivo, las conversiones de dólares a bitcoins pues, las procesamos nosotros y damos servicios de custodia 100% asegurada, y también hemos trabajado con el gobierno para mucha colaboración en cómo hacer como el framework regulatorio, varias cosas así, ¿no? Entonces, más allá de dar servicio como al consumidor en El Salvador, estamos más apoyando para que pues, se pueda generar, para que esto pueda funcionar, ¿no? Y está funcionando padrísimo.
Es muy interesante y quiero contarles una intimidad. Yo cuando me enteré que Bitso estaba dando este servicio al gobierno de El Salvador, me quedé más tranquilo de que por lo menos estén trabajando con uno de los exchanges más importantes de la región. Pablo y el equipo de Bitso también son grandes amigos de la Bit Conf. Organizamos juntos la Bit Conf del 2014. Éramos muy jóvenes en esa época y hemos visto el impacto que eso tuvo en el ecosistema de México, y estoy seguro que en varios años veremos lo que también la Bit Conf hace cuando viene a un nuevo país aquí en El Salvador. Así que bueno, también ustedes son muy modestos, pero sé que manejan una gran parte de las remesas de Estados Unidos a México, que es otra de las grandes oportunidades, ¿no? que el Bitcoin va a traer seguramente a El Salvador.
Hola a todos, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mateo Bermeo Mota, soy de Colombia, mi acento me delata. Trabajo para Global Digital Finance, soy el corrector del capítulo latinoamericano. Somos una organización que se enfoca en promover mejores prácticas para tanto los gobiernos como las organizaciones de la comunidad Bitcoin y el ecosistema de activos digitales en general. Y yo creo que, entrando ya un poco en el tema, Gabriel, entender bien lo que está ocurriendo en El Salvador es verdaderamente impresionante. Yo creo que se está abriendo una caja de Pandora que ninguno está entendiendo, que realmente lo que estamos viviendo hoy lo vamos a entender en unos buenos años, como hoy por hoy entendemos quizá lo que fue el lanzamiento de esto que es el Bitcoin hoy por hoy. Y lo que está viviendo El Salvador es una hoja de ruta que tenemos que copiar en el resto de los países. Nosotros en Global Digital Finance queremos promover esta adopción de marcos regulatorios inteligentes que promuevan la innovación, la libertad, y que definitivamente no trunquen el desarrollo de los países, que por el contrario lo que queremos promover y lo que queremos lograr es que los países crezcan a través de la prosperidad, y yo creo que el gobierno de El Salvador hay que celebrarlo y aplaudirlo porque ha hecho eso, Y el enfoque que Alejandro da de educación, yo creo que también hay que promoverlo, no solo con ciudadanos, sino también con reguladores y con gobiernos, porque este gobierno se dio cuenta del valor y la posibilidad de lo que puede hacer Bitcoin por su país, y es que los otros no lo han visto todavía tienen esa venda enorme en los ojos. Entonces, invitémoslos pues y enfoquémonos nosotros en quitarle esa venda a los gobiernos, a los reguladores, que dejen de regular desde el temor y desde el pánico al Bitcoin y a las criptomonedas, y que esto es algo que en verdad promueve la verdadera revolución y el futuro persona a persona, y promueve las libertades al fin y al cabo.
Absolutamente, y yo creo que es muy interesante lo que estamos viendo en Estados Unidos, de esos alcaldes que se están dando cuenta que por promover el Bitcoin ganan votos, ¿no? Porque sabemos que a los políticos les importan los votos, y es una realidad, entonces tenemos que comunicar eso, ¿no? Estamos totalmente alineados con los incentivos.
Sí, sí. Hay que celebrar eso.
Buenas tardes, gracias por la invitación. Soy Fabricio Tota, soy director de mercado Bitcoin, la mayor exchange de Brasil, con 3.200.000 clientes. La educación es clave para una exchange tan larga como mercado Bitcoin o como nuestros amigos de Bitso en México. No basta ofrecer un servicio, acá estoy, compré Bitcoin, todo se encerra allá. Es una cosa muy importante que continúe la educación para mostrar qué es Bitcoin, la importancia de los criptoactivos y cómo eso puede cambiar no solo la sociedad, pero la vida de las personas. Lo que está aconteciendo acá en El Salvador, pienso que es una inspiración para otros gobiernos, una coraje muy grande, en mi opinión, del presidente, de tomar la decisión de cambiar el país de dentro. No espera que algo acontezca de la iniciativa privada o algo así, pero decide, coloca las condiciones para que las cosas acontezcan. Entonces, mi expectativa es que otros gobiernos y también las empresas vean esa posibilidad que pueden investir en esos países, haciendo las cabezas, la gente que puede construir, como nosotros acá, las personas que aquí están, que construyen ese ecosistema en Latinoamérica.
Muy bueno. El equipo de Mercado Bitcoin también ha sido un gran amigo de la Bit Conf y organizamos juntos la del 2014 en Río de Janeiro. Les quiero hacer ahora dos preguntas en una. Primero, que nos cuenten qué tienen pensado hacer con El Salvador, ¿no? Si sus proyectos están viendo alguna oportunidad de poner un pie en El Salvador. Y la segunda pregunta es, ¿qué recomendación le dan a nuestros amigos salvadoreños que están aquí en la audiencia, que les está empezando a volar la cabeza esto del Bitcoin y se están dando cuenta que es una revolución mucho más profunda, que ya tiene varios años, y que se quieren involucrar, que quieren ponerse a trabajar de alguna forma o ayudar el desarrollo de El Salvador? ¿Es por la minería? ¿Es por la educación? ¿Tienen algún consejo en especial para darles?
Empiecen a pensar en qué formas pueden utilizar la tecnología. Se puede utilizar de millones de formas. Algo que me encantaría a mí ver cómo se puede desarrollar aquí y llevarlo a mi país sería, por ejemplo, tener títulos de casas, automóviles, en NFTs, en blockchain, en Bitcoin, se puede inclusive hacer en la blockchain de Bitcoin, tipo NFTs, porque entonces tú puedes transferir ese título de una persona a otra sin ningún intermediario. Por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos tú vas a comprar una casa, tienes que pagar a una compañía de título, tienes que pagar un seguro de título, porque de repente la persona que te está vendiendo no es ni dueño de la casa. Y entonces toda esa fricción se elimina completamente con esta tecnología que puede ser de mano a mano. Yo tuve una conversación con el preso de mi ciudad y le expliqué la tecnología y todo se le iluminaban los ojos. Y me encantaría verlo acá y llevarlo allá.
Por ahí podemos explicar en 2 segundos qué es un NFT por si alguien no sabe.
Non-fungible token es un archivo digital que es un asset, digital asset, que se genera en el blockchain y se puede ser transferido de persona a persona. Y tú puedes crear cuantas tú necesites. Vamos a decir que tiene 2 motos, puedes crear 2 archivos y cada archivo sería único, ¿no? Y puedes vender esa moto y tener el título de la moto, se lo amarras al archivo digital y vendes la moto y inmediatamente transfieres el título de la motocicleta a otra persona. Se puede hacer con casas, con todo lo que puedes imaginar. Ahora mismo los artistas lo están utilizando mucho, pero me encantaría verlo con cosas tangibles.
Sí, eso es interesante, un poco la filosofía bitcoiner, ¿no? Donde vemos en los NFTs no tanto la especulación de corto plazo, sino la posibilidad de asociar la identidad de las personas o de las cosas a un token que luego pueda ser fácilmente intercambiado o, digamos, entre personas, haciendo muchísimo más fácil el intercambio, ¿no?
Exactamente.
Muy bien.
Bueno, yo desde que llegué aquí hace unas 2 semanas he estado hablando con salvadoreños para de izquierda a derecha, por todos lados. También, sobre todo, tratando de extender un poquito más de la burbuja de aquí de San Benito, pues de la zona como afluente de San Salvador. Y resulta que una de las cosas interesantes, yo pensaba que iba a hablar con la gente sobre chivos, sobre a lo mejor las cosas que le veían de bueno, las cosas que le veían quejas, y bueno, con mucha gente pues le ve cosas buenas, cosas malas, tienen miedo, no, pues una cosa nueva, pero lo que me quedó grabado es que la mayor parte de la gente, cuando tú le hablas así de forma indirecta, como a través de WhatsApp o que no te conocen, lo que quieren es una manera de ganar dinero, ¿no? O sea, hay poca gente con la que he hablado tiene incluso ni siquiera $300 de ahorro, ¿no? O sea, son gente que vive mes a mes y que está buscando ingresos que puedan tener online. Entonces, a lo mejor te viene a la mente un poco el fenómeno de Axie Infinity o de gente que está jugando juegos que a través del Lightning pueden recibir ingresos. Entonces, una de las áreas de exploración que puede ser muy interesante es cómo facilitamos que los salvadoreños puedan ganar dinero online de forma segura, que eviten las pirámides, porque abundan mucho las pirámides, hay mucha gente que se está metiendo en Forex y en otro tipo de esquemas que, si bien a lo mejor no son estafas 100% o pues incluso en algunos casos están hasta regulados por la superintendencia, pues el otro día vi una plataforma que se llama IQ Options, que es muy popular, dice 72% de las personas que la utilizan pierden dinero. Entonces, y eso, por supuesto, la gente siempre piensa, no voy a ser yo. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos exponer a la gente a tomar ciertos riesgos y poder aventurarse a hacer como trabajo online, pero que sea de forma un poquito más regulada, bueno, no regulada por el Estado, sino otra vez con el tema de la educación, con el tema de tener más opciones que no solamente la experiencia típica de una persona es ve una foto de alguien que está haciendo mucho dinero con los cruceros, con este esquema, con el otro esquema. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos proveer alternativas que sean atractivas y que sigan siendo más seguras y que no sean como outright estafas, ¿no?
Sí, eso es muy interesante y van a escucharlo a lo largo de la conferencia muchas veces porque lo hemos sufrido y lo hemos visto en nuestros países, ¿no? Como la ambición nos lleva a pensar, bueno, el Bitcoin es viejo, ya no es la última moda, ¿cuál es la inversión en la que voy a tener una rentabilidad aún mayor? Y el Bitcoin no es una inversión financiera, el Bitcoin es un seguro contra el colapso del sistema fiat que estamos presenciando. Todos los salvadoreños tienen su economía dolarizada y vieron perder el 40% de sus ahorros y su economía en los últimos 18 meses con la impresión monetaria de Estados Unidos, ¿no? Entonces, es importante la educación y ustedes, que ahora son afortunados porque han tenido acceso a toda esta información, de compartirle a sus conciudadanos y al resto de El Salvador para explicar la diferencia entre el Bitcoin y todas las otras tecnologías que puedan ser desarrolladas con la tecnología blockchain, que es tan fácil de copiar, ¿no? Porque al ser de código abierto yo puedo inventar una instantáneamente, pero es totalmente diferente a la gobernanza, a la seguridad y la antifragilidad que estos cypherpunks que hace tantas décadas vienen trabajando lograron hacer en Bitcoin. Así que es muy importante el punto. Pablo.
Sí, no. Y es bien interesante lo que hablas de educación, porque creo que también hay una educación sobre, sí, impartir información de qué es el Bitcoin. Pues platicamos de las Bitcoins en 2014, ya tenemos tiempo en pero, o sea, Bitso pues sí tiene ya un pie en El Salvador, o más de un pie, pero nos interesa pues todavía apostar mucho más. Y no nada más apostar mucho más pero apostar mucho más en aprender de que El Salvador nos eduque también como industria. Creo que están en una oportunidad, esto es único, ¿no? Estaba platicando, acabo de llegar hace 2 horas, casi aterricé, y venía en el Uber y me estaba contando que le pregunté, oye, ¿yo usaste Bitcoin? Sí, ya le mandé dinero a mi hermano que vive en Texas, y luego me mandó porque tenía unos gastos. Yo decía, esto me está explotando la cabeza, ¿no? Después de 3 meses, ¿no? De no haber ni siquiera escuchado Bitcoin, ¿no? Entonces, las lecciones que nos va a dar El Salvador van a ser enormes. Y no se nos puede olvidar que esto es un proyecto empezado por salvadoreños super forward thinking, que con una creencia de pues, quieren un país mejor, ¿no? Empezó pues realmente en el Sonte, en una comunidad bottoms up, y creo que esta educación que nos puede dar El Salvador es única en el mundo, ¿no? Yo lo veo y cada vez que vengo me siento que no sé nada de Bitcoin, porque cómo las personas están usando Bitcoin acá, y estamos bien temprano, es impresionante.
Pablo, y ustedes que ya tienen un pie aquí en el país, ¿tú ves que esta ley Bitcoin y esto que está sucediendo puede generar efectivamente nuevos puestos de trabajo, crecimiento, inversiones? ¿Sos optimista en ese aspecto?
Sí, muchísimo. Yo creo que ya lo estamos viendo. O sea, hay muchas empresas que están apostándole al Salvador. Es más, a mí lo que me encantaría ver en los próximos meses son más empresas de Bitcoin activamente dando servicios a El Salvador y creando estas dinámicas de free market, ¿no? Y el mejor servicio al consumidor es el que gana, y o sea, me encanta que haya un Chivo Wallet que ayuda como a crear infraestructura para que sea útil, pero creo que ahora le toca a la industria realmente entrar y poder pues bueno, ofrecer diferentes alternativas, diferentes propuestas de valor. Un ejemplo que bien interesante es que o sea, aquí hay muy pocos bancos en El Salvador y la mayoría son colombianos, hay uno de Honduras, pero no le dan servicio bien a los salvadoreños, ¿no? 70% de las personas acá no tienen cuenta bancaria, y la mayoría de los créditos que se le dan a los microempresarios vienen del crimen organizado. ¿Quién presta a la vendedora de cocos? Pues una de las pandillas, y le prestan $100 a una tasa diaria de $20, ¿no? Y si no paga un día, segundo día, tercer día, y pues si no van y la matan para que los demás sí paguen. Entonces, cuando tú te pones a pensar en las oportunidades de algo como el Bitcoin, es lo que a mí me contaron, que por supuesto yo no sé bien, pero es las historias que he escuchado, y cuando tú piensas en algo como tienes acceso a dinero global, a mercados globales, y que ahora esta vendedora de cocos puede pedirle prestado dinero a cualquier persona en el mundo a las mismas tasas de interés que te prestan en Suecia, el poder de eso es impresionante, ¿no? Entonces a mí se me pone la piel chinita, ¿no? De pensar el cambio que puedes generar con esto.
Absolutamente. Mateo.
Yo creo que lo que estamos viendo en El Salvador es una muestra increíble de lo que pasa cuando un gobierno dice, voy a pensar hacia adelante, como decía Pablo, voy a pensar no en mi siguiente elección, sino voy a pensar en mi siguiente generación. Y eso es lo que yo creo que tenemos que, en El Salvador, no quedarnos, y para los salvadoreños, no quedarse en que ahorita tenemos Chivo y tenemos Bitcoin, sino que sigan siendo exigentes, porque ahorita estamos analizando abrir una empresa acá en El Salvador pero me toca notariar los documentos, hacer los poderes a la antigua. Y es como, bueno, un pasito para adelante, pero sigamos empujando para que acá sigamos teniendo, que no tome 6 semanas abrir una cuenta y una empresa y que tengo que estar bloqueado 6 meses para poder hacer una transacción internacional, sino que sea en una semana ya estoy transando y estoy así volando. Entonces yo creo que los salvadoreños tienen que seguir siendo exigentes en decir, estamos muy bien encaminados, pero no nos quedemos acá. Sigámosle pidiendo al gobierno que siga promoviendo la cultura de innovación, la cultura de creatividad, que lleguen empleos, que las empresas acá de verdad lleguen no solamente a montar un piecito y ya a quitar valor, sino a agregar valor a toda la comunidad, como lo están haciendo desde el Zonte, desde abajo, y agregar realmente puestos de trabajo de valor y educarse pues para llegar y cumplir lo que decía en el panel anterior, que hay muchas oportunidades y la realidad es que estamos simplemente aquí tocando la puntica de la pirámide, la puntica del iceberg, y esto lo vamos a ver y dimensionar en unos muy buenos años, que lo que estamos viendo hoy es completamente innovador. Y yo creo que es ahí hacia donde tenemos que seguir enfocándonos y es ahí hacia donde tenemos que seguir yendo, no solo como ustedes como salvadoreños, sino nosotros como ciudadanos y como comunidad Bitcoin. Pucha, ¿cómo podemos nosotros también aplicar esto que están haciendo aquí también en El Salvador? Yo quiero esto en mi país. Yo quiero que en Colombia mañana todo el mundo pueda comprar y vender y pagar y ahorrar en Bitcoin, porque hoy por hoy hay unas trabas enormes que sí, estamos avanzando, que sí, que el gobierno intenta, pero bueno, ¿cómo podemos nosotros liberar cosas que aquí se ven tan fáciles y tan sencillas que no vemos en otros lados? Ni hablar después de otros países como Venezuela, ni hablar de otros países que realmente necesitan y ven en esto una oportunidad de libertad verdadera y de creatividad verdadera. Y es eso lo que hay que llevarse a El Salvador, ese aguante y esas ganas y esa determinación que yo creo que han demostrado hoy por hoy, pero no se queden ahí, sigan exigiendo.
Muy bien. Fabricio.
Pienso que todos los que están en sus países, Brasil, Colombia, México, Venezuela, trabajando con Bitcoin, tienen sus problemas o sus cuestiones a lo largo de los últimos años con dificultades cuando hablan con gobiernos o con empresas tradicionales. Lo que tenemos acá en El Salvador es algo que no ha sucedido en ningún país antes, que tiene la oportunidad de que tú sabes que el gobierno sabe de qué está hablando. Es completamente diferente de las situaciones que normalmente tenemos en mayor o en menor grado en nuestros países. Entonces, pienso que todos los que están en Latinoamérica, en todos los países, tienen una oportunidad enorme de venir a El Salvador para hacer lo que hacen de mejor. Que las oportunidades en un país que está llamando, ven, yo quiero hablar de Bitcoin con ustedes, con vos. Entonces, me parece que todos los que están construyendo algo en este ecosistema Bitcoin tienen algo para hacer acá. Traer personas, cabezas, trabajar con la educación, con mucho respeto a la cultura y el pueblo que está acá, no intentando imponer algo que funciona en Brasil, funciona en Argentina, entonces funciona acá. No, tiene particularidades que tenemos que comprender para trabajar bien acá también.
Fabricio, una pregunta. ¿Ustedes tienen algún plan de tener una pata aquí en el país, de contratar personas? ¿Están pensando en eso?
Cuando es muy grande en un país, el playbook de VC, de Venture Capital, va para otros países en el entorno. Es un clásico. Entonces, obviamente, cuando tienen una oportunidad tan grande, sí, pensamos en hacer algo acá. Antes, en México, Argentina, Chile, otros países más, sin duda, en unos meses o años, hacer algo acá también.
Muy bien. Bueno, y ustedes saben que esta es una conferencia internacional. Tenemos una gran parte de la audiencia de El Salvador, pero también tenemos referentes de todos los países del mundo. Y creo que todos estamos deseando que esta semilla que ha nacido en El Salvador se replique y se multiplique en todos nuestros países. Así que siguiendo un poco lo que decía Mateo, ¿qué creen ustedes que podemos hacer para tomar la experiencia de El Salvador y llevarla a nuestros países? Escuchábamos a la ministra de Turismo ayer que decía que ha crecido el 51% el turismo en el año 2021 comparado con el 2019 debido a la pandemia. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos convencer a nuestros gobernantes de que sigan el ejemplo del coraje que ha tenido el gobierno de El Salvador y podamos abrazar la tecnología Bitcoin para proteger a nuestras personas y a nuestros países, ¿no?
Yo creo que tenemos que ser la voz, tenemos que ir y hablar y buscar formas de ponernos enfrente de los gobernantes de una manera u otra. Yo encontré la manera mía fue como correr por el Consejo de la Ciudad y puse a todo el mundo a hablar de Bitcoin, a las televisoras locales a hablar de Bitcoin y cripto cuando nadie estaba hablando en mi ciudad de eso. Entonces uno se tiene que poner creativo, ¿no? Para fomentar esta narrativa, porque eso es lo que me encantaría ver en mi país y en mi país de origen. Yo la verdad que estoy muy contento de ver lo que sucedió en Cuba. A principios de año el gobierno hizo un cambio de moneda de la noche a la mañana y esto les derrumbó la economía a los cubanos, porque estaban retirando una moneda y estaban controlando cuánto dinero tú ibas a cambiar, de dónde tú hiciste ese dinero, y le estaban frizando cuentas bancarias. Y entonces, ¿qué hicieron los cubanos? De la noche a la mañana el Bitcoin, que ningún cubano sabía lo que era un Bitcoin, de la noche a la mañana era lo más hablado en las calles de Cuba. Y se refugiaron en Bitcoin. Tengo un amigo que me dijo, Harib, el Bitcoin es mi única esperanza de no perderlo todo. Y esas palabras me estremecieron a mí y dije, ¿y qué tal si esto sucede mañana en donde yo estoy viviendo? Porque ya Cuba, ya yo no vivo ahí, pero mira, no, yo quiero fomentar esto también en todas partes del mundo, porque el Bitcoin es resistente a los gobiernos, a todo, y no hay mejor ejemplo que Cuba. Es un país que es una dictadura completa donde el gobierno tiene total control de todo, de la prensa, de todo, y sin embargo no pudieron aguantar a los cubanos de refugiarse en Bitcoin y proteger su dinero. Entonces hay que ser la voz de todas formas si quieres que las personas tengan independencia financiera, ¿no?
Muy bien.
Yo creo que hay que armar movimientos ciudadanos que vayan incluso más allá de los gobiernos, porque a veces el gobierno pues no tiene la mejor intención con respecto a la sociedad, como en el caso de Venezuela, ¿no? Entonces, armar movimientos ciudadanos en los cuales se ponga en evidencia que Bitcoin, o que se cree una narrativa positiva para alternativas como Bitcoin, ¿no? Porque en el caso de Venezuela, pues Maduro habló sobre el petro, habló sobre su criptomoneda que quería poner, que al final no tuvo ninguna atracción, pero sí hizo daño con respecto a la percepción pública de las criptomonedas en general. Entonces, cuando la gente escucha cripto, escucha Bitcoin, escucha Maduro, escucha petro, entonces hay como se volvió muy político, ¿no? Entonces, y se volvió muy político en un gobierno que no es nada popular. Entonces, eso sería lo primero. Lo otro que me parece interesante también es hablar más y tener más alternativas con respecto a las stablecoins, ¿no? Que las personas puedan, y en Argentina lo estamos viendo bastante, la gente está comprando mucho DAI, la gente está comprando mucho USDC, o sea, para protegerse realmente de la inflación, de la devaluación en los países. Y pues esto también puede ser una vía que nos va a llevar a que más personas también lleguen a descubrir el Bitcoin, ¿no? Porque a lo mejor es un salto muy grande ir del peso argentino al Bitcoin los más jóvenes lo van a entender y son entusiastas, los programadores, la gente de Techie, directo para el Bitcoin. Pero mucha gente puede saltar primero para el dólar o para algo como el dólar y luego para Bitcoin.
Muy bien. Pablo.
Yo igualito que Alejandro creo que estén las personas y es la lección, por ejemplo, del Sonte, ¿no? Las personas, y esa me gustaría verla en otros países, ¿no? Y y no nada más las personas, pero también el sector privado, ¿no? Y las empresas, y que realmente las personas empiecen a utilizarlo y que sean los que le exigen a los gobernantes, porque es mejor, ¿no? Al final del día, porque es una oferta de valor mucho mejor. Entonces yo creo que ese es sobre todo pensando en países como Brasil o como México, es muy difícil cambiar, se mueven más lento, ¿no? Que un país de este tamaño que puede moverse muy rápido. Entonces a mí me gustaría ver más movimientos bottoms up que están utilizando esto.
Perfecto. Mateo, Fabricio, nos quedan unos minutos. ¿Qué opinan ustedes? ¿Cómo podemos llevar este sueño a nuestros países?
Yo creo que hago la cuña, y es la organización pues, que lidero aquí en Latinoamérica, Global Digital Finance, quiere ser precisamente ese interlocutor con los gobiernos y decirle, venga, el ejemplo de El Salvador es precisamente la razón por la que usted tiene que hacerlo. ¿Cuánto creció el PIB de El Salvador en el último trimestre? ¿Cuánto ha crecido la población, su usabilidad y el acceso, la inclusión financiera en el último trimestre? Pasaron de tener 1.2 millones de personas bancarizadas a tener 4,5 millones de personas con una aplicación en cuestión de 3 meses. Eso es precisamente los resultados de una política bien ejecutada, de una regulación inteligente que promueve eso. Y yo creo que como entidad y como miembros del sector privado tenemos que unirnos y alzar nuestra voz al tiempo. No solamente de forma separada sentarnos con el gobierno, sino decir, venga, somos un gremio, somos una economía, un sector importante de la economía, permítanos crecer y no nos trunque la libertad, permítanos ser creativos.
Muchas gracias, muy bien. Fabricio.
Que me impresiona más es que es urgente, porque cuando la literatura, cuando lees siempre el Bitcoin hablando de dólar, nuestras economías somos grandes países, pero es más frágil que las otras. Me impresiona que el asunto no es tan claro para la gente, la importancia de se proteger. Es un seguro no solo contra el dólar, pero también contra las monedas fiduciarias de nuestros países, que es mucho más importante que el dólar.
Absolutamente. Bueno, les agradezco en nombre de la Bit Conf muchísimo el haber compartido su experiencia y su conocimiento, y le pido un gran aplauso para los panelistas.
Gracias, Gaby, por liderar este panel que era tan importante para transmitir el potencial. Así que bueno, muchas gracias a todos los asistentes también. Y paso a darle entonces...
Como vimos, Bitcoin ofrece muchísimas oportunidades, no solamente como inversión, sino también para desarrollar diferentes productos y proyectos. Y en este caso vamos a hablar un poquito sobre un libro que está increíble, que de hecho se presentó hoy mismo aquí en la Bit Conf.
Es un libro de nuestro amigo Aaron Koenig, que ya tiene un tiempo con el tema de los NFTs, y donde pueden encontrar varios artistas, incluso mexicanos y latinoamericanos, con los cuales él ha colaborado. Y también esos mismos artistas los hemos tenido en los diferentes mundos virtuales. Así es que no olviden ir al mundo de CryptoVoxels del Museo del Caos, donde tenemos también la transmisión en vivo de este evento de la Bit Conf, y donde pues bueno, también hemos compartido y tenido diferentes obras y colaboraciones con Aaron.
Se puede comprar este libro en el Bitcoin Embassy Bar en Ciudad de México, y aquí, y después también online.
Pues entonces
es muy limitado. ¿Ya?
No, y es exacto. Vamos a la siguiente charla.
Bitcoin para las personas. Entonces, era importante comenzar, para mí, contando la historia de la Bitcoineta y luego el por qué estamos hoy aquí en El Salvador. La historia de la Bitcoineta arranca hace 4 años en Argentina, con un proyecto que era empezar a divulgar Bitcoin persona a persona, conectarnos con distintos pueblos, ciudades y provincias de la Argentina, y luego poder expandirlo atravesando las fronteras de Latinoamérica. Eso fue lo que hicimos los primeros años, estando en Argentina, en los países limítrofes, viajando, hablando con personas, contando de Bitcoin y también entendiendo qué era lo que podía ser útil de estas tecnologías en un futuro que no imaginábamos tan cercano como el de ahora. El por qué, y como Rodo presentaba, la Bitcoineta es un desprendimiento de Bitcoin Iberoamérica, es una iniciativa de la misma organización por ahí de la Bit Conf, ya en 2013, los mismos que han hecho posible la Fundación Bitcoin Argentina, que hoy es muy representativa sobre todo del ecosistema en Argentina. Después también se creó Espacio Bitcoin, un espacio de comunidad, y años más tarde nacieron casi simultáneamente la Bitcoineta y Blockchain for Humanity. que son proyectos que quizás son más de perfil social y no tanto de perfil de community growth o de crecimiento de las comunidades. Y luego de eso, muchos otros proyectos que también son parte de Bitcoin Iberoamérica, como por ejemplo cuando se hizo la campaña Es Hora de Bitcoin en 8 países, o por ejemplo todo lo que se hace con la Alianza Blockchain Iberoamérica, que nuclea un montón de organizaciones de distintos países de América y de España. Y el mes que viene también están lanzando el premio Bearte, que es un premio al arte digital sobre todo y físico que habla de Bitcoin. Entonces, entendiendo un poco qué es Bitcoin Iberoamérica, creo que lo importante es entender qué significa Bitcoin específicamente para Latinoamérica, porque es una tierra muy fértil para esto que está pasando en El Salvador y la comunidad lo fue detectando ya hace casi 9 años y hay muchas cosas que creo que dieron el terreno para que esto que llamamos Bitcoin Nation esté siendo posible. Hay muchos países de Latinoamérica que se encuentran con problemas de corrupción, de transparencia, de pérdida de valor de su moneda, de la inflación, de restricciones comerciales. Yo que vengo de Argentina, son cosas de lo cotidiano. Y es por eso que por ahí todas estas iniciativas tenían total sentido en nuestro país. Cuando vamos con la Bitcoineta y llegamos a algún lugar, por ahí no es nuestro objetivo convencer a nadie del uso de Bitcoin, sino más bien contarle de qué se trata y que si alguien le despierta un poco esa pasión, seguramente podamos ayudarlo a entender cómo empezar a usar Bitcoin y cómo obtener sus primeros satoshis. A veces lo más fácil que podemos recomendar es intentar a alguien que acepte Bitcoin como medio de pago. También muchas veces depende de en qué lugar se esté. Alguien puede comprar Bitcoin y en algunos lugares las personas están interesadas mediante el minado y el trading. Eso quizás es elección de cada uno, pero lo que nosotros tratamos es de orientar a las personas un poco para que no caigan en falsas expectativas y en cosas que por ahí no son específicamente Bitcoin. Y ahí es donde juegan un rol particular y muy importante las comunidades. La Bitcoineta muchas veces pasa por un pueblo una vez y después pasan meses hasta que quizás vuelve a pasar y por algunos lugares no ha vuelto a pasar. Pero las comunidades lo que hacen es poder intercambiar conocimientos, crear lazos entre las personas y algunas instituciones locales y a veces detectar estos casos de usos. Entonces, una vez que estuvimos con la Bitcoineta en algún lugar, que conocimos a una persona, esa persona a veces se queda con esa misión y con esa inquietud de empezar a divulgar y ahí es como empiezan a hacer pequeñas comunidades locales que ahora con el correr de los años las vemos crecer y la verdad es que nos representan mucho porque son en algún punto parte de la Bitcoineta. Ahora, siempre nos surgió esta pregunta de que si Bitcoin será masivo, si lo que estamos haciendo es algo que es para todas las personas o es algo para algunas personas puntuales que podamos ir viendo. Y eso creemos que depende mucho de cada lugar. En muchos casos es de la educación, que esa es la primera parte y la que nosotros tratamos de dar, que la gente pueda tener una educación sobre Bitcoin, entender cuáles son los riesgos, pero también cuáles son las montones de ventajas que tiene. Y a partir de ahí, una persona va a precisar tener una rampa, poder comprar o salir de Bitcoin y luego de eso, que la persona se sienta que puede utilizarlo, en su comunidad puede llegar a haber cierta adopción, que es lo que va a dar luego una liquidez que permita que en ese determinado lugar se utilice Bitcoin. Ahora, la Bitcoineta decide venir a El Salvador porque en este caso fue totalmente al revés de como lo veníamos viviendo. Se dio todo demasiado rápido y quizás en unos plazos que nosotros jamás hubiésemos soñado. Entonces decidimos venir a El Salvador principalmente a aprender. Todo lo que nosotros veníamos viendo en nuestra gira, enseñando, tomando conocimiento, cambió por completo el día que salió la ley Bitcoin. Y a partir de ahí creímos que nuestra visita a El Salvador tenía que ser compartir con las comunidades y en el caso particular, para los que la vieron afuera se habrán dado cuenta que nació la Bitcoineta Beach Edition. Hicimos una nueva Bitcoineta para poder viajar por El Salvador y hacer toda esta gira. El presente y el futuro de la Bitcoineta siempre se forjó por cómo estaba la situación. Con esto que quiero decir, hace 1 año y medio que tuvimos que dejar de girar normalmente y que nos abocamos principalmente a hacer contenidos digitales de cosas que habíamos visto en nuestras giras, pero también contenidos digitales exclusivos, como están viendo en la pantalla, que la Bitcoineta pasó a ser un personaje 3D, un robot que nos acompañó durante toda la pandemia. Ni bien pudimos volver a la gira, eso es algo que se retomó, entonces el presente contempla varias aristas. La primera, creo yo, es expandir el proyecto a distintos países, poder seguir cruzando fronteras, poder seguir inspirando a personas que hagan nuevas bitcoinetas o proyectos similares, pero por sobre todas las cosas, seguir siendo un puente entre las personas y la tecnología. El objetivo de la bitcoineta es llevar de un modo muy simple algo que creemos que a la gente le puede ser muy útil para cambiar su modo de vida, su parecer. No solamente con que una persona pueda comprar Bitcoin o tener unos primeros satoshis se va a beneficiar de esto. Quizás solamente con entender la filosofía que hay atrás de Bitcoin, entender todos los conceptos que lo rodean, que puede ser desde teoría de juego, emisión controlada o miles de conceptos que todos los que estamos acá ya sabemos, creo que ya benefician y plantan una semilla en la persona que forma parte de una charla de la Bitcoineta. Entonces, yo lo que les quiero decir es primero gracias y también invitarlos a que puedan participar no solo de la Bitcoineta, sino de cada una de las iniciativas que hay en todos los países de Latinoamérica en donde se puede divulgar Bitcoin, nos podemos acercar, podemos crear comunidades, podemos compartir y además poder lograr que personas se beneficien solamente con aprender sobre Bitcoin. Y ahí poder preguntar.
Sí, la verdad es que, bueno, nada, este es uno de los proyectos que, como bien aclaraste, van dentro de la Fundación Bitcoin Iberoamérica, de la cual lidero también, y es de los proyectos que más corazón tiene puesto dentro de esto y que más nos gratifica cuando salimos, además del hecho de que la gente se puede subir, ¿no?, a participar. Esto no sé si lo llegaste a contar, estaba atrás.
Sí, la Bitcoinera es un proyecto en donde todas las personas que viajan son voluntarios de distintos países, distintas profesiones, distintos intereses. No ha habido un discurso de esto es lo que tiene que comunicar la Bitcoineta, sino que cada uno ha aportado su parte. Quien es abogado aportará más para ese lado, un divulgador aporta más de otra cosa y un matemático de otra. Entonces la idea es invitar a que todos participen de la Bitcoineta, quizás viajando, generando contenidos online, con las donaciones, porque también la Bitcoineta hace 4 años que viene viajando porque recibimos donaciones de Bitcoin Iberoamérica, pero también de muchos donantes anónimos que han apoyado estos años y que seguramente sigan apoyando.
Perfecto. Y otra de las cosas interesantes es que está pensado el proyecto como para que sea replicado por cualquiera, ¿no? O sea, que alguien pueda tomar esto y decir, bueno, yo quiero hacer una bitcoineta en Chile y no esperar a que la bitcoineta vaya a Chile y está todo listo como para que alguien diga, bueno, mira, entonces hay que hacer esto como lo hacemos nosotros y lo pueda replicar, ¿no?
Sí, es algo que pensamos desde el primer año, la idea de poder expandir el proyecto y ahora que haya nacido una nueva bitcoineta de El Salvador, creo que abre una puerta a que se creen esas nuevas bitcoinetas y que cada uno pueda llevar el proyecto, que es un proyecto puro, que es un proyecto lindo, que es un proyecto de compartir, mucho de aprender y sobre todo de que te cambia la vida. Así como Bitcoin te cambia la vida, la bitcoineta también.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Che.
Gracias, Rodolfo. Gracias a todos.
Muy bien, Chebosky.
Bueno, un gran proyecto, la Bitcoineta, a mí me encanta y no solo debería haber una Bitcoineta recorriendo, sino en cada ciudad de este continente.
Sí, como lo dijeron, si ustedes están interesados en hacer su propia bitcoineta, pues adelante, porque aquí en Bitcoin siempre aceptamos y apoyamos la descentralización de los proyectos, sobre todo los que tienen un impacto humanitario.
Y también esta parte educativa para combatir todos estos mitos y todas estas incertidumbres que luego hay respecto al tema y para que la gente tenga más certeza. Y también ahora pues tenemos a continuación otro proyecto que ha ayudado mucho y que también ha participado en ediciones anteriores de la Bit Conf, ayudando a desarrollar diferentes proyectos que ayuden precisamente.
Así es, a continuación vamos a tener los Blockchain for Humanity Awards que premian los mejores proyectos con impacto social, así que adelante. Perdón. Ahorita en un momento los vamos a tener. ¿Y qué opinas sobre esta iniciativa, José?
Pues mira, cada año lo que hemos visto en las diferentes, la Bit Conf, es que se ha fondeado diferentes proyectos que han ayudado ya sea en la parte humanitaria, educativa, etcétera. Algo similar, por ejemplo, a lo que el labor que ha hecho la Bitcoinet. La Bitcoineta, la verdad, también es algo impresionante y estos proyectos educativos es lo que ayuda a ir más allá de nada más especulación y realmente dejar algo a largo plazo.
Así es, esperemos ver también acá presentes a los de Bitcoin Beach que han hecho un trabajo increíble y que de hecho son el proyecto en el que se basó el presidente para crear, más bien para crear la iniciativa para aceptar Bitcoin como moneda de curso legal y provocar un impacto positivo en la población de aquí de El Salvador.
Sí. Y recuerden que también este contenido, todas las conferencias podrán también ser vistas posteriormente y todavía mañana y pasado tendremos más contenido online y grandes pláticas desde aquí, desde El Salvador.
Así es. Oye, José, ¿ya has visitado Bitcoin Beach?
Ya, de hecho, pues por allá nos vimos en junio, julio, justo después de que pasaron la ley. Por aquí estuvimos teniendo unas aventuras y pues tuve el gusto de que Lore también llegara por acá y poder brindar con ella.
Así es. Quien no haya visitado todavía El Salvador, les recomendamos mucho visitar Bitcoin Beach, que como mencionaba, es el proyecto que ha inspirado el cambio en toda una nación. Aquí los salvadoreños pues ya lo ubican bien, es un lugar increíble donde se llevan a cabo diferentes proyectos sociales, como por ejemplo clases de surf para niños y para adultos, clases de inglés, talleres de computación y de programación. ¿Qué otras cosas, José?
Sí, no, y bueno, y aparte de eso, o sea, no se queden con las ganas de venir aquí a El Salvador, es la nación Bitcoin, es este país donde puedes pagar Bitcoin, donde puedes usarlo como tu moneda, donde puedes ir a cualquier lugar y sacar de un cajero a través de tus Bitcoins o comprar. Eso es algo impresionante que se tiene que vivir. Todo mundo que tiene la inquietud de ir y venir, vengan para acá y dense una vuelta y vean todo lo maravilloso que se está construyendo de este lado.
Así es. Muy bien, ahora sí, vamos con los Blockchain for Humanity Awards. Adelante.
Muchas gracias por el espacio que nos están dando a Blockchain for Humanity. Y bueno, les damos la bienvenida a todos a los premios de Blockchain for Humanity 2021. Los que no están familiarizados con el trabajo que nosotros hacemos, esta es una fundación que busca y reconoce emprendedores sociales. Nosotros buscamos proyectos de innovación alrededor del mundo que están impactando la vida de muchas comunidades con sus proyectos de impacto social. Nosotros, este es nuestro 5º año en estos premios. En la historia de Blockchain for Humanity hemos recibido más de 150 aplicaciones. Este año en particular recibimos aplicaciones de 14 países diferentes. ¿Y qué nos está diciendo esto? Que la tecnología blockchain le está abriendo la puerta a muchos emprendedores sociales para que creen nuevos proyectos, nuevos modelos de negocios que puedan impactar la vida de comunidades, reduciendo la pobreza, dando acceso a educación, a salud, reduciendo inequidades en la sociedad y bueno, brindando mucho apoyo socioeconómico sobre todo en estas comunidades. Este año decidimos hacer las cosas un poco diferentes a lo que las hemos hecho en los años pasados, porque nosotros tenemos una lista de nominados y este año decidimos abrir estas nominaciones para que la comunidad fuera la que votara por estos proyectos y decidieran cuáles fueran los proyectos que tenían un mayor potencial para generar cambios en sus comunidades. Entonces la votación fue pública y ahorita en unos minutos daremos a conocer cuáles fueron estos proyectos que fueron seleccionados como ganadores este año. Y sobre todo para nuestra categoría Dreamers, decidimos por primer año en la historia de Blockchain for Humanity que íbamos a repartir 0.4 BTC entre estos proyectos para que pudieran continuar desarrollando sus ideas y bueno, generando un impacto social positivo en sus comunidades. Entonces, bueno, sin más decir, le doy la palabra.
Un aplauso, por favor, adelante.
Bueno, muchas gracias a Laura por esta introducción. Yo quiero aprovechar este momento y hacer una mención especial. Quiero explicar que en los años anteriores nuestra organización le dio soporte y ayudaron un montón de proyectos con impacto social. Algunos de ellos lo podéis ver aquí en esta pantalla, pero hay uno en particular que estamos muy orgullosos de él, que era un ganador de Before Age Awards 2019, y es un proyecto que se llama Bitcoin Beach y empezaron ayudando a la gente en una localidad de Sonte y hoy en día son una referencia para el país a seguir. O sea, lo que empezaron estos chicos se convirtió en una revolución en un país que acaba de aceptar Bitcoin como moneda legal. Así que le mandamos un cariño muy grande desde aquí, agradecemos todo el trabajo que hicieron y les deseamos lo mejor para todo lo que le queda en este trabajo, este camino. Y ya sin más, ahora vamos a presentar nuestros ganadores.
Sí, el viernes los tenemos acá, los chicos de Bitcoin Beach, que es Hope House, contando realmente, no lo del Bitcoin Beach, sino realmente el proyecto Hope House también, que está por detrás, que es muchísimo más que el tema de la ley, que el tema de lo que sucedió ahora con Bitcoin, un proyecto humano importantísimo, ¿sí? De sacar a la gente de la calle, qué sé yo. Así que bueno, vamos a estarnos contando acá, además de regalarles la Bitcoineta, que está afuera. ¿Está bien? Así que, nada, buenísimo.
Nuestros dreamers o soñadores son aquellos proyectos que están en una fase embrionaria, pero todavía no han conseguido llegar a una fase de desarrollo en la cual puedan materializar sus objetivos. La idea con los dreamers es que sean capaces de generar ese impacto social y generar un cambio social utilizando la tecnología blockchain como base. Mi trabajo el día de hoy va a ser presentarles a los ganadores de nuestra categoría Dreamers, Soñadores de los Bit4H Awards 2021. El primer nominado y ganador de nuestra categoría Dreamer Blockchain for Humanity Awards 2021 es Harpalium. Un saludo.
Un aplauso,
un aplauso, por favor. Harpalium es un proyecto basado en Suiza, cuyo objetivo fundamental es promover la inclusión social y la igualdad económica. Y lo hacen a través de la trazabilidad de donaciones. A través de la red blockchain, lo que se quiere promover es transparencia y que realmente pueda certificarse el origen y el destino de las donaciones. Les invitamos a que echen un vistazo en nuestra web, en b4h.ngo, la información sobre Harpalium. También pueden acudir a su web y igualmente más información sobre nuestros nominados, nuestros nominees, así como los otros ganadores. Nuestro segundo proyecto premiado del día de hoy en la categoría Dreamer es un proyecto basado en Sudáfrica y llamado Ribbon Protocol. Un saludo para Ribbon Protocol, por favor.
Un aplauso para
también.
Ribbon.
Ribbon Protocol, como soñador que es, promueve una plataforma a través de la cual, también en base en la tecnología blockchain, incentiviza los tratamientos médicos considerados de alto riesgo. Entonces, lo que hacen es identificar a pacientes que tienen enfermedades, sobre todo relacionadas con el SIDA, considerados de alto riesgo, y a través de un token incentivan que los pacientes acudan al centro médico y tengan el tratamiento médico efectivamente. Como pueden ver, la idea es generar un impacto social a una escala muy grande. Es un proyecto con mucho potencial y que estamos muy contentos de anunciar el día de hoy, de presentárselos. Lo mismo, siéntanse libres de acudir a la web y ver más información en detalle sobre ellos. Un aplauso, por favor, de nuevo. Es un proyecto que tenemos mucho cariño. Y nuestro último ganador del día de hoy en la categoría de Dreamers Soñadores es UPF Coin. Un aplauso de nuevo para UPF Coin.
Bravo, un aplauso.
UPF Coin es un proyecto basado en Argentina. Lo que hace es, a través de su tokenomics, ha creado un token, promueve la desplastificación a nivel global, con lo cual es un proyecto con un impacto medioambiental enorme, es un impacto que puede tener mucha escalabilidad y el cual también estamos muy contentos de dar este premio el día de hoy. UPF, como pueden imaginarse, las iniciales corresponden a la palabra Unplastify, el cual es uno de los objetivos fundamentales del proyecto. Sin más dilación, les voy a dar la palabra a mi compañera Solange, de Brasil, para que nos cuente el siguiente paso.
Muy bien, muy bien. Entonces ahora vamos a hablar de los shapers. Y los shapers son proyectos ya bien establecidos comercialmente y con casos de uso sólido y de la tecnología. Estamos hablando ahí de blockchain y que ya ha tenido un impacto positivo en sus comunidades. Entonces, los consideramos ejemplos que son modelos a seguir. Y el primer shaper es ¡tcharam! Endowment.
Un aplauso.
Muy bien. Y este es un proyecto desde Estados Unidos, que es una fundación comunitaria de California, que es exenta de impuestos, construida para descentralizar las finanzas y que proporciona fondos asesorados por donaciones a través de su aplicación web. Y muy bien, vamos al segundo proyecto de los Shapers, que es Impact Market. Muy bien. Este es un proyecto desde Portugal, que es un protocolo descentralizado de alivio de la pobreza. Entonces, que distribuye UBI a través de blockchain. Y UBI es la renda básica universal. Y muy bien, vamos al último proyecto de hoy. Cambiatos. Sí, Cambiatos es un proyecto de América, es un proyecto desde Costa Rica. Entonces, Cambiatos crea ferramentas para que las comunidades logren sus objetivos de impacto a través de los negocios colaborativos y monedas sociales en blockchain. Cambiatos ha formado a más de 60 emprendedores sociales y ahora quieren hacer mucho más. Estos son los Shapers que también tienen un gran gaño ahora.
Un
¿sí?
aplauso muy grande para los Shapers.
Déjame introducir a Wojtek. Quiero introducirles a nuestro siguiente compañero, Wojtek, que viene desde República Checa. Hoy van a ver en vivo y en directo algo que no ha pasado hasta ahora. Por primera vez en un escenario vamos a ver a Wojtek hablar en español. Así que les pido un fuerte aplauso para Wojtek.
¡Bravo!
Muchas gracias.
Guardarse las risas también.
Me siento honrado de cerrar este año B4H Awards. Gracias a todos los proyectos que se postularon. Gracias a todos mis colegas y a todos los que se unieron a nuestros eventos B4H Award y votaron los proyectos. Por favor, revise los proyectos en nuestro sitio web y nos vemos el año próximo. Un besito.
¡Bravo!
Bueno, un poco la idea de traer esto al escenario no es solo mostrar los ganadores, sino mostrar las ideas, mostrar que hay mucho más para hacer, sí, que Bitcoin de vuelta no es solo dinero, creo que lo dije desde el primer charla hasta hoy, Bitcoin no es solo una cuestión de plata, no es solo una cuestión de si hoy tenemos el archivo o lo que sea, es un potencial de abrir la cabeza hacia nuevos proyectos, hacia nuevas formas de dar valor en la sociedad, ¿sí? Y la idea es que ustedes como salvadoreños lo abracen, ¿sí? Y miren más allá de lo económico y que piensen también quizás entrando a B4H, que es un colector básicamente de estos proyectos, pues están los postulados y los ganadores, que se inspiren ahí y repiten y repliquen y hagan ustedes ideas nuevas, pero que de alguna forma lo que hacemos nosotros, vuelvo a decir, el proyecto todos los proyectos de la Fundación Bitcoin Iberoamérica son sin fines de lucro, todos donamos nuestro tiempo para ayudar a que sucedan y que hagan lo mismo, o no, o busquen un foco comercial si quieren, pero que piensen que esto es para ayudar a la sociedad a ser diferente y a crecer, y que la tecnología blockchain, que es en definitiva lo que sí promovemos desde acá, puede ser la tecnología subyacente para potenciar cualquiera de las ideas que tengan hacia este sentido. Así que bueno, muchas gracias.
Un aplauso para Blockchain for Humanity. Gracias.
Gracias. Y ahora que se va me saco la remera. No, mentira. Bueno,
una foto. Rodo, vení.
Ay, yo también. Bueno, también.
Increíbles estas premiaciones y ahora vamos a continuar con otra premiación más, José, que son los ganadores del hackathon que se realizó durante 2 días previamente a la Bit Conf.
Y mucha gente se pregunta también qué es esto de un hackathon, pero también es una parte muy importante del ecosistema. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí es de donde surgen los nuevos proyectos y donde también gente que ya tiene experiencia, gente que ya tiene inversión, gente que ya tiene los contactos, apoya estos nuevos emprendimientos para convertirse en una empresa.
Así es, José. De aquí vamos a ver y cómo surgen diferentes proyectos que vamos a ver más adelante, cómo se desarrollan y cómo apoyan también el desarrollo del ecosistema.
Y es una parte importante porque quizá si no hubiera este tipo de apoyos, muchos de estos proyectos no se convertirían después en empresas que pueden generar no solo negocios, sino también empleo y ayudar a que esta tecnología se siga desarrollando. Y aquí es donde también se suman mucho las ideas y sepamos que Bitcoin, blockchain, todas estas diferentes, lo que más suma es que todos los participantes aporten algo.
Así es, José. También en otros tipos de eventos tenemos hackatones diversos. De hecho, tú has organizado algunos dentro de Talentland, en Blockchainland. ¿Por qué no nos platicas un poquito de todo lo que involucra el organizar este tipo de actividades?
Sí, es una gran logística lo que se tiene que hacer para lograr esto, y en este caso, así como nosotros estamos ayudando con la coorganización de la transmisión a través de Talentland y Talent Network, precisamente Blockchain Summit Latam y nuestro querido Cristóbal es la persona que también ha estado liderando esto, donde a través de varios días no solo se coordina las diferentes empresas, sino también los participantes y qué proyectos son los que realmente nos van a llevar hacia un siguiente nivel.
Así es, ahora vamos a ver a Cristóbal en la premiación del hackathon.
¿Todo bien? Por aquí, sí, todo bien, súper bien. Oye, rápidamente, ahí está el clicker para cambiar la diapositiva. Rápidamente, en un minuto, ¿cómo fue esa experiencia de participar en esta hackathon y qué fue lo que obtuvieron antes de que nos comentes el proyecto? ¿Qué fue lo que dejó esta hackathon para ustedes?
Sí, la verdad es que la hackathon deja una gran experiencia para nuestro equipo. La verdad no nos conocíamos, nos fuimos a conocer en esa hackathon prácticamente 3 programadores, 2 economistas, uno de 18 años combinado con uno de 55, y eso pues hizo un super equipo con la experiencia y la programación para poder presentar este proyecto.
Oye, como se dan cuenta, la hackathon es prácticamente ideas que pueden surgir en la misma mesa, y eso fue uno de los grandes desafíos que tuvo este equipo. O sea, en la misma mesa lograron encontrar un desafío, plantar una solución y ganaron parte obviamente de esta hackathon con el 3er lugar, y ahora tiene, bueno, 2 minutos, 3 minutos para presentar Microbit. Adelante.
Sí, excelente. Pues prácticamente la idea surge de Microbit, que prácticamente va enfocado a la nueva generación comercial inteligente, de comercio inteligente. ¿Qué es Microbit? Es una solución comercial y financiera basada en tecnología blockchain, integral, creativa y descentralizada, que potenciará a las MIPYMES de El Salvador y de la región. El problema que nosotros observamos en ese momento prácticamente es el escaso acceso a mercado digital que muchas MIPYMES que operan en el país no tienen. De igual manera, las limitantes a acceder a facilidades financieras como préstamos o ahorros, sus préstamos que pueden llegar hasta un 40% de intereses o un 3% si ellos realizan depósitos al ahorro. En base a eso, pues nosotros sugerimos una solución que es una plataforma web basada en contratos inteligentes, integrada con Marketplace, que prácticamente es un reto, integrar 2 sistemas en una sola plataforma, en el cual involucre compradores, vendedores, y de que estos compradores prácticamente puedan comprar los productos de las MIPYMES, y las MIPYMES que tienen las facilidades de adquirir créditos al comercializar sus productos, que es una de las limitantes que nosotros encontramos. Prácticamente la estructura por la cual construimos nosotros es una marketplace combinado con DeFi, basados en contratos inteligentes, todo eso usando una wallet descentralizada, que de igual manera elimina los intermediarios necesarios, que usualmente pues se quedan con gran parte de las ganancias, incluidas los intereses que las MIPYMES pagan o los bajos rendimientos si ellos deciden realizar depósitos. El segmento de mercado que nosotros evaluamos pues llega al 96% de MIPYMES, con 97% que no tienen plataformas digitales, y con un 67% de demanda de crédito de parte de esas MIPYMES. Y pues ustedes pueden observar la imagen que nosotros pues hemos colocado ahí, y nosotros basados en eso decidimos pues poner una pequeña frase que dice nunca permitas de que te digan que el cielo es el límite, sino que más bien porque se han encontrado huellas en la luna. Así es que eso sería...
Excelente. Muchas gracias, Jonathan. Un aplauso, por favor. Espérame ahí. Y a continuación, Rosa María de Prestasol. Adelante, por favor. Un gran aplauso para Rosa María también, mujer, participante. Segundo lugar. Felicitaciones,
Hola,
Rosa.
¿cómo está Cristóbal? Gracias.
Oye, antes de que nos carguen la presentación, cuéntanos también pues, cómo fue esta experiencia primera, cuántas hackathon llevan, porque los conozco hace tiempo también participando en hackathon, así que experiencia tienen, pero ¿qué te dejó esta hackathon y por supuesto qué te dejó esta experiencia aquí en El Salvador?
Sí, bueno, nosotros estamos súper contentos porque en verdad venir a El Salvador y sobre todo trabajar con temas de Open Finanzas que podamos construir. Este evento en realidad es pionero en Latinoamérica y en verdad nosotros estábamos muy contentos. Normalmente participábamos uno o nosotros de FinTech Lab, pero ahora nos vinimos con un equipo y además conocimos personas en la misma hackathon de El Salvador que nos acompañaron. Entonces el equipo se formó aquí integralmente con el know-how de lo que está sucediendo en El Salvador, ¿no?
Es interesante, un equipo que viene de afuera, internacional, que se adoptó acá, que logró integrar miembros de la comunidad salvadoreña y lograron este proyecto que va a presentar ahora Rosa María a continuación, que obtuvo el segundo lugar del hackathon. Así que, Rosa, por favor, 3 minutos para que alcance por otro.
Bien, yo quiero presentarles Prestasol, que fue el proyecto con el cual estuvimos en la hackathon con el equipo. Como su nombre lo dice, son préstamos solidarios que nosotros pensamos facilitar y dar en El Salvador mediante mini cooperativas autónomas descentralizadas. ¿Qué es lo que nosotros buscamos aquí? Es poder darle una experiencia. El Salvador ya es un país en donde vienen adoptando, tienen la billetera, están ya adoptando lo que es el uso de las criptomonedas y las monedas digitales. Queremos brindarles más opciones, pero esta vez para poder facilitarles el acceso a los servicios financieros tradicionales que muchas veces la población no llega. Es poder brindarles un préstamo solidario en el cual Prestasol, con una experiencia súper sencilla, súper fácil, pueda brindar y dar estos accesos a través del uso de las monedas digitales en la plataforma de Prestasol hacia las personas que quieran acceder a un crédito. ¿Cómo es la solución que nosotros hemos diseñado? Es que pueda ser fácilmente llegar a través de cualquier usuario que tenga Chivo Wallet, que hoy ya lo usan, y de esta manera, a través de una conexión que pueda realizar, simplemente se pueda tratar de mantener y facilitar una identificación dentro de Prestasol utilizando protocolo de RSK y a través de un mecanismo autónomo descentralizado donde realmente un grupo de usuarios puedan ser los que avalen y puedan facilitar este mini crédito que se le pueda otorgar a cualquier persona. Y bueno, nosotros estamos usando, esta es un poco la solución que hemos presentado dentro de la hackathon y hemos podido trabajar la parte de la experiencia y la parte de la solución utilizando los dos protocolos que menciono para poder obtener el financiamiento. Bueno, ¿cuál es nuestro objetivo principal y qué nos inspiró la hackathon de El Salvador y la Bit Conf al final? Es que nosotros finalmente somos una empresa que democratiza las finanzas. Las soluciones que diseñamos y creamos son para llegar a las personas que no necesariamente tienen acceso a los servicios que normalmente existían con las personas. Así que estamos muy felices de poder mostrarles esta solución.
Excelente, muchas gracias, Rosa. Felicitaciones y un gran aplauso, por favor, al lado de Jonathan. Y tenemos también el ganador del primer lugar, quien es Alex de Biota, así que Alex, por favor, adelante. Un aplauso, por favor, a Alex, quien es el ganador del primer lugar con su equipo Biota. Así que tremendo proyecto el que vinieron a desarrollar. Y también cuéntanos cómo ha sido esta experiencia de desarrollar este proyecto acá, de presentarlo acá y obviamente qué te ha llamado la atención también de esta hackathon en El Salvador.
Sí, muchas gracias. La experiencia pues fue totalmente nueva para nosotros, nunca habíamos participado en una hackathon y fue súper interesante ver cómo las ideas y el trabajo se alinea y entre el desorden surge el orden y todos pues logramos preparar una presentación, prepararnos y trabajar en el Smart Contract que todavía no habíamos desarrollado y ahí en 2 días pues tuvimos mucha más claridad técnica de cómo hacerlo y una muy buena experiencia.
Excelente. Como pueden ver, las experiencias son los más importantes que deja esta hackathon y sobre todo estos proyectos que se están presentando es solo el inicio para que puedan desarrollarse y transformarse mucho más allá de proyectos y que sean realmente empresas, startups. Y recuerden sus nombres porque realmente en los próximos meses, cuando vuelvan a escuchar de ellos, dijeron, bueno, lo escuché por primera vez en la Bit Conf, en la hackathon de la Bit Conf. Así que de todas maneras, nuestro apoyo para seguir, para continuar este proyecto y obviamente apoyarlos para que logren ser esta startup. Así que, Alex, adelante con tu presentación.
Gracias. Bueno, Biota es la conservación reimaginada, ¿verdad? Biota aprovecha la oportunidad de un sistema financiero roto en el sistema ecológico, ¿verdad? No existe un sistema financiero que garantice rentabilidad o sostenibilidad en la conservación del ambiente, ¿verdad? Nosotros salimos con una solución que es una plataforma que busca premiar la calidad de los productos o activos que son ecológicamente amigables, ¿verdad? A través de esta plataforma pensamos vender smart contracts que se van a tokenizar para poder llevar algo que antes no era atractivo para los inversionistas y que tampoco tenía un mercado pues ahora un mercado mucho más atractivo que es fácil de transar con los demás, ¿verdad? Otra cosa importante es de que afortunadamente tenemos un piloto en camino con un socio en Costa Rica que tiene alrededor de 49,000 hectáreas de bosque que es certificado, ¿verdad? Entonces eso nos está dando mucha experiencia para integrar a la plataforma a un sistema que aproveche el sistema actual, ¿verdad? Que son los certificados para garantizar que estos activos que estamos conservando realmente pues son lo que estamos comprando, ¿verdad? Y a través de este sistema pues nosotros queremos lanzar el piloto en Costa Rica en donde vamos a vender las primeras 6,000 hectáreas en los próximos meses, esperamos. Este es el plan que tenemos. Ahorita nos encontramos desarrollando el algoritmo de evaluación, ¿verdad? En donde vamos a evaluar los proyectos en base a un algoritmo específico por contrato que nos permite garantizar que el valor de estos tokens viene bien asignado, ¿verdad? Después pues viene el proceso de lanzamiento en donde para mí lo más importante es incrementar las modalidades, no solo conservar los bosques, sino empezar a vender futuros de productos agrícolas de alto valor en donde las empresas puedan comprar sus productos con la garantía de que han sido generados de una manera ecológicamente responsable. Y bueno, lo más importante es que Biota es una plataforma y buscamos ser la solución para que estos proyectos ahora sean rentables. Gracias.
Excelente, un aplauso para Alex. Y como ceremonia de premiación, obviamente, tenemos que entregar el premio respectivo. El premio por el ganador son $500,000 pagados en Bitcoin, por supuesto, y vamos a continuar ahora a hacer la entrega de este premio, así que cuando quieras, Alex. No, $2.500. ¿Alguien escuchó $500,000? $2.500, perdón, Rodo.
Solo son 2 ceros más.
Vamos. Ok.
No. Deposit Bitcoin.
Sí.
Ahí está.
¿Qué wallet estás usando?
Ahora. Sí, representando a Guatemala, perdón.
Ahí se fue. Ahí se fue la transacción.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Excelente. Muchas gracias a todos. Sí.
¿Esperaban ver un cheque grande? Esas cosas grandotas así de cheque. Olvídense, ya fue. Dale. Pero es emocionante, es cierto, como que agarrás el celular y lo hacemos así, ¿no?
No, obvio, pero aquí está el pago hecho, aquí está la transacción, así que nada, pues, muchas gracias, queríamos compartir estas presentaciones con ustedes y la verdad que creo que, como les dije, esto va a ser el inicio de estos proyectos y obviamente lo más importante que tenemos para nosotros es el espacio que nos dio la Bit Conf y que escucharon de la Bit Conf, obviamente, estos 3 proyectos fantásticos. Así que muchas gracias a todos y un gran aplauso para los ganadores.
Gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias y tiene que motivar al resto a también animarse a emprender, sí, y entender un poco más esta tecnología. Muchachos, En principio esto termina acá, ¿sí? Si quieren yo puedo quedar para responder algunas preguntas particulares, ¿sí? Me quedo ahí sentado. Si no, pueden empezar ya a salir y disfrutar del recital que acaba de empezar afuera en el predio de Marte, ¿sí? Así que muchas gracias, espero que hayan disfrutado de este día, que les haya cambiado la cabeza y bueno, los veo.
Pues sorprendente este primer día de la Bit Conf, gracias a todos los que nos acompañaron y aprendieron sobre Bitcoin y también desde aquí, desde El Salvador, toda la gente que estuvo con nosotros visitando.
Así es, José, definitivamente esta fue una experiencia para todos muy increíble y el día de mañana además continuamos con las experiencias aquí en la Bit Conf.
Sí. Y también recuerden, los que no estén con nosotros pueden seguir la transmisión en línea a través de Talent Republic, que estamos llevando la transmisión en español, y también a través de Bitcoin Magazine, que está llevando la transmisión en inglés. Y mañana tenemos unos ponentes también muy interesantes, empezando por el muy esperado Max Kaiser.
Así es, José, mañana vamos a tener en vivo a Max Kaiser, que siempre nos ofrece un super show. También tenemos a Stacy Herbert entrevistando a otro ponente y pues bueno, muchas otras ponencias muy interesantes. También en inglés vamos a tenerlas traducidas, ¿cierto,
Sí.
José?
Va a haber una traducción simultánea, así es que si no saben inglés en las diferentes pláticas, no se preocupen. El canal de Talent Republic va a tener toda la transmisión para que lo tengan en español y en inglés, pues, si lo quieren seguir también a través de Bitcoin Magazine. De manera simultánea también, todo lo que está en español lo pueden ver en inglés en el otro canal.
Así es, por favor compártanos sus experiencias, compártanos cuál fue la conferencia que más disfrutaron, qué han aprendido en este evento. Recuerden utilizar el hashtag LaBitConf y Bitcoin Week.
Sí, y seguir en todas las redes sociales como @LaBitConf, donde van a poder encontrar toda la información del evento y también pues todos los eventos especiales que se está haciendo alrededor de este evento.
Así es, José. Entonces mañana, por favor, no se lo pierdan. A las 10 de la mañana empieza la transmisión y pues nos vemos mañana.
Y no solo mañana, tenemos todavía 2 días más de evento, así es que también si se perdieron la transmisión el día de hoy a través de los diversos canales lo pueden volver a ver y mañana y pasado vamos a tener todavía más contenido.
Así es, José. ¿Continuamos? No, ya cerramos. Ok,
Bueno,
entonces nos vemos mañana. Gracias,
hasta mañana,
José.
muchas gracias a todos y un gusto estar aquí con Lore.
Hasta luego. Bye.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globalizá tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
Premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already.
By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.